Our Incarnation of the Strongest Sword God audiobook by Kevin, Chapter 241, Envious Wealth. All the players present at the auction venue were awestruck by Shi Feng's bid of 20 gold coins. Players who could attend the Blackwing auction all had extraordinary backgrounds. Even so, none of them could afford such a price, although plenty of the players present were provided funding by their own guilds that only amounted to 10 gold or so. Even the wealthiest guild present had brought only a little more than 20 gold. Hence, nobody present would be willing to go all out just for a pair of level 15 daggers, even if they were weapons of supreme quality. Although these daggers could instantly turn an expert assassin into an apex assassin, they would not be of much help to the guild in the long run. Even if the players present could afford to buy these daggers, they would not spend 20 gold to do so. After the auctioneer slammed his hammer for the third time, everyone in the audience started laughing maniacally. What a stupid guy. He actually spent 20 gold for those 2 daggers. I wonder who he is trying to impress for him to willingly part with so much money. Ha ha ha, at least I have one less competitor now. 20 gold. What a rich tycoon. While ignoring everyone's mockery, Shi Feng paid 20 gold to the auction house and received the 2 daggers. He then shifted his focus to the next item up for bid. Purgatory's Shadow, one-handed sword, dark gold rank. Level 20 can be upgraded twice. Attack plus 273, Strength 30, Agility plus 25, Endurance plus 22. Attack speed plus 20% chance to cause 300% damage. 10% chance to reduce damage dealt by target by 20%. Effect not stackable. Additional skill. Purgatory Power, when activated, increases attack speed by 100% and damage dealt by 30% for 15 seconds. Coolbowed. 2 minutes. In God's domain, weapons and equipment could be categorized into 2 types, those that could be upgraded and those that could not be upgraded. A majority of the weapons and equipment available belong to the latter category, and only a scant few items could be upgraded. Normally, only items of epic rank or above could grow along with a player's level, and very rarely would any item below epic rank possess such a capability. It can be upgraded twice, as expected of one of the treasures of the Blackwing auction house. If this item could be upgraded to level 30, it can still be of use even when players reach level 45. Shi Feng was very satisfied with this weapon. He could equip the Purgatory's Shadow once he reached level 20, and he would not need to waste time looking for a new weapon. Not only was the Purgatory's Shadow suited to swordsmen, it was also suitable for shield warriors and guardian knights. If an MT equipped this sword, not only would their maximum HP greatly increase, their damage output would similarly increase by a huge margin. They could aggro monsters much more firmly. However, the most important feature of this sword was its ability to reduce a target's damage dealing by 20%. This weapon was practically made to counter boss monsters. If used inside a team dungeon, its effect would be decisive. Compared to the 2 fine gold-ranked daggers from before, the dark gold-ranked Purgatory's Shadow would be of much greater help to a guild. However, the minimum price for the Purgatory's Shadow was likewise greater. Many guilds were overwhelmed by the sword's starting bid of 15 gold. With the funds they possessed, they could only sit on the sidelines in this auction. This sword belongs to me. Everyone else don't even think of trying to compete against me for it. Who the fuck are you? We world dominators have taken a liking to this sword. Whoever dares to bid will be looking for trouble with us. Do you guys think you are the only first-rate guild present in this auction? Our guild is the bloodthirsty war god. Anyone who dares to bid will be dead meat. Although the price of the Purgatory's Shadow was high, the competition for it was still intense. It made one truly wonder just what price it would achieve in this auction. The many first-rate guilds present started sending warnings to the other guilds in the hopes of buying the Purgatory's Shadow at a cheap price. Idiots. Shi Feng helplessly shook his head at their actions. Did these people think that the ones buying items here were limited only to players? Although the minimum bid for the Purgatory's Shadow was 15 gold, according to Shi Feng's understanding, one needed to bid at least 25 gold in order to secure the item. Otherwise, it would be bought out by NPCs. Did these first-rate guilds think that by voicing threats they could take advantage of loopholes in the system? Soon after, the bidding for the Purgatory's shadow started, and the price for the sword soared continuously. In a blink of an eye, the price of the sword had already reached 20 gold. The ones currently bidding for the sword consisted of only first-rate guilds. Second-rate and third-rate guilds did not have the funds to take part in this auction at all. They could only look on in silence, unwillingness filling their hearts. Meanwhile, joking Scholar similarly felt helpless as he sat in the front row of the auction. If he had not been swindled by Lone Tyrant, he could have bought those 2 daggers already, and also this Purgatory's shadow, while the other guilds could only watch as he did so. After the bidding continued for several minutes, the price for the Purgatory's shadow finally stopped increasing. At 24 gold 30 silvers, this price was very low where level 20 dark gold weapons were concerned. Not to mention, this was also a dark gold weapon that could be upgraded.
Ha 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 ha! This Purgatory's shadow belongs to me now.
Seeing that nobody else was outbidding him, the berserker from World Dominators cheered. The members of other guilds could only look at this berserker with unwillingness in their eyes. In an auction, players competed with one another in terms of wealth, not influence. However, immediately after the auctioneer slammed his hammer for the second time, someone broke the silence and made a bid. Moreover, it wasn't just limited to a single person. 25 gold, 26 gold. This sword looks finely made. I can add it to my collection. I'll bid 30 gold coins. At this moment, a nobleman of Blackwing City placed an astonishing bid, stupefying all the guilds present. Why are the NPCs joining the bid as well? This question baffled many of those present in this auction. If NPCs were going to bid against them too, how were they supposed to compete? That man was an NPC, a noble of Blackwing City at that. How were players supposed to outbid him? Damn, this auction house is clearly trying to toy around with us. They're only letting us players compete for the non-precious items. If I had known this would happen, I would have bought those 2 fine gold rank daggers from before. That person was truly lucky. He managed to so easily obtain those 2 daggers. Many of the players present started regretting their previous inaction. They never thought that the auction house would play such a card. 31 gold at this moment. A familiar, indifferent voice resounded in the auction hall. Every player in the venue immediately turned their gazes toward the origin of this indifferent voice. However, their eyes were immediately filled with both shock and disbelief when they discovered the owner of the voice. The person who called out this bid was none other than Shi Feng, the person who previously bought the 2 fine gold-ranked daggers for 20 gold. Now he had once again placed a bid of 31 gold. How much money does this fellow have? Everyone started making speculations that Shi Feng might have robbed an NPC noble. Otherwise, how could he have so much money? After Shi Feng shouted his bid of 31 gold, the great noble immediately countered with a bid of 32 gold. However, Shi Feng did not fall behind as he followed up with 33 gold. As both parties took turns placing bids, the price of the Purgatory's shadow gradually increased. Every player witnessing this scene had their mouths gaping wide in shock. Finally, Shi Feng secured the Purgatory's shadow at a price of 39 gold, following which several rounds of auction passed without much commotion. Compared to Shi Feng's 39 gold purchase, the other auctioned items were sold at much lower prices. Although another treasure appeared during the auction, it was a dark gold-ranked leather armor that failed to pique Shi Feng's interest. In the end, the equipment was bought by an NPC for 32 gold. When the auction reached its peak, the bid for the 3rd treasure finally started. This 3rd treasure could also be considered the grand finale of this auction. Just the starting bid of this item was already set at 30 gold, causing every guild present to give up on bidding for it. After all, they already knew that. In order to secure this item, they would have to bid at least 50 gold or above, unless several first-rate guilds pooled their funds together. It would be an impossible feat. However, the notion of forming such an alliance was simply unimaginable for the many first-rate guilds present. Lending money to other guilds at this point in time would be no different from lending money to an enemy. Even if they did join together and purchase the item, there would only be one copy of the item. How were they supposed to split it? Hence, it was impossible for any of the guilds present to form an alliance. Chapter 242, Arclight Shield. Originally, the guilds attending the Blackwing auction had already given up on bidding for the final item. They merely stayed to take a look at how high the price of the final item would reach. The minimum price for the item was 30 gold. None of the guilds present were that flush with fluid funds. However, the moment their sights landed on the final item, they instantly had a change of heart. The reason being, the item displayed on stage was simply too important to a guild. The final item was neither weapon nor equipment. Instead, it was a forging design. If the forging design was for a normal weapon or equipment, nobody would have paid any attention to it. However, the forging design being auctioned was for the Arclight Shield, a level 15 fine gold ranked shield. If they could produce this item, it would definitely provide a huge improvement for the MTs and their guilds. This shield was especially useful during this crucial period of the game. With more and more first clears of 10-man and 20-man dungeons taken, the various large guilds had already started challenging 50-man team dungeons. However, there was one problem that vexed them without end. Their MTs could not even tank the first boss of the dungeon. If their MTs couldn't even survive the attacks of the boss, how were they supposed to raid it? However, if a handful of MTs equipped this Arclight Shield, raiding the dungeon would become a much easier endeavor. This won't do. Our guild needs to get this item. I have to contact the guild leader immediately. This shield is simply too good. I must have it. The representatives of the first-rate guilds present had, at the first moment, contacted their respective guild leaders and reported this matter to them. The answer these representatives received was also one of confirmation. They were told to obtain the forging design at all costs. These representatives were also told to contact the other second-rate and third-rate guilds present at the auction venue to seek their cooperation. In return, the first-rate guilds would produce the appropriate amount of Arclight shields for them based on the amount of money they contributed. Originally, the second-rate and third-rate guilds present had long since given up on bidding for the Arclight shield forging design. After all, they could not even afford the minimum price of the item. Now that they were given new hope, they would naturally be more than willing to lend their help. 1, 2, 3, more and more second-rate and third-rate guilds started allying themselves with first-rate guilds. They pooled together all the funds they had, and very quickly, plenty of first-rate guilds had managed to collect a total sum of around 50 gold. They then proceeded to place bids one after another. The price of the Arclight shield forging design consistently rose. Starting from the minimum bid of 30 gold, its price quickly increased to 51 gold. The guilds strived very hard to outbid each other. As soon as they received the funds of another guild, they would immediately call out the highest bid they could afford. They were deeply afraid that if they gave the other guilds too much time, the other guilds would be able to obtain even more funds. Just as these guilds were competing against one another with a fiery passion. 60 gold. Shi Feng immediately raised the bid by 9 gold. Shi Feng did not wish to waste too much time on this auction. In any case, it was a must for him to obtain this Arclight shield forging design. Why do you have so much money? Just who is this brat? Previously, they had already been shocked by Shi Feng's wealth. Now, however, they started feeling frightened. After spending 59 gold to purchase 3 weapons, Shi Feng was still able to place a bid of 60 gold. If they had not been aware of the fact that players were not allowed to place a bid without having the corresponding amount of money, they would definitely have thought that Shi Feng was just joking around. Faced with the pressure of 60 gold, 2 first-rate guilds immediately joined hands to place a new bid. Meanwhile, the guild to take the lead in this alliance was World Dominators. The representative for this guild yelled out his bid of 61 gold right away. 70 gold. Shi Feng no longer wished to play around in these muddied waters, otherwise he would have to pointlessly waste a lot of money. 71 gold, 80 gold, 81 gold, 90 gold. Before even a minute had passed, the price of the Arclight shield forging design had already reached a staggering 106 gold. If such an amount was converted into credits, that would be more than 1 million credits. If one took into account the inflation that would occur due to the volume purchase of coins, then the value of 106 gold coins might even reach 2 million credits. 2 million credits, just for a forging design. If a normal player were to learn about this, they would definitely consider Shi Feng insane, a spendthrift that had nowhere to spend his money. However, Shi Feng felt that the Arclight shield forging design was worth such an amount of money. After all, the value of this forging design would only grow higher once it entered his hands. Damn, to actually run out of money at this crucial time. We definitely can't fall short at this final moment. Who else has money? Overlord Warbear, the berserker from World Dominators, started panicking. His guild leader had already given him the command to obtain the forging design at all costs. However, even after joining hands with another first-rate guild and more than a dozen second-rate and third-rate guilds, they still could not outbid a single Shi Feng. Warbear was truly at a loss on what to do now. He had even secretly contacted Shi Feng before. As long as Shi Feng was willing to let World Dominators have the forging design, he was willing to compensate Shi Feng with 1 million credits. Yet the price of the forging design still continued to increase higher and higher. He was already nearing the brink of insanity right now. "I can lend you a hand. I have 18 gold with me here. This should be enough to suppress that black flame." Joking Scholar walked over to Warbear at this moment. "What conditions do you have?" "I advise you to give up if they are too outrageous." "I won't hand over this forging design no matter what. Of course I know this. My conditions are simple. After World Dominators obtains the forging design, just give me the Arclight shield that I deserve. In addition, I also wish for you guys to take care of that black flame. He is affiliated with the Star Moon Kingdom, and I know World Dominators has quite a number of members there. Dealing with Black Flame should be no problem for you all." Aside from his hatred for Lone Tyrant, Joking Scholar's remaining hatred was targeted at Black Flame. Unfortunately, Joking Scholar did not know that both persons were actually one. "Fine, I'll agree to your conditions. In truth, without needing your mention, World Dominators would similarly take care of him." Overlord Warbear revealed a faint smile. The two of them quickly reached an agreement. Joking Scholar then traded all his gold coins over to Overlord Warbear. Just as the auctioneer was about to slam the hammer for the second time, Overlord Warbear hurriedly shouted, 108 gold. Shi Feng sent a glance at Joking Scholar and Overlord Warbear, a sneer on his face. He couldn't help but shake his head as he indifferently said, 115 gold. 121 gold. I don't believe that I can't surpass you even after I bid everything I have. Although Overlord Warbear did not know Shi Feng's bottom line, the increment on his latest bid was much lower than usual. Shi Feng was definitely reaching his limit. Hence, Warbear immediately added 6 gold to the bid. Shi Feng definitely could not take out so much money. "Brat, you're 100 years too early if you think you can compete against me. This is your bottom line?" Shi Feng calmly smiled. 135 gold. He increased the bid by 14 gold in a single go. World Dominators would not be able to fill up this gap even if they included another second-rate guild into their little alliance. As for recruiting a first-rate guild, that was an extremely difficult matter to achieve. 135 gold. How could this be possible? I must be dreaming. How could he possibly have so much money? Isn't he just an independent player? Joking Scholar was immediately dumbfounded when he heard Shi Feng's bid. As for Overlord Warbear standing beside Joking Scholar, he was fervently contacting other guilds to form an alliance. However, although he received a favorable reply from another first-rate guild, the condition set by that guild was for them to receive the forging design instead of World Dominators. Naturally, Overlord Warbear refused this condition. Yet the few additional third-rate guilds he managed to recruit barely had any money on them. Even after summing up all the additional coins he received, Overlord Warbear did not have the right to shout out a bid at all. 135 gold going once. 135 gold going twice. Even when the auctioneer's hammer landed for the second time, not a single guild present was able to place a new bid. They watched blankly as the auction proceeded toward its end, powerless to do anything about it. 135 gold going thrice. Let us congratulate Mr. Black Flame for obtaining this Arclight shield forging design, following which a beautiful hostess brought the forging design to Shi Feng. After Shi Feng paid the 135 gold to the auction house, the hostess similarly handed the forging design over to Shi Feng. After officially receiving the Arclight shield forging design, Shi Feng wondered just what sort of attributes the shield itself possessed. With such a thought in mind, Shi Feng tapped on the item and took a look at its description. Immediately, his lips curled up slightly in a smile. Chapter 243, Bountiful Harvest. Chapter 243, Bountiful Harvest. Overlord Warbear and Joking Scholar felt great resentment for Shi Feng when they saw his smile. They thought Shi Feng was mocking them and looking at them in contempt. In reality, Shi Feng's smile was purely due to his joy. However, compared to when Overlord Warbear and Joking Scholar first met Shi Feng, they dared not underestimate him any longer. On the contrary, their eyes were filled with vigilance now. Shi Feng showed everyone that he was more than capable of spending such a large amount of coins. If someone were to say that Shi Feng did not possess any major power supporting him from behind, not even a ghost would believe them. The only question that remained was, what sort of power backed Shi Feng, since Warbear failed to complete the task given to him by his guild leader? His expression looked extremely bad right now. However, he was simply helpless in this matter. 135 gold, even if every member of World Dominators pooled their coins together, they still wouldn't be able to collect such an amount. It was only natural that he lost the bid. Compared to Overlord Warbear, Joking Scholar was in a much more tragic situation. First, he had ruined the matter of the business transaction. Now he didn't even manage to buy a single item in the Blackwing auction. What kind of explanation was he supposed to give his guild leader, Glorious Echo? However, Shi Feng was very grateful for Joking Scholar. It was only thanks to Joking Scholar's greed that he managed to obtain so many forging materials. As for the reason why he had smiled, it was simply because of the materials needed to produce the Arclight shield. The main ingredients for producing it were mithril ore and gold ore. Though difficult, Shi Feng could still find ways to obtain the mithril ore. For gold ore, however, it was simply too rare in the Star Moon Kingdom, not to mention White River City. However, Twilight Echo had given him quite an amount of them, enough for him to make plenty of Arclight shields. As for the other material needed, it was the magic crystals that were dropped by the bosses of Team Dungeons with a 100% drop rate. This item was not particularly precious. However, due to the amount dropped each time being low, it would be difficult for Shi Feng to mass-produce the Arclight shield. Furthermore, the attributes of the Arclight shield had far surpassed Shi Feng's original estimation, and he could already envision the popularity of the shield itself. Arclight shield. Shield, fine gold rank. Level 15. Equipment requirement, strength 90. Defense plus 460. Block rate 37%. Strength 15. Endurance plus 25. Evasion plus 8. Additional passive skill 1, Sound of Life. Every attack received will grant user a stack of Power of Life, increasing maximum HP by 3% and received healing by 1% for 1 minute. Maximum of 10 stacks. Additional passive skill 2, Refraction. Triggers once every 30 seconds. Becomes immune to 1 attack. Leaving aside the shield's high defense and block rate. Just the passive skills. Sound of Life and Refraction would greatly increase an MT's durability. Not to mention the basic attributes of the shield itself were also very good. The Arclight shield was definitely an excellent piece of equipment. If a 50-man team could have all their MTs equipped with the Arclight shield, they might have a very high chance of successfully raiding the normal mode of a 50-man team dungeon right now. It should be about time for me to return. Shi Feng was very satisfied with his trip to Blackwing City this time. He had reaped a bountiful harvest. First was the 50 million credit agreement. Next was his successful recruitment of Aqua Rose. Now he had even obtained the forging design for the Arclight shield. Most importantly, Aqua Rose was also going to bring her 100-plus elite players over. Their addition had instantly increased his guild's overall strength by a large margin. The next problem he had to deal with was how he would integrate these new members into his guild. Over 100 people, huh? Aqua Rose has truly given me a huge help this time. Now I won't have to worry about lacking members to raid the demon's castle. Shi Feng felt that it would not be enough just to have a workshop. He needed to make some additional preparations and initiate his follow-up plans. After Shi Feng departed from the Blackwing auction house, he immediately mailed 300 gold to Aqua Rose. He then returned to White River City, intending to await Aqua Rose and her allies' arrival at the Starstreak trading firm. However, the process of mailing money to other players usually took between 30 minutes to an hour. Hence, Shi Feng decided to first head to the Adventurers Association. Currently, none of the guilds in White River City had their own guild residence yet. Members of various guilds had to visit the Adventurers Association in order to receive guild quests, which they complete to increase guild reputation and strengthen the guild. Hence, the Adventurers Association had become the second most popular location in White River City. Just as Shi Feng was about to enter the Adventurers Association, his communicator rang. It can't be this quick, right? At first, Shi Feng thought Aqua Rose was contacting him. However, when he saw that the caller ID displayed actually belonged to Gentle Snow, he couldn't help but be shocked. Don't tell me it's about the mana armor kits again. Previously, Shi Feng had used quite a number of basic mana armor kits to trade for a few advanced whetstone recipes with Gentle Snow. He had then let Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile learn the recipes. During this period of time, both girls had already been promoted to intermediate forging apprentices and were currently in the midst of striving to become advanced forging apprentices. Shi Feng couldn't help but admit that both of them were indeed future master forgers. Both of them improved very quickly. In addition, the more they forged, the higher their success rate. Currently, they already had a 20% success rate at producing the advanced whetstones. When compared to the forgers of other guilds, the two girls were ahead by leaps and bounds. In a few more days, the two of them could very well be promoted to advanced forging apprentices, becoming a true help to him. Miss Snow, did you find some new advanced whetstone recipes? Shi Feng asked. Master Black Flame, how could you hide such an important matter from me? I feel hurt. Gentle Snow faintly smiled. Hide, Miss Snow, you must be joking. I am a very superficial person that can easily be seen through. How could I possibly hide anything from you? Shi Feng joked. All right, stop acting. You placed yourself in the limelight at the Blackwing auction house just now, and the news of this matter has long since spread throughout the various first-rate guilds. Each and every one of them wishes to seek cooperation with you and purchase those arc-light shields from you. Gentle Snow smiled as she continued. Aren't we old friends? Shouldn't you sell them to me for a cheap price? Your information gathering is truly efficient, Miss Snow. Shi Feng smiled bitterly as he said, I can sell a few arc-light shields to you. However, you must pay for them using coins, or exchange for them using the magic crystals you obtained from Team Dungeons. Magic crystals? Although the bosses drop them every time, the amount they drop is minimal, yet these magic crystals possess a very wide range of uses. Let's just use gold coins. I wonder how much you are charging for them, Master Black Flame. All right, then. Since it is for you, Miss Snow, I won't rip you off. As the Arclight shield is a fine gold-ranked shield, I imagine that you know how precious the materials needed to produce it are. Moreover, the success rate of producing it is also very low. I'll sell you each Arclight shield for 25 gold. No negotiations. Shi Feng had already expected Gentle Snow to decline exchanging the shields for magic crystals. However, it was much better for him if she used gold coins to buy them. 25 gold? Even if I took the fluid funds of every Ouroboros branch in the Star Moon Kingdom, I still won't have that much money. Can't we trade using credits? How about 500,000 for each shield? Gentle Snow was astonished by the Arclight shield's price. However, she similarly knew of the difficulty of crafting a fine gold-ranked shield. If it were up to their forgers to make the shield, the cost might not even stop at just 25 gold. Yet it was clearly impossible for them to fork out 25 gold to purchase an Arclight shield, unless, of course, they decided to stop the guild's development. Still, halting development at this stage of the game would put the guild into a decline, so they absolutely could not stop their development. Currently, all the major guilds were attempting to obtain the first clear of a 50-man team dungeon, while the Arclight Shield was a must-have item for them to get a lead over the other guilds. Faced with two difficult choices, Gentle Snow could only bitterly smile as she was caught in indecision. "All right, then. I'll exchange using magic crystals," Gentle Snow helplessly said. Ouroboros, a grand and mighty first-rate guild, was actually poorer than a single independent player. Black Flame was truly a monster. That's fine as well. The exchange ratio would be 1 to 100. I'll notify you after I manage to produce them. Shi Feng smiled as he disconnected the call. He then proceeded to enter the Adventurers Association, Chapter 244, establishing the guild. At this moment, there was a crowd of players surrounding the quest board in the lobby of the Adventurers Association. Although the EXP awarded by these quests were negligible, the guild reputation they gave was very high. Moreover, each player was limited to only 3 guild quests a day. A guild could be promoted after it accumulated a set amount of reputation, and the members of the guild would receive much better guild benefits such as bonus EXP when doing quests. "Excuse me, sir. What can I do for you today?" The blue-haired lady standing behind the reception counter asked Shi Feng, a smile on her face. "I wish to establish a guild," Shi Feng said. "Understood. Please fill up this application form." The receptionist passed Shi Feng a guild application form. It was very easy for players to establish a guild in God's domain. Players only needed to decide on a name for their guild and designate a guild emblem. They were then required to purchase a guild certificate for 10 copper coins and have at least 7 independent players place their signatures on it. When all these things were completed, the guild would then be officially established. Newly founded guilds would all start out as 1-star guilds, and the only benefit available for the members of a 1-star guild were the availability of the guild quests. "Guild name, is it?" Shi Feng hesitated as he looked at the blank space meant for the guild's name, wondering what he should write in exactly. After giving it some thought, he decided to stick with using the Zero Wing Workshop's name. In any case, along with the guild's development and growing fame, his identity would sooner or later be leaked. "Let's name it Zero Wing, then." Shi Feng then designed the guild emblem in the form of 6 silver wings. After purchasing the guild certificate, Shi Feng sent Fire Dance and the others a guild signature invitation. Meanwhile, at the Black Wind Canyon, a level 20 to level 25 map, Fire Dance and the others were currently grinding on level 22 demonic bats. They had come to this place under the suggestion of Shi Feng. The reason Shi Feng had recommended it was because the demonic bats here belonged to the type of monsters that had high attack but low HP. Most importantly, the monsters here were concentrated in number. Normally, the demonic bats would appear in groups of 7 or 8, and any solo independent player would easily find themselves losing their lives here. However, to a party that had amazing AoE damage, this place was a holy land for leveling up. In the case of Fire Dance's party, Fire Dance herself was responsible for luring the monsters, as she had the highest movement speed out of everyone in the party. She would lure over 100 monsters every time. And afterward, the Guardian Knight, Kola, would activate Protection Blessing and cast Devotion, a group aggro skill to gather the monsters into one location. Meanwhile, Violet Cloud would be responsible for healing Kola, while Blackie would get rid of all the monsters in a single blow. Throughout this process, everyone's cooperation and grasp of timing was perfect. If other players were to witness this scene, they would definitely be shocked into a daze. Presently, the average level of players was only at level 12 or so, while professional players would be around level 13. Even the number 1 player on White River City's ranking list, Lone Tyrant, was only at level 15 right now. Yet Fire Dance and the others had long since passed level 15. Even the lowest-leveled player in the party, the Oracle Gluttonous Mouse, was level 18. Meanwhile, Blackie, who was the highest-leveled player in the party, was currently at 45% of level 19. Although there was only a gap of 1 level between the 2 players, the difference in EXP could allow a player to directly rise from level 0 all the way up to level 15. Huh? What is this message? While taking a break, Fire Dance and the others simultaneously received a guild signature invitation. As long as they agreed to the invitation, they would immediately become official members of the guild after the guild was established. Originally, Fire Dance and the others had intended to immediately reject the invitation. However, their hands unanimously paused when they saw the name of the guild. Zero Wing? Isn't that the name of our workshop? Blackie asked, curious. This is an invitation sent by Big Brother Ye Feng. Big Brother Ye Feng is finally going to establish the guild, Violet Cloud said excitedly when she noticed that one of the names inscribed on the guild certificate was Ye Feng. She then said with joy, "Great, we will have our own guild in the future." Isn't it still too early to establish the guild? We only have so few members right now. Brother Feng had also said before that we are lacking in members and that we need to wait for some time before establishing the guild. Did something happen? Don't bother about this for now. We should put our signatures first. Fire Dance was similarly surprised by Shi Feng's sudden decision. However, since Shi Feng had decided to do so, he must have had his own considerations. Moreover, it wouldn't be a bad idea to establish the guild ahead of time. Immediately, everyone in the party clicked agree. They then received a system notification. System, congratulations on becoming a member of Zero Wing. System, this is your first time joining a guild. Activating guild system. On the other side, Shi Feng had already left the Adventurers Association, returning to the Starstreak trading firm. At this moment, the Starstreak trading firm was packed with players. The trading firm was currently the most lively location in White River City, second to none. Hey, bro. I see that you're here to buy those basic mana armor kits, right? With so many people lining up here, you would need to wait at least a week before you can even get one for yourself. However, I have here a way to help you save your time, letting you jump the queue to buy the mana armor kits in advance. A thinly built swordsman walked around the entrance of the Starstreak trading firm, chatting up the players lined up outside the building. Really? A player clearly grew interested. Of course. Basic mana armor kit costs 20 silver coins, while you only need to pay 2 silver coins to skip the long wait to buy it, the thin swordsman said with a smile. All right, bring me there. It's just an extra 2 silver coins. Our party won't miss this little amount of money. Following which, the thin swordsman led the player up to the second floor, skipping the long queue on the first floor. Really, any sort of business goes, huh? Shi Feng couldn't help but exclaim after seeing this sight. The basic mana armor kits were in high demand. However, the Starstreak trading firm only sold 50 pieces of the item each day, so only a very small number of players could obtain them. However, this couldn't be helped. Shi Feng couldn't just focus all his attention on producing the basic mana armor kits. He still had many things he needed to do. The basic mana armor kit was simply an item for him to accumulate reputation. It was not meant to be a true moneymaker for him. Afterward, Shi Feng arrived at the 4th floor of the trading firm and entered a forging room. He then started forging the Arclight shield. During this crucial period, many guilds were thinking of how they could obtain the first clear of a 50-man team dungeon. Naturally, the equipment of their MTs became the top priority in their considerations, especially the shields their MTs used. Meanwhile, an excellent shield like the fine gold-ranked Arclight shield would, without a doubt, attract the attention of these guilds. As long as Shi Feng placed the Arclight shields up for sale, many guilds would definitely pay a huge sum in order to obtain it. Hence, the sooner he produced the Arclight shields, the higher the price he could sell them for. However, the success rate for forging a fine gold-ranked item was extremely low. A normal advanced forging apprentice only had a 2% success rate, meaning that out of 100 tries, they would only successfully produce 2 Arclight shields. In reality, however, they might not even be able to produce 1 out of 100 tries. However, Shi Feng had both the Book of Forging and Blacksteel's insignia. He also had the Ice Blue Devil Flame and various other tools that increased his forging success rate. Even so, his final success rate at forging a fine gold-ranked item only sat at around 20%. In addition, Shi Feng was not familiar with the forging process of the Arclight shield, so his success rate should be much lower than 20%. If he was promoted to a basic forger, his base success rate would increase to 5%. However, that still wouldn't make much of a difference. Only by becoming an advanced forger would there be a significant improvement. With the 10% base success rate of an advanced forger, in addition to the various supporting tools Shi Feng had, his success rate for forging a fine gold-ranked item could reach up to 30%. However, Shi Feng needed to invest a lot of time in order to become an advanced forger, and time was something he sorely lacked right now. He had no choice but to give it a try now. In any case, he had plenty of materials to experiment with. He could simply try again if he failed. Chapter 245, Target, Dark Gold. Chapter 245, Target, Dark Gold. Before Shi Feng started forging the Arclight shield, he decided to first forge a few basic mana armor kits to serve as a warm-up. After God's domain evolved, the process of forging grew more complicated, greatly increasing the difficulty of producing an item. Unlike the advanced whetstones and basic mana armor kits, which were still considerably simple to make, items such as weapons and equipment had a much more complex forging procedure. It should be about time I give the shield a try. After Shi Feng produced tens of basic mana armor kits, he finally retrieved the silver ore and gold ore needed to forge the Arclight shield. He had also received the magic crystals from Gentle Snow in advance. Gentle Snow had wanted to obtain the Arclight shields as soon as possible, so Shi Feng required her to send him the magic crystals in advance. Shi Feng had received a total of 200 magic crystals from Gentle Snow. Such an amount was sufficient for 20 attempts to produce the Arclight shield. Shi Feng only had a 20% success rate for forging the Arclight shield. It was the lowest success rate he had ever had since he started forging equipment. However, if any other forger were in his shoes right now, they might not be able to produce even one Arclight shield out of several hundred sets of materials. Those conceited guilds thought that they could easily produce the Arclight shield after obtaining its forging design. However, if Shi Feng had not won the bid for the forging design by the time those guilds managed to produce a single Arclight shield, the 50-man team dungeons would have long since been conquered. In order to gain experience when Shi Feng started his first attempt at forging the Arclight shield, he went through the process slowly and steadily, carrying out each step to the best of his abilities. Before he knew it, Shi Feng had spent over 20 minutes producing the first Arclight shield. Compared to a normal shield, the Arclight shield had a crescent-shaped design. The entire shield was colored in silver, and many runic patterns were carved on the shield's body. Although the shield looked mighty and powerful at first glance, it was still unknown whether it was a failed or successful product. Shi Feng then chose to generate the shield's data. After 10 seconds of waiting, the identification process for the shield was completed. As expected, it's a failure. Shi Feng sighed when he took a look at the shield's data. Although it was indeed an Arclight shield, its quality was a rank lower than the original. It was only Secret Silver rank. Arclight shield, Secret Silver rank, level 15. Equipment requirement: Strength 90, Defense plus 330, Block rate 31%. Strength plus 10, Endurance plus 20. Evasion plus 3. Additional passive skill 1 to Sound of Life. Every attack received will grant user with a stack of Power of Life, increasing maximum HP by 2%, and received healing by 1% for 1 minute. Maximum of 10 stacks. Additional passive skill 2, Refraction. Triggers once every 50 seconds, becomes immune to 1 attack. From a general point of view, though, it is not a bad result, all the same. At the very least, it is still a Secret Silver ranked shield. I should be able to sell it for a good price even then. Shi Feng was relatively satisfied with this failed product. After all, a Secret Silver ranked shield remained a rare item at this stage of the game. According to Shi Feng's knowledge, a majority of the core MTs of second-rate and third-rate guilds were still using mysterious iron-ranked shields. If he sold this failure, he could still earn around 6 to 7 gold coins from it. Although he had failed this time, it was not a complete failure. At the very least, it did not turn out as a scrap item. This partial failure indicated that he must have made a mistake somewhere during the forging process. There shouldn't be any problems with the forging of the main body itself. I must have messed up when I was carving the runes on the shield, preventing it from reaching fine gold rank, Shi Feng concluded after carefully reviewing his actions. According to past experiences, if a problem had truly occurred during the formation of the shield, then the Arclight shield wouldn't just fall by a single rank. It wouldn't even be unusual for the shield to end up being bronze rank or lower. Afterward, Shi Feng did not rush to start his second attempt. Instead, he carefully studied the runes he had carved on the Arclight shield. The inscription of the runes were mainly done using the magic crystals. However, the process of completing these runes was not easy, as Shi Feng did not truly understand their meaning. He could only make blind imitations of the drawings. Although he did not understand the meaning behind the runes, if he practiced drawing them over and over, it should still yield some positive effect. Shi Feng started practicing drawing the runes, once, twice, 10 times. Every drawing took around 4 to 5 minutes to complete. However, as the number of times he practiced increased, he grew more proficient at drawing the runes. The runes he drew now also started resembling the original. This cost-free way of practicing was much more economical than learning through actual production. Shi Feng naturally wouldn't mind more practice. This should be enough. Shi Feng looked at the latest rune he drew, feeling extremely satisfied with it. This imitation of his looked practically the same as the rune shown on the forging design. Hence, Shi Feng started his second attempt at producing the Arclight shield. This time, the entire forging process of the shield flowed very smoothly. Shi Feng had only spent around 10 minutes to complete the second Arclight shield. However, his attempt this time ended in complete failure. Shi Feng's 20% success rate did not stand on his side this time around, following which Shi Feng consecutively produced 10 Arclight shields. Moreover, with each successive shield he made, the time he spent producing them also decreased. His hands also moved with much more proficiency. Out of the 10 Arclight shields he made, only 2 barely achieved the passing standard. 2 ended up as defective products, while the remaining ones were complete failures. As for the 2 defective shields, one was mysterious iron rank, while the other was secret silver rank. In general, the results were quite good. However, Shi Feng was still unsatisfied with the quality of the Arclight shields. Now that I am proficient at making the Arclight shields, the next step would be increasing its quality. If I can let Kola use a dark gold ranked Arclight shield, our chances at clearing the demon's castle would become much higher. Shi Feng decided to take out the runic gold, the reward he obtained for his promotion to advanced forging apprentice. Not only could the runic gold increase his success rate by 10%, there was also a small chance for it to increase an item's rank by 1, up to a maximum of dark gold rank. Unfortunately, Shi Feng only had 5 of these things, meaning that he only had 5 chances to produce a dark gold ranked Arclight shield. The runic gold was a piece of ore that gave off a metallic glow and contained runic energy within it. After refining the runic gold, Shi Feng poured the molten runic gold into the silver-gold alloy. Immediately, a change occurred in the alloy. The originally bright red alloy turned dark red in color. Moreover, it also started greedily absorbing the energy of the ice-blue devil flame. As the amount of energy it absorbed increased, the alloy started emitting many golden runes, slowly forming an array of runes. Knowing that the fusion was completed, Shi Feng immediately retrieved the scorching hot alloy from the furnace, placed it on the anvil, and started hammering on it. Slowly, the piece of alloy started taking on the shape of an Arclight shield, and on the shield's surface there was even a layer of naturally occurring golden runes. The shield looked incredibly holy. After hammering for several minutes, Shi Feng finally formed the Arclight shield. Immediately, he retrieved a black liquid and started drawing the runes on the shield. The black liquid was the liquefied product of the magic crystals. Shi Feng concentrated his full attention on each and every stroke, afraid of making even the slightest mistake. When he completed the final stroke, the naturally occurring golden runes on the shield actually melded together with the runes Shi Feng had drawn. Together, they formed completely new golden runes possessing no resemblance to the black runes found on the previous Arclight shields Shi Feng made. Please be a success. Shi Feng timidly selected to identify the shield, although the arc-light shield looked absolutely perfect appearance-wise. Whether it was a success or a failure still depended on the final data. 1 second, 2 seconds. This time, even after 20 seconds had passed, the system was still unable to determine the shield's exact data. This situation caused Shi Feng to grow slightly nervous. The longer identification time indicated that even the system itself was hesitant. In the end, is it a success or a failure? Shi Feng had carried out the entire forging procedure perfectly. At the end of the day, however, his success rate was only 30%. Oftentimes, when the identification process took longer than usual, there was a higher chance that the result was a failure. Finally, after 30 seconds passed, the system returned the identification results. System: Arc-light guard has been successfully forged. Forging proficiency increased by 2 points. Obtained 80,000 EXP, Chapter 246. Neither weak nor strong. Chapter 246. Neither weak nor strong. Success on the first attempt. It seems my luck really is good. Shi Feng revealed a faint smile when he heard the system notification sound. Along with the Arc-light shield's promotion to dark gold rank, a change occurred to its name as well. Shi Feng then started inspecting the silver-colored, crescent-shaped shield that was placed on the iron weave felt. He was extremely curious to find out just what sort of attributes the Arc-light guard possessed. Arc-light guard shield, dark gold rank, level 15. Equipment requirement: strength 1 ton, defense plus 550, block rate 39%, strength plus 21, endurance plus 30, evasion plus 10. Additional passive skill 1 to Sound of Life. Every attack received will grant user with a stack of Power of Life, increasing maximum HP by 3%, and received healing by 2% for 1 minute. Maximum of 10 stacks. Additional passive skill 2 refraction. Triggers once every 25 seconds, becomes immune to 1 attack. Additional skill, time arc, when activated, allows the user to save current state and return to saved state 9 seconds later. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Isn't this time arc skill overpowered? No wonder there wasn't much of an improvement on the other attributes. Just this skill alone made the Arc-light guard deserving of being a dark gold ranked shield, Shi Feng exclaimed. Saving current state, which was to say, after 9 seconds, even if the user of the Arc-light guard died, they would still recover to their saved state. The cooldown of skills used after time arc was invoked would recover as well. Compared to a skill that provided invincibility, time arc was a much more amazing skill. The only downside to this skill was its long cooldown. However, when taking into consideration the heaven-defying effect of this skill, a 10-minute cooldown was considerably short. If the cooldown of this skill was any shorter, then the Arc-light guard would no longer be just a dark gold ranked shield, but an epic ranked shield instead. Although Shi Feng had already made 1 Arc-light guard, he was still not satisfied. He wished to make even more Arc-light guards. Deciding so, he used up the remaining 4 pieces of runic gold when forging the Arc-light shields. However, the results were horrible. Out of his 4 attempts, 2 were complete failures. They did not even achieve bronze rank. As for the remaining 2 Arc-light shields, one achieved secret silver rank, while the other achieved fine gold rank. However, such a success rate was already very good. He had used a total of 5 runic gold to forge the Arc-light shields. Among them, one had achieved dark gold rank, one had achieved fine gold rank, and one had achieved secret silver rank. Out of the 3 shields, Shi Feng would naturally save the dark gold ranked Arc-light guard for Kola's use. With the Arc-light guard, they would have no problems raiding the level 15, 20-man team dungeon, the Demon's Castle. Just as Shi Feng thought of carrying on with forging Arc-light shields, someone knocked on the door of the forging room. "Come in." When the door to the forging room opened, a golden-haired beauty walked in. This person was none other than Shi Feng's assistant, Anna. "Your Excellency, an adventurer named Aqua Rose wishes to meet you. She says she has an appointment with you, and she is currently waiting in the meeting room on the 3rd floor," Anna said respectfully. "All right, I'll be there in a minute." Shi Feng nodded his head. Shi Feng had similarly guessed that Aqua Rose should arrive right about now. After all, teleportation occurred instantaneously. Aqua Rose only needed to gather her subordinates, explain to them the situation, and make some future plans. Inside the meeting room on the 3rd floor, Aqua Rose and her 100-plus subordinates were seated around the room, having a small discussion about matters relating to Shi Feng. These players all had relatively high levels. The lowest out of all of them was level 13, while the others were level 14. Even if placed inside a first-rate guild, all these players would be considered elite members. These players were all Aqua Rose's most trusted aides before they had arrived here. They hadn't dared to imagine that there would actually be someone willing to spend 300 gold coins to bring them to this place. If the organization this person belonged to wasn't extremely rich, then this person was just insane. However, after they discovered that Shi Feng actually had a connection with such a large trading firm, their thoughts immediately changed. Not only did Shi Feng manage to achieve something that no other guild had achieved, his fame in the entire Star Moon Kingdom could already be described as the sun in midday. It was especially true for the recently popular basic mana armor kit. This was an item that plenty of guilds could only dream of having. If they could be a part of the power Shi Feng belonged to, then couldn't every one of them obtain their very own basic mana armor kit? This was definitely a treatment that no other first-rate guild could provide. Big Sis Aqua, just who is that Black Flame? Is he in the upper management of a super guild? A female swordsman curiously asked. Aqua Rose shook her head, a bitter smile on her face as she replied, "I don't know either. He has always been very mysterious. However, I believe that we will be able to find out his true identity today." In truth, Aqua Rose was also interested in finding out the truth. However, now that they were going to join the power Black Flame belonged to, Black Flame would have no need to hide the truth from them. They could finally take a look at the giant hidden behind Shi Feng. Sorry to keep all of you waiting. The moment Shi Feng walked into the meeting room, everyone inside immediately fell silent. Everyone present stood up as they looked at Shi Feng, deep veneration in their eyes. They were like interviewees standing up to welcome their interviewer. Some were nervous, while some were excited. After leaving Twilight Echo, they were like homeless little birds. Although they wished to soar higher into the sky, they did not possess a home they could return to. Feelings of helplessness and disappointment constantly filled their minds as they wondered what sort of future awaited them. However, the situation was different now. They would be joining an even greater family now at this moment. These ex-members of Twilight Echo rejoiced over the fact that they had chosen to leave Twilight Echo together with Aqua Rose, praising themselves for making a wise decision. After all, a bright future had already opened its doors to them. "I am the one who should be sorry for making Master Black Flame wait for us for so long," Aqua Rose apologized. "Since we will be companions in the future, stop referring me as Master this or Master that. Just call me Black Flame." Shi Feng could sense the cautiousness behind Aqua Rose and everyone else's actions. However, this was to be expected. "I have only asked you all to come here so that I can invite everyone into the guild first. Later on, Miss Aqua can freely decide how you all wish to develop yourselves. I won't set any restrictions for you." "Right. Here is a copy of the White River City Guidebook. After you are done reading it, you should be able to familiarize yourself with White River City, Miss Aqua." Saying so, Shi Feng sent a copy of the luxury version White River City Guidebook to Aqua Rose. Simultaneously, he had sent everyone present a guild invitation. Zero Wing? What is this guild? Why is it only a one-star guild? Wasn't it supposed to be some sort of hidden power? Everyone entered a daze for a long time after they received Shi Feng's guild invitation, ignoring the fact that they had never even heard of such a guild. Just having status of a one-star guild showed how weak Zero Wing was, the reason being even third-rate guilds at this stage of the game were three-star guilds, not to mention first-rate guilds. After taking a look at the member count of the guild, everyone was further dumbfounded. Before they had joined, this guild only had 9 members. What kind of guild was this? Zero Wing was the weakest guild they had seen so far, second to none. Even Aqua Rose herself was shocked by this revelation. The current situation was completely different from what she had imagined it to be. She had thought Shi Feng would be bringing her to meet the many great characters of this guild, allowing her to get a grasp on the frightening background of the guild. Yet the truth that Shi Feng revealed had far exceeded her expectations. The reason being, the influence of this guild could literally be determined in a single glance. You all must be very disappointed to find out that my guild is actually so weak, right? Shi Feng looked at everyone's crestfallen expressions. Suddenly, he said in a cold voice, "Let me give it to you straight. This is Zero Wing. It is neither weak nor strong. It is merely a home that you can stay in. As for how others are going to view us, it will depend on your own performances." Chapter 247, Seizing the Ranking List. Chapter 247, Seizing the Ranking List. Although they felt that what Shi Feng said was logical, their disappointment still did not decrease by the slightest. Out of everyone present, only Aqua Rose's fighting spirit truly ignited. She was the only one who truly understood the meaning of Shi Feng's words. Strength that depended on one's self rather than others. The best example for this was Shi Feng, who stood right before them. His guild was clearly very weak. Yet he managed to achieve many things that not even many first-rate guilds and even super guilds could. As a result, he made everyone believe that there was a mysterious power secretly supporting him from behind. However, what was the reality of the matter by depending on only himself? Shi Feng had created a miracle. He had even overwhelmed everyone back at the Blackwing auction, causing a sensation. Since Shi Feng was capable of such feats, why couldn't she do so as well? At this moment, Aqua Rose truly found it laughable when she recalled how she had intended to utilize the mysterious power behind Shi Feng to prove herself to her parents and everyone back at Twilight Echo. Black Flame is right. How powerful a guild is not important. How powerful we are ourselves is the crucial point. Since we have joined Zero Wing, let us be the ones to change how others view Zero Wing. Aqua Rose explained loudly, in complete agreement with Shi Feng's opinion. Everyone fell silent at Aqua Rose's words, but a fiery fighting spirit could be seen growing in their eyes. That was right. They had originally intended to start from the very beginning. Now that they had a wealthy tycoon like Shi Feng supporting them, what more should they be afraid of? Guild's development mainly relied on financial resources. The remaining factors would be the presence of experts to lead the guild in raiding team dungeons and completing epic quests that were impossible to complete. They would definitely turn Zero Wing into the #1 guild in White River City. At this moment, Shi Feng sent Fire Dance and the others a message. "You can start now." Immediately, Shi Feng received a reply. Understood. After seeing this message, Shi Feng's gaze shifted towards everyone present in the meeting room. He then announced loudly, "I know that some of you still have some worries, so I'll give you all a little surprise. I'll let you all get a better understanding of just what Zero Wing is." A better understanding of Zero Wing? Does this guild still have any secrets? Everyone grew confused at Shi Feng's words. Everything about this guild was clear in one glance, so what secrets could there possibly be? The only thing that could possibly be a secret was the guild's frightening financial resources. With such a large fortune, they should have no problems getting their hands on the various welfare benefits that players would receive upon joining a guild. Moreover, Black Flame was the publicly acknowledged chief forger of Star Moon Kingdom. In the future, guild members would have no lack of weapons and equipment to use. However, this shouldn't count as a secret, right? "Everyone can take a look at White River City's ranking list now," Shi Feng said softly. "Ranking list?" Everyone promptly called out the ranking list to take a look. "Is there something wrong with the ranking list? I remember that when I came to White River City, the top player on the ranking list was Lone Tyrant. At that time, he was only at level 15. How did he suddenly become level 19? Did the system make a mistake? No, that's not right. Look at the player ID. It's not Lone Tyrant. It might not be a mistake by the system. Look, the top 8 players have all been switched out. Even the player at 8th place is level 18 now. Lone Tyrant is still level 15, and he's placed 9th now. How is this possible? Level 18. Isn't this level too much of an exaggeration? Even at the Storm Empire, the highest leveled player is only at level 16. How could White River City possess 8 players who have managed to surpass the top player at Storm Empire? Wait, these players all belong to the same guild, and the guild's name is called Zero Wing. Everyone was dumbfounded when they discovered the changes in the ranking list. They trembled, not daring to believe their own eyes. These 8 players were actually their guild members. However, everyone's hearts were filled with questions. If Zero Wing had 8 such powerful experts, why did the guild remain unknown to the public even until now? This was simply unimaginable. This is the strength of Zero Wing. At this moment, Aqua Rose started renewing her evaluation of Shi Feng and this guild. Although Zero Wing was small, it was a gathering of experts. Wealth, manpower, and finally, fame, as things were. Zero Wing possessed the foundation necessary to become a large guild. As long as they managed the guild benefits they offered properly, Zero Wing could easily become a large guild within a short period of time. It was no wonder Shi Feng looked so confident. Meanwhile, as Aqua Rose and her subordinates were reeling over their new discovery, the entire White River City had already been thrown into an uproar. Lone Tyrant, who had been monopolizing the first position on White River City's ranking list all this time, had actually been kicked off by someone else. Moreover, he wasn't just kicked off by a single person, but by 8. The sudden appearance of these 8 players made Lone Tyrant's previous glory look like a joke. It was as if these 8 players had merely been giving in to Lone Tyrant before, just like how an adult would indulge a little child. Now, however, they were no longer letting Lone Tyrant have his way. Otherwise, how would they explain this situation where 8 players had instantly taken away the top 8 spots on the ranking list? There was only one possible explanation. They had constantly been hiding their levels. These people are inhuman. Crap. The first place is level 19, and even the 8th place is level 18. I've only managed to hit level 13 after working so hard. Are they trying to make me despair? God, carry me, please. What kind of backing does this Zero Wing have? Aren't they a little too amazing? Is some major power planning to set up a stronghold in White River City? Many players within the White River City region were stirred up by this incident. The top 8 positions on the ranking list were actually taken over by a single guild. One could just imagine how powerful this guild was. Even Ouroboros, the #1 guild in White River City, was not as powerful. Many independent players had started making inquiries into just what kind of guild Zero Wing was. There were even some independent players who had directly asked how they could join Zero Wing on the public forums. After all, with such leveling monsters in the guild, wouldn't they too be able to level up like a rocket if they joined? Suddenly, Zero Wing had become the hottest topic for every player in White River City, and many had expressed their willingness to join such a guild. Although independent players went into raptures over Zero Wing, the various large guilds, on the other hand, were having a headache over it. They held nothing back at investigating this new guild that suddenly popped up, and also the top 8 players on the ranking list. However, the information they received made Zero Wing look even more mysterious, as they failed to find out even who the guild leader of Zero Wing was. The only thing they knew was that Fire Dance had once occupied the first place on the White River City ranking list. In addition, the other 7 players had also once been among the top 10 of the ranking list. Meanwhile, all 8 of these players shared a common point. All 8 of these players had vanished from the public eye for quite some time now. Previously, everyone had assumed that they had gone silent because they were overtaken on the list. However, the reality of the matter was that these players had intentionally hidden themselves simply to avoid discovery until now. Can someone tell me what is going on here? Lone Tyrant looked at the ranking list, bellowing. Just where did these bastards pop out from? At this moment, nothing was more humiliating for Lone Tyrant than his position on the ranking list. His past glory was already worthless now. Instead, he had become the laughingstock of everyone in White River City. Guild leader. I've already investigated these players. It seems that all of them are associated with Shi Feng. Moreover, I've also looked up Zero Wing at the Adventurers Association. The guild was registered only recently, and it is possible that it is a guild formed by Shi Feng himself, a ranger said. Good. Very good. At first I thought that he had hidden himself out of self-awareness after I placed a bounty on him. However, it seems he is taking me lightly since he has come out to slap me in the face and has even started a guild in White River City. I will make him regret his decision. Immediately find out all the members belonging to Shi Feng's guild. I want his guild destroyed. Lone Tyrant bellowed as he announced a command to the entire guild. He had to destroy this guild and flatten Shi Feng at all costs. Not only was he doing this for himself, it was also the command of that mighty personage. Chapter 248, Extraordinary starts out from ordinary. Lone Tyrant wasn't the only person who was enraged by the matter of the ranking list. The other guilds in White River City were similarly furious. The ranking list was a place for guilds like them to increase their reputation. Although such a method of advertising was not as effective as obtaining the first clear of a dungeon, if they could occupy the ranking list for extended periods of time, it would still bring about significant effects. Now, however, Zero Wing occupied 8 of the top 10 positions, and many guilds were disgruntled over Zero Wing's monopoly of the ranking list. These guilds couldn't help but wish they could invite Zero Wing's guild leader and give him a piece of their mind to relieve their dissatisfaction. At the level 18 map Pyroxene Mountain, a 20-man elite team was currently clearing out the level 18 six-armed stone monkeys here. The six-armed stone monkeys were monsters with large bodies. Although they were 2 meters in height, their movements were extremely agile. Their physical defense was very high, and their only weakness was their low magical resistance. Hence, using large-scale magic attacks against these monsters would be very effective. Moreover, the six-armed stone monkeys lived in groups on this mountain, and players could very easily lure a group and promptly kill them. Snow, the ranking list has been occupied by Zero Wing. Moreover, their levels are all very high. It would be very difficult for us to catch up to them. It really makes you wonder how they managed to level up so quickly. Zhao Yueru currently sat on a rock, resting as she replenished her mana. After receiving a report from her subordinate and promptly taking a look at the ranking list, she was immediately shocked by what she discovered. As a player who had originally ranked within the top 10 of the ranking list, Zhao Yueru knew very clearly just how large a gap there was between level 15 and level 18. At the very least, she would need to spend another week grinding before she could even reach level 18. This was equivalent to saying that these 8 players would remain on the ranking list for another week at the very minimum. However, this was assuming they did absolutely nothing during the entire week. If they were to continue grinding and leveling up at their current pace, who knew when there would be a change to the top 8 positions? As expected, they are very strong. That Shi Feng has quite the ambition as well, even though he usually maintains a low profile. It seems that he has finally decided to take action now. Gentle Snow did not feel any shock when she looked at the IDs of the top 8 players. "Snow, have you known all along?" Zhao Yueru asked, confused. She had a very clear understanding of Shi Feng's capabilities. Shi Feng's strength, leadership ability, and observation ability were above average. However, these traits alone were not enough for him to establish a guild. Establishing a guild was not as easy as playing a game of house, since forming a guild signified one's intentions to compete for dominance with the other guilds. For a small guild like Shi Feng's, maintaining a low profile would be more beneficial. If they did so, most of the large guilds would not have paid much attention to them. However, now that they'd done the exact opposite, they were practically telling the other guilds to come at them. After they decided to hide their levels, I figured that their levels were not that simple. Shi Feng did not wish others to know, so he kept them hidden. Only, I never imagined that their actual levels would be so high. Gentle Snow was greatly interested in these talents. She inwardly lamented the fact that these experts could only stay holed up in such a small guild. If they joined Ouroboros, they would definitely shine with even greater brilliance. If they stayed in such a small guild, they would very quickly fall. After all, a guild needed financial resources to develop itself. Gentle Snow firmly believed that Shi Feng did not possess a frightening amount of financial resources, especially gold coins. There was also the lack of manpower. it would be impossible to develop a guild in God's domain just by relying on several players. In addition, they would also have to suffer the oppression of other large guilds. Hence, Gentle Snow determined that Zero Wing would not last long at all. However, at the end of the day, Shi Feng was still her friend. Hence, Gentle Snow sent a message to Shi Feng, congratulating him on establishing Zero Wing as to how he should develop his guild. As an outsider, it would not be good for her to make any suggestions. On the third floor of the Star Streak trading firm, the situation was not as grim as Gentle Snow believed it to be. If Gentle Snow could see this scene right now, she would definitely be shocked. After all, not only did Shi Feng possess enough funding, he had also managed to recruit a group of players who had recently left a first-rate guild, Twilight Echo. He had also managed to recruit Aqua Rose, who was once an honorary elder of Twilight Echo. As someone who had once managed a first-rate guild with over 10,000 subordinates, Aqua Rose possessed a wealth of experience. Hence, when placed in a situation where she had a large amount of financial resources, but only a small guild of slightly more than 100 players to manage, she could carry out her tasks with little to no effort. Guild leader, I have received your intentions. I will increase our member count up to 5,000 to the best of my abilities. As for the matter relating to the guild perks system, for the moment I will implement Twilight Echo's guild perks system as a temporary replacement. However, I hope that you can draft it as soon as possible. Otherwise, once some time passes, it would not be as easy to make changes to it. Aqua Rose now had a good grasp of Zero Wing's situation, and she felt very optimistic about Zero Wing's future prospects: wealth, manpower, and fame. With all three things together, it would be very easy for them to recruit a large batch of new members. Then, I'll have to trouble Miss Aqua with this matter. Plans could never keep up with change. Based on his original estimates, it would still have been a long time before he established his own guild. However, with the sudden addition of Aqua Rose, Shi Feng could not afford to wait any longer. Even if his preparations were currently lacking, he still needed to establish the guild. Moreover, he had intended all along to deal with these guild matters as soon as possible. It was just that he still had other things he needed to handle. Now that there was a professional standing right before him, why wouldn't he make use of her? Guild Leader Black Flame, I am already the Vice Leader of Zero Wing. Please just call me Aqua from now on. If Guild Leader doesn't have any other orders, then I will start making the necessary arrangements now, Aqua Rose said in a professional tone. Maybe because she had received a new position, Aqua Rose had very quickly entered a superwoman mode. Shi Feng could only take a step back in this matter. He then returned to producing the Arclight shields and basic mana armor kits. Later on, the members of the guild continuously increased. The reason being, Shi Feng had set the exchange of basic mana armor kits as one of the perks available to guild members. This item held a fatal attraction to independent players, and if new members wished to obtain them, they needed to exchange for them using guild contribution points. Meanwhile, there were many methods for them to obtain guild contribution points. 1. Dungeon diving. 2. Exchanging bronze-ranked equipment or above. 3. Making a contribution to the guild. The upper management of the guild would reward players who made a contribution with contribution points. 4. Carrying out guild quests. Contribution points would be awarded by the system in this case. 5. Personal guild reputation received reaching a certain amount. Hence, with so many methods available, guild members would have no need to worry about not being able to earn sufficient guild contribution points. However, to prevent abuse by opportunistic players, further restrictions were added to increase the difficulty for guild members to obtain the basic mana armor kits. Above all, one had to contribute a set amount of reputation points to the guild before being allowed to exchange for the armor kits. Secondly, one needed a large number of guild contribution points to exchange for the armor kits. Meanwhile, the total value of these guild contribution points was no lesser than 20 silver coins. With these two safeguards present, there would be no opportunity for guild members to abuse the guild perks system implemented. Meanwhile, during the time Shi Feng was producing the Arclight shields and basic mana armor kits, Aqua Rose had also arranged for her subordinates to recruit players at the Trade Area and Adventurers Association. After half a day of recruitment, Zero Wing's member count increased explosively. From the original 100 or so members, there were now over 3,000 players in the guild. Moreover, the tide of players wanting to join the guild showed no signs of stopping anytime soon. Big Sis Aqua. The number of players wanting to join the guild hasn't decreased at all. If this situation continues, we can easily recruit double the target of 5,000 members. Should we increase the number of players we recruit? Follow the original plan. We won't be able to handle so many players right now. If we did so, it would instead force the guild into a period of stagnation, hindering our development. Increase the entry requirements for the guild. Raise the minimum level requirement from level 11 to level 12 under Aqua Rose's management. The newly recruited guild members started taking on guild quests. Aqua Rose's direct subordinates had also split up and formed new parties to raid party dungeons, upgrading the equipment of the new members. Everything was flowing smoothly at Zero Wing, and it did not look like a newly established guild at all. Before he knew it, nighttime arrived at God's domain. After making a large number of basic mana armor kits and 3 fine gold ranked arclight shields, Shi Feng immediately logged out of the game. The reason being, the Jin High Fellowship party that Shi Feng had been looking forward to was being held today. He needed to make some preparations before he attended the party. Chapter 249, Gathering of Elites. Chapter 249, Gathering of Elites. The first rays of the morning sun pierced through the window, shining on Shi Feng, who was currently working out in the living room. Currently, Shi Feng no longer carried out the intense muscle exercises of the past few days. He quietly stood still for a long time, before slowly lowering his body, entering into a horse stance. Closing his eyes, Shi Feng relaxed his body. Suddenly, his chest expanded as he inhaled deeply. He then exhaled, a trail of white mist coming out of his mouth, like a water pistol. The white mist that shot out from his mouth managed to actually reach a distance of over 2 meters before gradually dissipating. If any normal person were to witness this scene, they would definitely be shocked by it. The season right now was summer. Yet Shi Feng had recreated a scene that could usually be found only during wintertime. After repeating this process for an hour, Shi Feng stopped his rhythmic breathing. The effect of this 8-sectioned brocade exercise is quite good. I've only trained in it for an hour, and I can already feel my body becoming lighter. The exercise has also significantly cleared my mind. Shi Feng clenched and released his fists. His entire body felt comfortably warm, and his 5 senses felt keener than usual. This 8-sectioned brocade exercise was something he had accidentally stumbled upon in the past, after becoming the guild leader of Shadow when he visited an antique shop. Originally, he had planned to test the effectiveness of the exercise. However, after the company hired a martial arts master as an instructor at the workshop, Shi Feng gave up on that notion. During those days, people were already going crazy over God's domain. In order to improve their actual combat skills, they would practice martial arts like madmen. Naturally, Shi Feng was no exception. At that time, however, he was no longer young, and his body was similarly no longer in its prime. The things he could do were limited, and the most he could do was practice some Tai Chi and 8 trigram palms, training his techniques as much as he could. However, his current self was different. Not only had he started consuming nutrient fluids at a much earlier period than in the past, after undergoing several workout sessions, his current body's physique far surpassed the one of his past. There was a saying in martial arts: internally, spirit and breathing are practiced. Externally, muscles, bones, and skin are practiced. Meanwhile, Shi Feng related this saying to the 8-sectioned brocade, only he had not thought the exercise would yield such good results. Although the exercise did not increase his body's strength, it refreshed his psyche and allowed him to remain calm at all times. Such an effect was an unexpected harvest for Shi Feng. After Shi Feng had his breakfast, he received a call from Zhao Ruoxi. She said that she was going to give him a ride to the fellowship party. When Shi Feng arrived downstairs of his apartment, he immediately discovered Zhao Ruoxi standing in front of a blue sports car. She wore a pure white dress today, while her hair was tied up into a double ponytail. Her pure and beautiful appearance attracted the attention of every man that walked past her, sending them into a daze as drool leaked out of their mouths. "Let's go." Zhao Ruozi smiled sweetly when she noticed Shi Feng walking over. "Is this your car?" Shi Feng looked at the blue sports car before him, feeling somewhat surprised. Suspicion of Zhao Ruozi's identity started growing within him. This blue sports car was a limited edition maglev Ferrari Z75, and it had a selling price of 6 million credits. One would not be able to find one even in the entire Jinhai city, yet Zhao Ruozi actually owned one herself. "Of course." "What? Surprised?" "It's just that. Normally, I don't like driving it to school. However, we are going to a formal occasion today, so I need to make an impression." Zhao Ruozi nodded her head slightly in reply. "Hurry up and get on. The venue of the fellowship party is quite a distance away." Although Shi Feng was mildly astonished by this new revelation, he didn't attempt to delve further into the matter. After all, everyone had their own secrets. Hence, he slid into the passenger seat. Soon after, Zhao Ruozi stepped on the accelerator, and with a whoosh, the Ferrari Z75 sped along the road of the neighborhood. Envy filled the eyes of the many pedestrians walking on the street as they watched the Ferrari Z75 speed down the road. They inwardly wished that they too could drive such a sports car one day. The trip, which should have taken over an hour by car, was reduced to just slightly over 30 minutes by Zhao Ruozi. Are you carsick?" Zhao Ruozi asked curiously, looking at Shi Feng's pale complexion after she alighted from the car. Shi Feng was a fighting expert within the school, and he was a person capable of knocking down a powerhouse like Zhou Yuhu in a single move. Yet, he had actually gotten carsick. If others heard about this, probably nobody would believe it. "It's nothing. My body just feels slightly uncomfortable. It might be due to the breakfast I had this morning." Shi Feng casually made an excuse. In truth, however, Shi Feng really wanted to say, "You call that driving? That's practically attempted murder." However, since Zhao Ruozi had brought him here out of goodwill, he naturally would not say such words. "Then have you taken some medicine?" Zhao Ruozi asked in worry, blinking her eyes. Shi Feng turned speechless. The Jinhai Fellowship Party was being held at a 5-star hotel. Although the event was organized by Jinhai University, the participants were not limited to the students and staff of the university. Other universities and elites of society would also be participating in this event, and it would not be an exaggeration to call this fellowship party a gathering of elites. The Jinhai Fellowship Party was an annual event held in Jinhai City. Even though plenty of people wished to participate in this event, not everyone received the chance to actually do so. Moreover, the fellowship party held today was unlike any other before it. Aside from having invited personages that participated in Jinhai City's fighting competition, the event organizers had also invited many experts from gaming workshops this time around. As to why they would decide to invite such gaming experts, it was mainly due to the growing popularity of God's domain. People could already see the limitless potential of God's domain. Hence, many wished to form a good relationship in advance with these gaming experts. The decision of the event organizers was undeniably the correct one to make, because several years from now, every single gaming expert that participated in this fellowship party would grow to become a famous celebrity in Jinhai City. Just as Zhao Ruozi and Shi Feng were about to enter the hotel, Shi Feng was unexpectedly blocked by the security guard at the door. "I'm sorry, sir, but your name is not on the list of invited guests." "You cannot enter this place," the tall and robust security guard leader said in a cold voice, looking at Shi Feng with a sharp gaze. This security guard leader was a former member of the Special Forces, and he had experienced multiple battlefields before. The murderous intent he radiated could scare most of the people he met, and others usually did not dare to look directly at him. If a normal person was the focus of the stare of this security guard leader, their hearts would immediately palpitate with fear as they redirected their gaze somewhere else. Yet, even after receiving the security guard's glare, Shi Feng's expression still remained as placid as before, his lack of reaction confusing this security guard greatly. "That's not possible. I registered Shi Feng myself. Can you check again?" Zhao Ruoxi's brows wrinkled. She had personally gone to the student council at the university and had directly handed 2 persons' worth of participation fees to the student council president. How was it possible that she was registered while Shi Feng was not? The security guard captain scanned Shi Feng once more. In the end, the results he got still showed him as unknown and that he was not allowed entry. To make sure that nothing was wrong with the machine, he tried it on other people as well, and the results showed that nothing was wrong with the machine. That's not right. I registered both of us together. I'll contact He Yukai. Something must have gone wrong somewhere. I'll get him to fix it immediately, Zhao Ruoxi said. Sorry, but I have to do things according to the rules. Anyone not registered is not allowed to enter. Impromptu registrations are not acceptable either. These are the rules, the security guard captain said coldly. Who is the person responsible here? Zhao Ruoxi asked angrily. Shi Feng was someone she had personally invited. Now that Shi Feng was barred entry, how could she not get angry? Miss, please stop making things difficult for me. This is how the rules have always been. I can't change it just because of one person. The security guard captain could not help but soften his tone when he discerned that Zhao Ruoxi's identity was not simple. At this moment, several people walked out from the hotel. One of them was none other than the person Zhao Ruoxi was looking for, the president of the student council, He Yukai. Walking beside him were people Shi Feng were familiar with, Ling Failong, Zhou Yuhu, and Qin Shuyu. Meanwhile, it was Shi Feng's first time to meet the student council president, He Yukai. The person in question had a stout body and round face, and his voice when he spoke was extremely gentle. It was very hard to imagine such a person being able to actually become the student council president. Fellow student Zhao Ruoxi, what urgent matters do you have? Why are you looking for me so frantically? He Yuchai asked. Zhao Ruoxi then gave a short summary of what had happened. I'm truly sorry about this, fellow student Zhao Ruoxi. I never would have imagined that such a mistake would occur in the registrations. I sincerely apologize, but since things have already gotten to this point, I am helpless as well. These are the rules that the school set long ago. Regarding your loss, I'll compensate you with double the amount you paid. Yukai sent a glance at Shi Feng, a smile on his face as he spoke, standing to one side. Both Ling Feilong and Zhou Yuhu looked at Shi Feng with mocking smiles on their faces. Even an idiot could tell that this matter had something to do with them. TL notes. One horse stance. https://www.wikihow.com. Do the horse stance in Kung Fu Chapter 250. Serious inquiries only. Chapter 250, Serious Inquiries Only. Helpless about it? Zhao Ruoxi's eyes widened in rage. He Yukai, this is your mistake. You need to think of a way to fix this. At this moment, Ling Failong stood out and interrupted, saying in a gentle tone, Ruoxi, you know that this is only a small mistake. Something must have gone wrong with the system, so you can't just put the blame on He Yukai. Then what should Shi Feng do? Since you already know something went wrong, does that mean Shi Feng is allowed to go in now? Zhao Ruoxi completely ignored Ling Failong, directly asking He Yukai, in any case, you can prove that Shi Feng has indeed registered for this event. Shi Feng also has no problem proving that he is a student of our school. Don't tell me that this is still not enough, fellow student, Zhao Ruoxi. I can indeed verify that Shi Feng is registered for this event. However, whether he can enter or not is not up to a student council president like me to decide. You have to ask this big brother security guard here. He Yuchai shifted his gaze towards the security guard leader, instantly pushing all responsibility on the security guard. He Yuchai then revealed a bitter smile, making the situation seem as if it had nothing to do with him. The security guard's mouth clearly twitched when he listened to He Yuchai's words. He Yuchai obviously did not help Shi Feng register for this event to begin with, yet He Yuchai was pushing everything on him now? If He Yuchai insisted that Shi Feng be allowed into the hotel, what could a mere security guard captain like him do? He Yuchai had already made his intentions very clear. Absolutely not allowed. That was He Yukai's answer. However, looking at Zhao Ruoxi, she too did not seem like someone he could provoke. Otherwise, why would He Yukai even bother making so many superficial excuses caught in a dilemma? This security guard captain did not know which would be the wiser choice to make. Currently, Zhao Ruoxi's wrathful gaze had already shifted to the security guard captain. She asked in a grim tone, "What do you say? Me?" Even though he had experienced many battlefields before, the security guard captain could not help but hesitate at this moment. In the end, however, he still said strictly, "I have my responsibilities. Miss, please don't make things difficult for me. You. Class monitor, it's fine. This matter can't be helped. If I can't enter, so be it." Shi Feng held back the raging Zhao Ruoxi. He then beamed a smile towards He Yukai and the others who were really good at spoiling his good fortune. "It is great that fellow student Shi Feng can understand my troubles. This was truly an accident. I guarantee that there will not be a similar situation like this the next time," He Yukai sneered. "Right, a situation like this won't happen the next time." Zhou Yuhu laughed loudly. Ling Failong sent a contemptuous smile at Shi Feng, before saying in a gentle tone to Zhao Ruoxi, "Ruoxi, let's go. Uncle Jianhua has been anxiously waiting for you for a while now." "Why is Uncle Jianhua here?" Zhao Ruoxi was clearly surprised when she heard this name. However, when she thought about how Shi Feng's problem still remained unsolved, a sudden inspiration flashed across her mind. "That's right. Uncle Jianhua is one of the sponsors for the fellowship party. He should be able to get you in." "Shi Feng, wait here. I'll ask Uncle Jianhua to come immediately. That way you'll definitely be able to enter." Shi Feng nodded his head in reply. He then watched as Zhao Ruoxi frantically walked into the hotel. In the next instant, however, Shi Feng noticed Ling Failong sending a cold smile his way. Shi Feng felt a bad premonition at this sight. Seeing that Zhao Ruoxi had left, He Yukai revealed a mocking smile as he said, "Fellow student Shi Feng, please return from whence you came. This fellowship party is not fit for someone like you." He then told the security guard leader, "Remember, he is not allowed to set even a foot in this building. Otherwise, you can just pack up and leave. Understood?" Finished speaking, He Yukai and the others walked back into the hotel, their laughter filling the air as they left. The security guard then fixed his gaze at Shi Feng. As long as Shi Feng dared come near this building, he would personally chase him out. However, Shi Feng did not react in anger. On the contrary, he was feeling extraordinarily calm right now. "If you don't want me to go in, then so be it. In any case, I don't have to actually be in the party to do what I came to do." Shi Feng turned around and left the corner of his lips raised slightly. The Jin Hai Fellowship party held at this time was the perfect chance for him to recruit new members for his guild. If he were to miss it, who knew how long he would have to wait before another such chance arrived. The reason why a small guild like Shadow could survive in God's domain was mainly due to the group of people they had recruited at this event. This group of people had helped Shadow endure its hardest times. Otherwise, with the little manpower Shadow possessed, there was no way they could avoid annexation by a large guild. Although Zero Wing already had a powerhouse like Aqua Rose and also a group of elite players in its midst, a guild could never have an excess of powerhouses and elite players. Since he was not allowed to recruit inside the event venue, it should be fine if he did it outside, right? Hence, Shi Feng visited a nearby printing shop. Soon after, he set up a large sign a short distance away from the venue of the fellowship party. Zero Wing Guild recruiting new members, serious inquiries only. Although the color of the words on the sign was monochrome and looked somewhat shabby, it still clearly conveyed the meaning Shi Feng wanted. As to whether or not others would recognize the sign for what it was, Shi Feng was not worried about that one little bit. After all, Zero Wing's fame was not limited to just White River City, but the entire Star Moon Kingdom. On the official forums of the Star Moon Kingdom, Zero Wing's popularity had long since gone off the charts. Not to mention having 8 players occupying the top positions on the ranking list, the levels of these players had even exceeded everyone's imaginations. The lowest leveled player among them was level 18. This was a level that elicited awe in others. Even when ranked throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom, these 8 players would still be the top 8 players. Not to mention a first-rate guild, even an apex first-rate guild could not achieve such a feat. How could people not yearn to join such a guild? Hence, many independent players wished they could join Zero Wing. There were even thousands of threads posted on the forums by independent players, all of them expressing their intentions to join Zero Wing. However, Zero Wing only recruited members at White River City, so not everyone could actually join the guild. Shortly after the sign was raised, it had already started attracting attention. Little How, look at that sign. It's actually Zero Wing recruiting members. Zero Wing Guild? How is that possible? That guild is very mysterious. I heard that the strength of the 8 great experts of that guild is several times more amazing than even the experts of first-rate guilds. How could they be recruiting members at this place? If it really is Zero Wing recruiting, I will definitely be the first one to apply. The passers-by who noticed this sign immediately started a discussion among themselves. After all, Zero Wing was simply too famous right now. They could only be described with words such as mysterious and strong. Meanwhile, in one of the lounges on the 10th floor of the hotel was an old man dressed in luxurious clothing. Although the man was already in his 50s, he had a keenness that belied his age, his sharp gaze capable of seeing through people's hearts. This person was none other than Zhao Jianhua. "Second uncle, why have you come here today?" Zhao Ruoxi smiled sweetly at this old man after entering the room. Zhao Jianhua was the younger brother of Zhao Ruoxi's father. He was also one of the board members of the Zhao Group. However, Zhao Jianhua did not have any children of his own, so he had always loved Zhao Ruoxi dearly as if she were his own daughter, treating her like the most delicate flower in the world. "Of course I'm here to take a look at you. You're always staying at school recently, not bothering to even pay a visit back home," Zhao Jianhua replied with a doting smile. "Second uncle, you're one of the sponsors for this get-together, right? I have a friend who wishes to join this event as well. Could you let him in?" Zhao Ruoxi said sweetly, grabbing and shaking Zhao Jianhua's arm. "Are you referring to that, Shi Feng?" Zhao Jianhua's brows wrinkled, his expression sinking immediately. "How did you know, second uncle?" Zhao Ruoxi asked curiously. "I was the one who arranged for him to be barred from entering. He is merely a mediocre person that came from an ordinary family. You shouldn't associate with such a person. You are the Zhao Group's successor, an elite standing at the very top of the pyramid of society. Others will gossip about you if they learn that you are associating with this kind of person. I am very clear about people like this, Shi Feng. People like him will do whatever it takes to get ahead, and there is no limit to the amount of flattery he'll spout. He does not like you at all, he simply covets the assets of the Zhao Group. I definitely won't allow him to continue tricking you. As for Shi Feng's side of things, I will speak with him personally." Chapter 251. Great trees are good for shade. Chapter 251. Great trees are good for shade. Zhao Ruoxi was silent for a long time after receiving Zhao Jianhua's lecture. Zhao Ruoxi never would have thought that her second uncle, who had always pampered her to the extreme, would say such words to her. Moreover, he had described Shi Feng as such an ugly person. There was clearly a serious misunderstanding here. Someone had definitely worked on him. "Second uncle, whom did you hear this from?" Zhao Ruoxi did not immediately refute Zhao Jianhua. Instead, she wanted to find out just what was going on right now. "It isn't important who told me about it. Ruoxi, in the future, you are not allowed to associate with people like Shi Feng anymore. This is also elder brother's wish." Zhao Ruoxi had already been corrupted by Shi Feng, and nothing he said would actually change her mind. Hence, he needed to take decisive measures to end their relationship once and for all. Afterwards, he would approach Shi Feng and have him completely distance himself from Zhao Ruoxi. Meanwhile, Zhao Ruoxi found herself stuck between laughter and tears. She knew that her second uncle was saying these things for her own good. However, she and Shi Feng clearly weren't in the kind of relationship her second uncle thought they were in. They were merely classmates. Yet, judging from her second uncle's words, it sounded as if she and Shi Feng's relationship had already reached the point where they were inseparable lovers joined together at the hip. Zhao Ruoxi couldn't help but laugh as she said, "Second uncle, since when did you start providing cover for someone? Let me guess. This person must be Ling Feilong, right?" "That's right. It is indeed Ling Feilong." Since Zhao Ruoxi had already guessed correctly, Zhao Jianhua did not contradict her. Instead, he straightforwardly argued, "Shi Feng is only a nobody. On the other hand, I feel that this child, Feilong, is not bad. Not only does he look good, he is also ambitious and possesses great skills in fighting. Nowadays, the popularity of God's domain has already reached never-before-seen heights, and I hear that Feilong Brat is even in the upper echelon of the Shadow Guild. He also has a very good insight towards the future. Yet, instead of choosing a youth with good potential like him, you chose to go with an incompetent person. I am sure elder brother would stand together with me on this matter as well. Second uncle, you're really misunderstanding things here. There isn't anything between me and Shi Feng." Zhao Ruoxi was utterly at a loss for words. Rather, she felt furious about Ling Feilong's actions. However, she was inwardly rejoicing as well right now. Thanks to Shi Feng's appearance, she could finally see Ling Feilong's true colors clearly. "Misunderstand, your second uncle possesses discerning eyes, and I very much understand your situation. In any case, I will absolutely not allow that brat to enter this event. I am still capable of that at least." Zhao Jianhua did not believe Zhao Ruoxi's words. He knew how very sly Zhao Ruoxi had been since her childhood. In any case, he refused to be fooled in this matter. Zhao Jianhua was not some shrewd businessman, nor was he part of the Zhao Group's management. Instead, he was a fighter that loved martial arts. Only afterwards did he start handling the security department of the Zhao Group. The real boss of the Zhao Group was Zhao Ruoxi's father, Zhao Jianshuan. Hence, Zhao Jianhua had always liked future professional fighters like Ling Feilong. After all, only a strong man could properly protect his own woman. Yet, what was Shi Feng? Zhao Jianhua had had Shi Feng investigated, and he discovered that Shi Feng was only a weakling who was constantly bullied by others. A person like Shi Feng was simply too unreliable. Zhao Jianhua was adamant at ending Zhao Ruoxi's relationship with Shi Feng this time. While Zhao Jianhua and Zhao Ruoxi were having their discussion, Ling Feilong, who was outside the door eavesdropping on their conversation, secretly felt delighted. Although he could not directly defeat Shi Feng, he could still play Shi Feng to death using a roundabout approach. In addition, he had also informed Zhao Jianshuan about this matter in advance. With both Zhao Jianhua and Zhao Jianshuan vehemently opposing their relationship, even if Shi Feng had seduced and captivated Zhao Ruoxi's heart completely, the two of them could never be together. Hence, as long as he could develop himself in shadow, becoming one of the core members of the guild, Zhao Jianhua and Zhao Jianshuan would definitely support his pursuit of Zhao Ruoxi. After obtaining the wealth of the Zhao Group, he could easily take control of the entire Shadow Guild. At that time, what would Shi Feng amount to? What would Zhang Lue amount to? What would Lan Heilong amount to? "You, Chai, you've done well this time. I'll put in a few good words for you when I meet up with Brother Zhang next time after you graduate. Just come to Shadow," Ling Feilong said with satisfaction, patting He Yutai, who stood beside him in a deferential manner. "This is but a trivial matter. In the future, I will be relying on Brother Long for support," Hyukai said with a smile. Although Hyukai, as the Student Council President, was indeed an amazing character in Jinhai University, after he graduated from the school, however, he would only amount to nothing. Nobody in society would give a damn about him. Aware of this reality, Hyukai had no choice but to agree to Ling Feilong's request to remove Shi Feng's registration for the Fellowship Party. Furthermore, Zhou Jianhua himself had even instructed him not to allow Shi Feng entry into the event. Since he could satisfy both parties with just an action, killing two birds with one stone, why wouldn't he do so? Only neither He Yutai nor Ling Feilong knew that, at this moment, the hotel's surroundings had become extremely lively. Originally, the Jinhai Fellowship Party was a well-known event throughout Jinhai City. Hence, many reporters and media outlets would show up to cover it. There was also no lack of onlookers hanging around the event venue. However, the outside of the event venue was much livelier compared to previous years. Instead of just a small crowd, there was a sea of people here. Young and old, tall and short, all kinds of people could be seen lining up on the streets. Some of the uninformed passers-by even thought an international celebrity had showed up at this place. It made them wonder just what these people were lining up for. "Little brother, what's happening in front? Why are there so many people lining up here?" "Huh? You don't know? The Zero Wing Guild is recruiting members." "Zero Wing Guild? What's that?" "Of course it is Star Moon Kingdom's most amazing and mysterious guild." "What's Star Moon Kingdom?" "Crap. Have you even played God's Domain before? You don't even know that? Which hole did you crawl out from?" The passers-by mostly consisted of office workers, and they usually worked from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Their lives were mostly taken up by their work, so how would they find the time to play a game? Naturally, they would not know anything about God's Domain. However, when these office workers looked at the hundreds of people lining up, many of them started feeling confused about the game called God's Domain. They wondered just what sort of game God's Domain was, to actually have such a strong influence on so many people. It was simply a guild from a game recruiting members, yet there were actually several hundred people applying to join. Moreover, the numbers were still increasing without end. In a short moment, the number of people applying might even break through to the thousands. However, the most unfathomable thing was that even the reporters from television stations were running over to carry out a live broadcast on this situation. Just what sort of situation was this? Isn't it just membership recruitment for a guild in a game? You can't even earn a cent from playing a game. So what's the point of wasting so much time lining up? What foolish people, one of the passers-by, who was a white-collared elite, mockingly laughed. The instant this white-collar elite said those words, many of the people lining up immediately turned contemptuous gazes at him, as if they were looking at an idiot. What an idiot! He doesn't even know what membership recruitment by a guild in God's Domain means. No doubt he'll be in the rat race all his life. What are you minding him for? How would he know that when a guild is recruiting members in reality, they are also recruiting professional players for the guild's gaming workshop? A white-collar elite like him would be earning 4,000 to 5,000 credits a month. He would naturally look down on us part-timers who can only make 2,000 to 3,000 credits a month. What are you saying? That's the salary for an outer member of a guild. If we become official members, then we'll have a minimum salary of 5,000 a month. Meanwhile, elite members could get at least 10,000. Zero Wing is also recruiting quite a lot of members this time. They're recruiting 300 outer members, 100 official members, and 20 elite members. With so many available spots, we might even get a chance to join Zero Wing. I guess you're right. I also hear that core members get a base salary of 50,000 credits. I wonder just how much the 8 great experts of Zero Wing are earning each month. I hear that their salaries are over 10 million. Previously, there had been a financial corporation that offered them an astronomical amount of 8 million, yet none of the 8 experts had even reacted to it. Zero Wing's wealth is simply unimaginable. The players lining up started a discussion among themselves. However, the white-collar elite was no longer as calm as he was before. After all, he had only managed to obtain a monthly salary of 5,000 credits after attending countless interviews and working for his current company for 3 years. Yet he was barely comparable to an official member of a gaming guild. Moreover, these gamers were only working part-time during the night. Suddenly, this office worker had the urge to join the queue as well. While Shi Feng was interviewing player after player on the street, his actions had also attracted the attention of the guests participating in the fellowship party. It was especially true for the large-scale workshops in Jinhai City. Some of the professional fighters that planned to start their career in God's Domain also grew interested by this sight. Zero Wing has actually showed up at this place. Attending this fellowship party this time wasn't a waste of my time at all. Zero Wing Guild? Let's hurry up and meet up with that person. This is a great chance for our workshop. Who knows how many people and financial corporations are trying but failing to meet someone in the upper echelons of the guild. We are truly fortunate to be able to meet one at this event. Chapter 252, I Am a Coward. Chapter 252, I Am a Coward. On the highest floor, the 36th floor of the Golden Bridge Hotel, the Jin High Fellowship Party had officially started. Most of the participants present at this event were well-known figures from various sectors of Jinhai City. On the contrary, only a minority consisted of students who were about to graduate from Jinhai University. The Jinhai Fellowship Party held this year was the grandest one yet, and the number of people invited this year was also the highest compared to past occasions. As a result, the soon-to-be graduates of Jinhai University were provided with more career prospects. This was especially true for players of God's domain. Many people from all walks of life had an optimistic view on God's domain's future, because aside from allowing its players to experience battles and adventures, God's domain also allowed players to enjoy various lifestyles and forms of entertainment. The array of activities one could experience in God's domain was much more abundant than in the real world, and this aspect of the game allowed many corporations in the real world to integrate and develop themselves in the game. Currently, there was an energetic old man in his 60s who wore a white tunic, sitting at a corner of the event venue. Meanwhile, surrounding the old man were some of the most influential and powerful figures of Jinhai City. Zhao Ruoxi's second uncle, Zhao Jianhua, was seated among these powerful personages as well. "Are they not here yet?" The old man in the white tunic suddenly asked He Yuchai, who stood beside him. "They've already arrived, but—" He Yuchai's expression faltered as he hesitated on his words. The elderly man before him was both the headmaster and chairman of Jinhai University, Shu Wenqing, and he was a very influential man in Jinhai City. The reason being, under Shu Wenqing's tutelage, many students had graduated from Jinhai University with outstanding achievements, and such a contribution made Shu Wenqing a well-known and well-respected character in the various sectors of Jinhai City. Shu Wenqing's influence was so great that he could easily send Jinhai City into an uproar with his words alone. "Speak," Shu Wenqing suddenly said in a cold voice. "They're outside right now, Yukai answered feebly, the sudden pressure making the knees of an inexperienced youth like him go weak. "Since they're already outside, why aren't they coming in?" Shu Wenqing questioned. "Don't tell me they want this decrepit old man to invite them in. Who do they think they are? They actually want Elder Shu to invite them in. Do they think that, just because they're good at playing a game, they can disregard us?" Zhao Jianhua angrily said. "You few, go take a look at the situation and call them up. Tell them that I said so." Shu Wenqing felt that something was amiss after light contemplation. Aside from the professional players from gaming workshops, quite a few well-known figures from fighting competitions were still absent from the event as well. Yes. Receiving the command, Shu Wenqing's bodyguards, who stood by his side, immediately took the elevator down the hotel. These bodyguards wore black suits and black sunglasses, and all of them had tall and robust bodies. I don't understand what is going through these people's minds. What's the point of staying downstairs instead of coming up? Has something happened downstairs? Zhao Jianhua felt furious at the absentees, and his view of professional gamers lowered even further now. In his opinion, no matter how good a gamer was, they were, in the end, still gamers. Without corporations supporting and financing them, they would only remain as small fries in society. I, too, am curious. Just what sort of mentality do young people have nowadays? "Maybe we old folks are no longer able to keep up with the changing times," said a middle-aged man dressed in black martial artist clothing with a self-deprecating laugh. As if he was a great ocean, the man gave others a calm and gentle feeling, and one would not be able to find a hint of energetic spirit coming off this man. However, nobody present in the room would dare look down on this middle-aged man. The reason being, this man was Jinhai City's well-known martial arts master, Chen Wu. Several years ago, Chen Wu was the reigning champion of Jinhai City's fighting competition. He was the uncontested #1 back then. However, now that he was older, he no longer participated in any fighting competitions. Instead, he had started his own dojo in Jinhai City, which was very well received. Master Chen Wu must be joking. Young people nowadays just don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. It is only a virtual reality game. With Master Chen Wu's skills, if you entered that game called God's Domain, you can easily become one of the apex experts there, Zhao Jianhua said. The real world and the virtual world are different things entirely. Moreover, times have changed. The future belongs to the younger folk now. Chen Wu shook his head. As a martial arts practitioner, he was very sensitive towards matters that occurred around him. He could clearly feel the change of an era approaching quickly. It was especially true with the appearance of God's Domain. Ignoring the fact that corporations all over the world were already investing in God's Domain one after another, just the number of players the game had already surpassed one's imagination. Anybody could easily tell how huge a potential God's Domain had. Moreover, there had to be yet another secret being kept hidden about God's Domain. Although Chen Wu did not know what exactly this secret was, he did know that it was a secret capable of attracting the countless corporations around the world to scramble madly over. The virtual reality game known as God's Domain was definitely not as simple as it appeared to be. Meanwhile, although the various major corporations in Jinhai City had similarly invested in God's Domain, they were simply like stray cats that smelled the scent of fish. They had no idea at all what sort of secrets God's Domain possessed. After Chen Wu and Zhao Jianhua chatted for a bit, Xu Wenqing received a call from one of his bodyguards. Elder Xu, the people down here say that they have an important matter they need to do right now. They will need some time before they can go up. Important matter? What could be more important than the fellowship party this time? Don't they want the sponsorship and support from other corporations anymore? Xu Wenqing's tone turned grim. Although he did not show it on his face, many who knew Xu Wenqing's temper immediately realized he was angry. It seems that they are trying to meet with one of Zero Wing Guild's upper management. However, there are too many people lining up right now, so it will be some time before they are done. Zero Wing Guild? Is it a guild from God's Domain? Xu Wenqing asked, curious. Wasn't it just a gaming guild? Was there a need for so many famous gaming workshops to try to suck up to it? Could this Zero Wing Guild be a very powerful existence within God's Domain? Although Xu Wenqing did not play virtual reality games himself, he was still familiar with the well-known guilds within the virtual reality world. Even so, Zero Wing was not among the famous guilds he knew of. They say that Zero Wing is an extremely famous guild in Star Moon Kingdom. In certain aspects, Zero Wing is even superior to first-rate guilds. Many corporations are also wishing to meet the upper management of Zero Wing. However, due to Zero Wing being overly mysterious, nobody has ever found a chance to make contact, so none of them want to miss this chance right now. Putting it in such a way, this means that Zero Wing Guild isn't an existence that can be ignored. Xu Wenqing grew interested in this Zero Wing Guild, especially since such a guild had appeared in a city like Jinhai City. To think that such an amazing guild has appeared in our Jinhai City without this old man knowing. Since it is so, invite this representative of Zero Wing Guild to come up and have a chat. This old man wishes to see just what kind of person this representative is. Moreover, it would not be a good thing to have so many participants of the fellowship party staying downstairs instead of being present at the actual event. He might as well have the representative of Zero Wing come up. That way, the guests from other gaming workshops could also participate in the fellowship party. Everyone was shocked when they heard Xu Wenqing actually inviting an unknown guild representative to the fellowship party. Meanwhile, outside the Golden Bridge Hotel, Xu Wenqing's bodyguards had already met up with Shi Feng. They then relayed their employer's intentions to Shi Feng, inviting him upstairs. However, to these bodyguards' surprise, Shi Feng immediately rejected the invitation. Mr. Shi Feng, Elder Xu is wholeheartedly inviting you to join him upstairs. I guarantee that you will not be disappointed, the leader of the bodyguards patiently persuaded Shi Feng. I understand. However, I'm still not done with the recruitment here. Also, even if I do agree, you'll have to ask the people lining up here if they'll agree to let me go. Shi Feng smiled as he pointed at the long line in front of him, consisting of over 1,000 people. He then continued, "Moreover, even if I am willing to go with you, someone inside will also chase me out again. I am a coward. That person has threatened me and said that I am not allowed to set even a foot in the hotel. So I still have many people I need to interview, so please stop making things difficult for me." Xu Wenqing's bodyguards were immediately rendered speechless. Wasn't this just blatant disregard of them? However, they had no choice but to report this matter back to Xu Wenqing. What? Someone is threatening him from entering? Xu Wenqing couldn't help but laugh when he heard these words. Then tell him that, as long as this old man is here, I guarantee that nothing will happen to him in this fellowship party, and nobody will dare chase him out. However, he still says that he doesn't dare enter. He doesn't wish to be chased out for a second time, the bodyguard said helplessly. Chased out for a second time? Does that mean he was originally a guest of this fellowship party? Yes. Xu Wenqing was stunned. However, anger immediately shot to his head when he finally reacted. Someone had actually dared to chase out a guest that he invited. Wasn't this just giving him a slap across his old face? Who dares chase away a guest I invited? At this moment, Xu Wenqing's voice turned extremely chilling. Although he was not a martial artist himself, the pressure he emitted caused many of those present to become fearful. The bodyguard trembled as he slowly said, "He?" Yukai, Chapter 253. 5 Demon Generals. Chapter 253, 5 Demon Generals. Good, very good. Although Xu Wenqing was smiling, the tone he spoke with was as chilling as the winter cold at this moment. Even an idiot could tell that Xu Wenqing was furious. Due to the conversation being held over the phone, nobody but Xu Wenqing himself could hear what his bodyguard had said. However, based on the words Xu Wenqing had spoken, the people around him knew that someone had done something to badly anger Xu Wenqing. Where a matter such as chasing away an invited guest was concerned, neither Chen Wu nor Zhao Jianhua had such courage to do so, as doing so was equivalent to giving Xu Wenqing a slap across his face. Everyone valued their prestige. Since this person had dared give Xu Wenqing a slap, then this person shouldn't expect Xu Wenqing to welcome it with a smile. At this moment, Zhao Jianhua, Chen Wu, and everyone else started feeling pity for the person that angered Xu Wenqing. This was practically bearding the lion in its den, a truly suicidal action. However, they were also very curious about the person that dared to chase away an invited guest. They wanted to know just who this daring person was. "He, Yukai, come over here." Xu Wenqing looked at He Yukai, who was cluelessly standing at one side. Confused, He Yukai thought Xu Wenqing had some orders for him to carry out, failing to notice that Xu Wenqing's chilling intent was directed at him. "Go downstairs and invite that person up here. If he isn't willing to come up, then you don't have to come back either," Xu Wenqing said coldly. "Headmaster, this." He Yukai was utterly confused about the meaning of Xu Wenqing's words. "You'll naturally understand after you go downstairs." Xu Wenqing sent a glance at the bodyguard beside him. The bodyguard intuitively understood Xu Wenqing's intentions, and he immediately grabbed He Yukai and dragged him towards the elevator. "Headmaster Xu, there must be a misunderstanding somewhere. I really didn't do something like that," He Yukai shouted in a panic, the fat on his body jiggling. Even if he was given 100 lives, he would never dare kick out an invited guest. He was merely a student of Jinhai University, and nobody among the invited guests was someone he could afford to offend. If he had to name someone that he had really driven away, then the only person that came to mind would be Shi Feng. However, Shi Feng was simply a student that was not worth mentioning. He was not an invited guest at all. No matter how He Yukai looked at this situation, Shi Feng would not be related to it in any way. "This brat sure has guts," Zhao Jianhua said in an ambiguous tone. It was unknown whether he was actually praising He Yukai or disparaging him. However, everyone else was in full agreement with Zhao Jianhua's words. The bystanders could clearly tell that this incident was caused by He Yukai. This incident had truly given them a shock. Hiyukai was merely a student council president, an insignificant existence, yet he had actually dared to recklessly abuse the little power he was given. If Hiyukai did not deal with this matter perfectly, then his best option to save himself was to pack up and leave Jinhai City. Otherwise, only a tragic end awaited him. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's recruitment location had already become the most eye-catching sight on this street. Before he knew it, Shi Feng had recruited many new people for his guild. Some well-known workshops in Jinhai City were even included among them. The members of these workshops were all relatively skilled. However, since they didn't have a top-tier expert leading them, they had a difficult time obtaining good equipment in God's domain. The reason being, a majority of the high-quality equipment could only be obtained from a dungeon, while a minority came from field bosses. However, to a guildless workshop, field bosses were simply an unattainable dream. This situation resulted in the workshops having a hard time making money in God's domain. Many of these workshops wished to join a guild, a powerful guild in particular. If they had a top-tier expert guiding them, dungeon diving would become a much easier endeavor. Moreover, compared to groping in the dark by themselves, they could improve themselves with much greater efficiency by learning techniques from the said expert. Meanwhile, the Zero Wing Guild was undeniably the best option available in Jinhai City for these guildless workshops. Currently, none of the guilds in Jinhai City had officially become a rated guild. In the past, if Shadow had not spent a humongous sum of money to annex a large number of workshops and recruited some new members with great potential, it would have had no way to quickly become a third-rate guild. In such a situation, Shadow would have also fallen in the competition over White River City, as this was the brutality of God's domain. The 5 demon generals have yet to show up even now. Could they be uninterested in joining Zero Wing? Shi Feng had already interviewed several hundreds of people. However, not a single one of the 5 demon generals were actually among those hundreds of people. In the past, the 5 demon generals were the most powerful experts in Shadow. If their growth had not been limited by Shadow, they might have been promoted to a Tier 4 class or above. These 5 people also played an indispensable role in aiding Shadow in obtaining the 10 city-states. One could even say that Shi Feng's main goal in attending this fellowship party was to recruit these 5 people. Don't tell me they're afraid of taking the interview? Shi Feng felt that there was a very high possibility of such a thing happening. After all, the current 5 demon generals were obscure existences right now, nobodies in God's domain. If they concluded that they would not be accepted into Zero Wing, they would naturally avoid taking the interview altogether, saving themselves the humiliation when they got rejected. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng felt troubled. It was very possible for these 5 people to be inside the fellowship party right now. Yet he had no way of entering the actual event venue. So, how should he go about recruiting those 5? Just as Shi Feng was feeling distressed over this matter, Hiyukai came walking over. "Why is it you?" Hiyukai was immediately dumbfounded when he discovered the person he had been sent to invite actually turned out to be Shi Feng. In Hiyukai's opinion, Shi Feng was simply an ordinary student. His and Shu Wenxing's statuses were worlds apart from each other, and it was impossible for Shu Wenxing to actually send a personal invitation to Shi Feng. Yet, the impossible had actually happened now. Meanwhile, Shi Feng couldn't help but shift his gaze to Hiyukai. Suddenly, he asked with a smile, "President, what brings you here? Don't tell me you wish to chase me away from this street as well. This is a misunderstanding. Fellow student Shi Feng, how could I possibly dare to chase you away? All of this is simply a misunderstanding." Previously, due to an error to the system, your information was not properly registered. However, everything is fine now. Fellow student Shi Feng, you can now participate in the fellowship party as well, Hiyukai said with a fawning smile. "President He, I am a very cowardly person. Previously, you yourself, President He, had said that as long as I dare set even a single foot in the hotel, you would immediately chase me out. I truly do not dare provoke a personage such as you. I also feel quite comfortable staying here. If you don't have any other matters, then please return to your event. I am still very busy right now." Shi Feng smiled, shifting his attention away from Hiyukai. Hearing Shi Feng's words, Hiyukai's face instantly paled. Even an idiot could make out the meaning behind Shi Feng's words. You chased me away without any hesitation before. Yet now, you wish to invite me back? Do you think it's possible that I will agree? Hiyukai really wished to say it's possible. Hiyukai was merely a student council president. Now that Shu Wenqing had already spoken, if Hiyukai did not deal with this matter properly, his future would be over. Moreover, with Shu Wenqing's horrific reach, Hiyukai did not even dare to think about having a future. Noticing Shu Wenqing's bodyguard coldly looking at him, Hiyukai's body shuddered with fear. Immediately, he did something that shocked even Shi Feng himself. Hiyukai immediately knelt before Shi Feng, hugging Shi Feng's thigh as he cried like a little girl, saying, "Fellow student Shi Feng, no, Brother Feng, I was the one in the wrong. I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Taishan. I am deserving of death. How could I have been so blind to actually listen to the words of that bastard, Ling Failong? Brother Feng, I apologize to you. Please, if it can help cool your temper, please beat me up as much as you wish, as long as Brother Feng is willing to go upstairs with me." Shi Feng wasn't the only one shocked by Hiyukai's actions. Even the bystanders were dumbfounded by this scene. Did he really think he was invincible just because he was shameless? TL notes. Mate bearding the lion in its den, http://www.dickenstry, Crom, Braff, bared the lion. To have eyes but fail to recognize Mount Taishan. To fail to recognize SB important or SB's great talent. Some of you may know that this idiom should actually be have eyes but fail to recognize Taishan, but I'm going to go with the version that can be found on Baidu, Chinese version of Google, basically because it's the commonly accepted translation of the idiom. Many people do know that it's incorrect, FYI. At this point in time, using the idiom without the word mount in it just sounds weird. At least to me it does. Baidu link. https://bikebitebait.com/item/4femp e6% 9c/basi 4% 8% 8d bait% af basent af bake 6 a6 b3 base 0 5 b1 b1 5594126 chapter 254. The young will surpass the old as expected. It was Ling Failong plotting behind the scenes. In truth, Shi Feng did not pay any attention to an insignificant character like Hiyukai. He only wished to find out who was trying to make trouble for him. Since he was able to ascertain that it was indeed Ling Failong playing tricks on him, he no longer had any use for Hiyukai. "All right, save your crocodile tears. I'll go up with you. However, my requirement is for you to clearly repeat the words you just said to Headmaster Shu, otherwise pray for your own future," Shi Feng said calmly as he kicked Hiyukai away. "How could you do this to me?" Instantly, Hiyukai recovered his previous smiling appearance, making it look as if none of the embarrassing scene from before had actually happened. However, there was a hint of hatred hidden beneath his eyes as he looked at Shi Feng. Hiyukai had already embarrassed Shu Wenqing. If he told Shu Wenqing of this matter, then he would be adding Ling Failong to the list of people he had offended. Moreover, Ling Failong was supported by Zhao Jianhua, who was an even more frightening existence. Even if Shu Wenqing were to forgive him, Ling Failong and Zhao Jianhua would definitely not let him off. A wolf in front and a tiger behind, even if he did not lose his life, his future would be ruined. Shi Feng was simply too cruel for wanting him to do such a thing. "Why can't I do such a thing? I'm only asking you to tell the truth. Now, tell me, what is your decision?" Shi Feng smiled calmly, completely ignoring the poisonous glare Hiyukai was sending him. What comes around, goes around. After some contemplation, Hiyukai took a few deep breaths before coming to a decision. He then shifted his eyes towards Shi Feng, a malicious glint in his eyes as he said, "I can agree to your demands, however, you must allow me to join Zero Wing. It seems that you still aren't clear about your current situation. You wish to discuss conditions with me? Then let me tell you, you only have two options right now. You either speak or don't. In my personal opinion, It's best that you speak the truth. At the very least, you will earn the pardon of Headmaster Shu." Shi Feng then raised his brows, stating, "My patience is limited. I will give you 3 seconds to consider. All right, I'll speak." He Yukai quickly made his choice. Compared to Ling Failong and Zhao Jianhua, he was even more afraid of Shu Wenqing. After all, Shu Wenqing's influence was simply too extensive. Soon after, Shi Feng followed He Yukai and Shu Wenqing's bodyguard into the hotel and took the elevator up to the 36th floor. Shi Feng's arrival at the event venue immediately attracted a majority of the participants' attention. Due to Shu Wenqing's rage, many of the guests present had already found out about the incident concerning Shi Feng. They were very curious to see just what sort of person warranted a personal invitation from Shu Wenqing himself. Under the bodyguard's lead, Shi Feng and He Yutai arrived before Shu Wenqing. When an ordinary youth in black sportswear appeared before them, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. They started attentively evaluating Shi Feng, intent on discerning the secrets hidden behind Shi Feng's ordinary appearance. To their disappointment, however, be it Shi Feng's attire or aura, both were similarly plain and ordinary. "Shi Feng? Why are you here?" Ling Failong couldn't help but grow astonished. Originally, he had intended to use this fellowship party to form a deeper connection with Zhao Jianhua. However, he never imagined that Shi Feng could actually make it into the event. The current situation went far beyond his expectations. "Everything has an exception to it, isn't that so?" Shi Feng replied with a smile. "Shi Feng, it's great that you made it. Originally, I planned to go down and look for you, but it seems that won't be necessary now." Zhao Ruoxi said excitedly when she saw the new arrival was Shi Feng. Were it not for Zhao Jianhua holding her back, preventing her from leaving, she would have long since left this boring fellowship party. Sitting beside Zhao Ruoxi, Zhao Jianhua immediately turned grim when he heard Zhao Ruoxi's words. Previously, Zhao Ruoxi had pestered him endlessly for him to let Shi Feng come up, angering him greatly. Never would Zhao Jianhua have thought that not only did this commoner not give up, he had actually entered the event venue now. "Didn't I tell the ones below not to let him in? How did he manage to get in?" Zhao Jianhua's mind was filled with questions. He failed to realize that Shi Feng was none other than the zero-wing representative that Shu Wenqing had invited. "Young man, come over here and take a seat. This old man is called Shu Wenqing, the current headmaster of Jinhai University." Shu Wenqing slowly stood up and formally introduced himself. "Shi Feng, a fourth-year student of Jinhai University," Shi Feng replied softly. "You are a student of our school. Indeed, the young will surpass the old. So young, yet you've already entered the middle management of the Zero Wing Guild," Shu Wenqing said, slightly surprised. He did not believe Shi Feng had a very high position in the Zero Wing Guild. However, normally only those in middle management or higher had the right to recruit members. Shi Feng had yet to graduate from university, yet he had already managed to become a middle manager of a mysterious guild. In the eyes of commoners, this could be considered a great achievement. At the very least, Shi Feng was much more successful than most of the students present at the fellowship party today. Amiable bearing and praise towards Shi Feng slightly surprised Chen Wu and Zhao Jianhua, who sat close to Shu Wenqing. They never thought Shu Wenqing would praise a younger generation like so, a plain and ordinary youth like Shi Feng, no less. For a second, they even thought that their ears were playing tricks on them. Even when faced with Zhang Luowei, the person with the brightest future in Jinhai University, Shu Wenqing had simply said the words, "not bad," although they were shocked by the fact that a person like Shi Feng was a middle manager of a guild. An achievement like this did not warrant such praise from Shu Wenqing himself. After all, Shu Wenqing was a very influential character in Jinhai City. However, Shu Wenqing held an optimistic view on Shi Feng's future. Shi Feng's temperament, which was as calm as the great ocean, especially solidified this opinion of his. This was not something a youth like him should have, or, to put it bluntly, it should be impossible for a youth like Shi Feng to possess such a temperament. If not for the fact that Shu Wenqing had met with countless people and had seen all sorts of people throughout his life, he too would not have discovered this particular trait of Shi Feng's. Being capable of entering the middle management of such a powerful guild clearly showcased Shi Feng's ability. Before long, Shi Feng would definitely enter the upper management of the guild, hence why Xu Wenqing was being so courteous with Shi Feng. Headmaster must be joking. Shi Feng laughed after Xu Wenqing exchanged a few words with Shi Feng. Xu Wenqing shifted his gaze once more to He Yu Tai, who was currently trembling where he stood. Xu Wenqing demanded coldly, "Speak. What happened?" Although Xu Wenqing's voice was soft, it was filled with oppressiveness. Frightened. He Yu Tai no longer dared hide anything from him. "Ling Fei Long was the one that told me to do everything," he said. He did not wish to see Shi Feng entangled with fellow student Zhao Ruoxi. Hence, under his coercion, I did not register Shi Feng for the fellowship party. He Yu Tai immediately pointed towards Ling Fei Long, denouncing him. At this moment, he no longer cared about the consequences of his words. Immediately, everyone's attention shifted to Ling Fei Long. Ling Fei Long instantly felt a huge pressure bearing down on him. At this moment, Ling Fei Long felt utterly powerless, his breathing faltering. He was at a complete loss for words right now. Anything he said would easily offend others. He also never imagined that Shi Feng would have Zero Wing Guild as his backing. "Since you have nothing to say for yourself, then please leave this place. The Jin Hai Fellowship Party does not welcome you," Xu Wenqing said abruptly in a deep tone, the rage contained within his words clear for all to hear. Looking at Ling Fei Long's expression, it was obvious what He Yu Tai had said was the truth. Following which, two robust bodyguards walked towards Ling Fei Long, clearly intending to send Ling Fei Long on his way. "Elder Xu, please wait a moment." Zhao Jianhua suddenly spoke up. Meanwhile, standing beside Zhao Jianhua were two of Shadow's major shareholders, Lan Heilong and Zhang Luaowei, Chapter 255. There is only one protagonist. Zhao Jianhua's deep voice suddenly caused the splendorous and lively venue to go silent. Everyone present knew that, once Xu Wenqing made a decision, nobody was allowed to interfere with it. However, Zhao Jianhua actually stepped in and tried to interrupt Xu Wenqing. Suddenly, the atmosphere within the event hall turned extraordinarily intense, like a minefield where a single misstep could trigger a massive explosion. In reply to Zhao Jianhua's interruption, Xu Wenqing did not speak any words. Instead, he merely stretched out his hand, halting the two bodyguards from dragging Ling Fei Long away. He then returned his focus to Zhao Jianhua, his eyes carrying a questioning look. He wanted to know just what sort of reason Zhao Jianhua had for going against his decision. Zhao Jianhua was one of the main sponsors for the Jin Hai Fellowship Party. He was also one of the directors of the Zhao Group, a major corporation in Jin Hai City. Hence, Xu Wenqing could not simply ignore Zhao Jianhua's opinion. "Elder Xu, I am the one who allowed Ling Fei Long to prevent Shi Feng from entering this place. Moreover, I feel that I did not make any mistake in this decision. Please don't make things difficult for Fei Long." Zhao Jianhua then added with a laugh, "As for the reason why I didn't allow Shi Feng to enter, it was simply because I did not want him to continue associating with Ruoxi. Please understand my decision, Elder Xu. Second uncle, I've already said that our relationship isn't what you imagined it to be," Zhao Ruoxi argued immediately, her crescent brows slightly wrinkled. Listening to the niece and uncle pair bickering with each other, Xu Wenqing, with his many years of experience, instantly figured out the crux of the matter. Suddenly he laughed and said, "It is indeed good to be young. Since it is a matter between young people, then I will not intervene." Ling Fei Long immediately let out a sigh of relief when he heard Xu Wenqing's words. If he were truly chased out of the fellowship party, then his reputation would be in tatters. Fortunately, he had Zhao Jianhua on his side. Ling Fei Long gave Shi Feng a look that seemed to say, "So what if you received praise from Elder Xu? Aren't I still completely fine right now?" Shi Feng merely shrugged at Ling Fei Long's provocation, paying him no mind at all. Right now his sole goal for coming upstairs was to look for the 5 demon generals. Ling Fei Long could do whatever he wanted for all Shi Feng cared. However, if Ling Fei Long dared to actively seek trouble with him again, then he couldn't be blamed for responding in kind. At this moment, the elegant and handsome-looking Lan Heilong sent a glance at Zhang Luaowei, who currently stood beside him. "Fellow student, Shi Feng, please wait a moment." Zhang Luowei stepped forward, hurrying to Shi Feng as he shouted, "I have been looking forward to meeting with Zero Wing for a long time now. I never would have thought I would get the chance to do so at this fellowship party. I hear that Zero Wing has plenty of experts, and each and every one of them has extraordinary skills. Fellow student Shi Feng, as a middle manager of Zero Wing, I believe that you must definitely be skilled. Hence, I wish to seek some pointers from you. We can also take it as an entertainment for this fellowship party. I wonder what is fellow student Shi Feng's opinion on this matter." Hearing Zhang Luowei's suggestion, glints flashed through Shu Wenqing's, Zhao Jianhua's, Chen Wu's, and everyone else's eyes. They felt that it was a good suggestion. However, they still chose to remain silent, as this was a matter for the younger generation. It wouldn't be good for old folks like them to intervene. Among those who showed interest in Zhang Luowei's suggestion, Zhao Jianhua was the most eager for it to take place. Zhao Jianhua knew very well how amazing Zhang Luowei was. After all, even a martial arts master like Chen Wu looked favorably upon Zhang Luowei. Within a few years, Zhang Luowei would definitely become the fighting champion of Jinhai City. Meanwhile, if Shi Feng embarrassed himself in front of Ruoxi right now, at the very minimum, he could make Zhao Ruoxi understand how ordinary Shi Feng actually was. Once she knew that they were people of two different worlds, she might even decide to give up on her relationship with Shi Feng. "Is this going to be a martial arts competition?" "Excellent. To think that I'll get the chance to witness Jinhai University's champion fighter exchanging moves with an expert from Zero Wing. The money I paid to join this fellowship party is totally worth it." Anticipation started filling the eyes of everyone present within the event venue. "Fellow student Shi Feng, see how everyone is looking forward to an exchange between you and Luowei. It wouldn't be good to disappoint everyone, right? You can rest assured, though, since this is only an exchange of pointers, we won't go too far in this competition. We are only doing this to liven things up at this party." Lan Heilong chimed in with a laugh. He continued, "I am also a board member of Shadow, and in regard to a guild as powerful as Zero Wing, I had always wanted to learn a thing or two from you all. I wish to take a look at the gap between us so that I can turn Shadow into a guild that would not lose out to Zero Wing. I hope fellow student Shi Feng will not refuse this competition." The shrewd Lan Heilong was very good with his words. He had made the simple competition between Zhang Luowei and Shi Feng sound as if it were a competition between Shadow and Zero Wing. Lan Heilong was clearly intending to use Zero Wing to raise Shadow's status. Originally, the protagonist for the fellowship party should have been Shadow Guild. However, that role had been hijacked by Shi Feng midway, and now Zero Wing had become the protagonist of the event. Moreover, Shi Feng had also managed to recruit plenty of new members with good potential. Lan Heilong and Zhang Luowei naturally couldn't stomach such a scene occurring right before their eyes. Hence, they thought of using Shi Feng as a stepping stone. That way, Shadow's fame at this event would instantly surpass Zero Wing. Moreover, Lan Heilong's plans weren't limited to just this one point. He also intended to publicize Shi Feng's loss, allowing everyone both inside and outside of God's domain to know that an expert from Zero Wing had lost badly to a player from Shadow. At that time, Shadow's reputation would not lose out to Zero Wing by one little bit. As for Shi Feng himself, he would definitely be expelled from Zero Wing after turning the guild into a laughingstock. This could be considered Lan Heilong's revenge on Shi Feng for stealing Shadow's limelight at this event. Also, now that the event had become so lively, with so many people cheering and calling out Shi Feng's name, Shi Feng would not have an easy time declining the competition request. "How could you say such a thing?" Zhao Ruoxi asked, dissatisfaction in her tone. "Shi Feng is a gaming expert, not some fighting expert. What point would there be for the two of them to have a match with each other?" Immediately, many people among the audience came to a realization. Although Shi Feng was amazing inside a game, that did not mean he would be equally amazing at fighting in real life. Even if Zhang Luowei defeated him, that did not prove that Zhang Luowei was strong inside the game. "Fellow student Zhao Ruoxi, you must be joking." God's Domain is a virtual reality game, and every aspect of the game is extremely realistic. I believe that anyone who has experienced combat in God's Domain would know this. Although being good at fighting in real life does not necessarily make someone good at the game, the same cannot be said for the opposite. If one is good at the game, then it shows that they are equally skilled at fighting in real life. In fact, I know just how amazing fellow student Shi Feng is. After all, he was able to defeat Zhou Yuhu, the student who placed third in Jinhai University's fighting competition. With such strength, it would be a pity for the two of them to not compete against each other. Lan Heilong smiled calmly. Contrary to his words, he had absolute confidence in Zhang Luwei obtaining victory. As for Shi Feng, although he was relatively powerful himself, he was definitely not a match for Zhang Luwei. The reason being, Zhang Luwei had already reached the standards of a professional. He was on an entirely different level when compared to Zhou Yuhu. What? That Zhou Yuhu was actually defeated by Shi Feng? No wonder he managed to become a middle manager of Zero Wing. As expected, Zero Wing is powerful. Many of those present in the event hall was shocked by this revelation, their anticipation towards the competition between Shi Feng and Zhang Luwei growing even more intense. It seems that I really can't underestimate young people. To think that he would choose to keep himself hidden despite possessing such skills. It is truly rare for a youngster like him to have such a humble heart, Xu Wenqing commented, his evaluation of Shi Feng rising even higher now. With such a temperament, his future achievements would definitely be extraordinary. Chief Zhao, don't you think your requirements are a little too high? You should just let the younger folk handle themselves. It wouldn't be right for us older generations to constantly stick a hand into their matters. It can't be true, right? He managed to defeat Zhou Yuhu with a small body like that? Zhao Jianhua looked at Shi Feng suspiciously. He had a good grasp on the standards of the fighting competition held in Jinhai University. It was also the reason why he admired Ling Feilong's achievement of obtaining 9th place in the competition. All right, then. Since everyone is looking forward to it so much, how could I bear to refuse? Shi Feng laughed. Lan Heilong was still as good with words as he had been in the past. Shi Feng had a very clear understanding of Lan Heilong. Lan Heilong was also the cause for his decade of hard work going to waste. Shi Feng remembered this point very clearly. Originally, Shi Feng had not intended to seek trouble with Lan Heilong in this life. After all, those matters had all occurred in his previous life. Hence, Shi Feng decided that as long as Lan Heilong did not provoke him in this life, he couldn't care less what Lan Heilong did. Yet Lan Heilong just had to come looking for trouble. Since it was so, Shi Feng would not remain courteous with Lan Heilong. It was also a good chance for him to rid himself of past grudges. Chapter 256, Demon. Chapter 256, Demon. The brat actually agreed. It seems he still has some courage to him. Zhao Jianhua's opinion of Shi Feng changed slightly. Zhang Luwei was reputed to be a genius at fighting, and his mastery of Luo Hanquan was very high. Many professional fighters were not even his match. Meanwhile, Shi Feng was only a gamer, although his achievement of defeating Zhou Yuhu was indeed praiseworthy. When compared to Zhang Luowei, they were still on entirely different levels. Standing beside Zhao Jianhua, Zhao Ruoxi grew panicked. Why is this Shi Feng acting so foolishly? Zhao Ruoxi was inwardly speechless at Shi Feng's decision. Lan Heilong merely flattered him a little, yet he's already acting so cocky. Doesn't he know that Zhang Luwei is a real martial arts expert? Meanwhile, Ling Feilong stood at a distance, sneering at Shi Feng. He had personally witnessed Shi Feng's fight with Zhou Yuhu, so he knew Shi Feng was pretty skilled as well. However, he still had a long way to go before he was Zhang Luwei's match. Moreover, Zhou Yuhu had taken Shi Feng lightly the last time, resulting in him being caught off guard and losing to Shi Feng in one strike. If Zhou Yuhu had paid more attention to the fight, the final result definitely wouldn't have been so decisive. Currently, Shi Feng and Zhang Luowei were no longer fighting as individuals. Instead, they were representing their respective guilds in a competition. As long as Zhang Luowei defeated Shi Feng, in addition to Lan Heilong wantonly spreading the news about it. Shi Feng would definitely bring great shame to Zero Wing. This was also the part Lan Heilong was brilliant at death by overpraising. First, he endlessly praised Shi Feng and spoke of how amazing he was in front of everyone else. Then he made Shi Feng sound as if he was representing his guild in this competition, turning this normal exchange into a contest between two guilds. Finally, once Zhang Luowei defeated this amazingly powerful Shi Feng, Lan Heilong would use this piece of information to showcase just how amazing Shadow was. Even if Shi Feng was a middle manager of Zero Wing, he would definitely still receive a heavy punishment. After all, this matter concerned the reputation of the guild. Lan Heilong's means were indeed cruel and decisive. As the audience started cheering and discussing the competition, the staff members of the event went ahead with preparing a fighting ring for the competition. Who do you think will win? Of course it is Zhang Luowei. He is my idol. During the university's fighting competition, he obtained first place with great ease. None of the contestants could take 3 moves from him before being defeated. Although Shi Feng is also very strong, he doesn't have much of a presence. I can feel nothing from him at all, as if he doesn't even exist. Zhang Luoyei, on the other hand, is like a cruel and ferocious beast. When I stood near him, I could feel a heavy pressure bearing down on me. When his eyes landed on me, I even felt a shiver go down my spine. I agree. Shi Feng might be an expert in God's domain, but this is a real-life martial arts competition. It would be good if he could survive 10 moves from Zhang Luowei. If this fight was held in God's domain, however, it would definitely be an interesting duel. While everyone was feeling pessimistic about Shi Feng's chances of winning, Zhou Yuhu, who was resting at a corner of the event hall, walked up to Zhang Luowei's side. "Brother Zhang, you have to be careful when you're going up against Shi Feng. I've fought with him before. Although he doesn't have remarkable strength, and his physique is no good as well, he is very experienced in combat. He has a very good grasp of when to take action, and his fists and feet are extremely nimble," Zhou Yuhu said. "Little Hu, you're overthinking things. Even if Shi Feng has reached the level of a professional, I can likewise defeat him with ease. Don't worry, I'll return the shame he brought to you." Zhang Luowei laughed as he clapped Zhou Yuhu's shoulders. He was completely unaffected by Zhou Yuhu's words. When one reached his level of skill, one's determination would be as hard as steel. Certainly, Zhang Luowei was not underestimating Shi Feng. He had simply reacted this way due to the arrogance of an expert. He would have confidence no matter what kind of enemy he faced. Brother Zhang. Zhou Yuhu knew that his advice had fallen on deaf ears. However, only those who had personally exchanged moves with Shi Feng would know how frightening he truly was. If Zhang Luowei was described as a ferocious beast, then Shi Feng was like the great ocean. No matter how powerful a person was, they would be helpless in the face of Mother Nature. In truth, Zhou Yuhu had wanted to dissuade Zhang Luowei from having a competition with Shi Feng. Only, after taking into consideration Zhang Luowei's prestige, he had instead chosen to warn him to be careful. However, his words had clearly been in vain. The staff members had very quickly enclosed an area for the martial arts competition. Although the fighting ring was somewhat smaller than one in an official setting, there was still a space of 100 square meters available. It was sufficient for 2 people to exchange punches and kicks with each other. Meanwhile, Xu Wenqing, Zhao Jianhua, Chen Wu, and several other well-known figures in Jinhai City sat in the section closest to the fighting ring. Everyone else could only stand several meters behind them to observe the fight. In the ring, Shi Feng and Zhang Luowei stood 5 meters apart from each other. The former was an ordinary man who had no presence whatsoever, while the latter was like a muscular beast that looked as if he could swallow a man whole. The imposing aura Zhang Luowei emitted could cause others to tremble in fear. A great battle between these 2 men could happen at any moment now. Meanwhile, the audience around the ring started tensing up, their eyes locked on the 2 fighters' every movement. Unlike a fight between ordinary people, which would take a long time to finish, an exchange between experts would end in an instant. They were deeply afraid of missing out even the slightest detail of the brilliant exchange between the 2. In contrast, Xu Wenqing and the other influential characters were currently talking cheerfully with one another. Master Chen Wu, as an ex-professional fighter and a martial arts master, which of the two do you think will win in this competition? Xu Wenqing asked, a small chuckle escaping his lips as he caressed his beard. I can't say for sure. In a martial arts competition, strength and luck are both equally important. If I were to judge solely based on presence and physique, then Zhang Luowei is clearly a cut above Shi Feng. However, I have never personally witnessed how skilled Shi Feng is, so I can't make a clear judgment. Chen Wu shook his head, not providing a definite answer. If it was anyone else, even if it was the first time for Chen Wu to meet them, he could still determine the person's strength based on the presence he felt. He would then further evaluate the person's physique and make a rough evaluation. In Shi Feng's case, however, Chen Wu could sense nothing from him. Shi Feng's presence was so weak that Chen Wu might overlook him. If Shi Feng were just an ordinary person who had not defeated a combat expert like Zhou Yuhu, then Chen Wu would definitely conclude Shi Feng was a harmless white rabbit, an insignificant existence. Yet, defying all expectations, this little white rabbit had actually defeated a ferocious tiger like Zhou Yuhu. Hence, Chen Wu could not help but reevaluate his opinion of Shi Feng. After all, if a little white rabbit could get rid of a ferocious tiger, who would believe that it was still a little white rabbit? Even if Shi Feng was a little white rabbit, he was still a rabbit demon that was capable of killing a tiger. If Shi Feng had truly cultivated into a demon, then his presence was merely a facade. If one had cultivated into a demon while the other was still an ordinary animal, the two would be on entirely different levels. However, experts capable of cultivating themselves into a demon were extremely rare existences. The so-called cultivating into a demon did not refer to one becoming a demon physically, but spiritually. It also referred to wisdom. When an expert reached this realm, the martial arts they practiced would no longer be something inanimate. It would start to take on life. However, a youth like Shi Feng should not be capable of reaching such a realm yet. Chen Wu could not determine Shi Feng's degree of mastery. Master Chen Wu, how can your keen eyes fail to make a judgment? Both Shi Feng and Zhang Luowei are just youngsters. Although both of them can greatly improve in the future, you should have some indication of who will win, right? Zhao Jianhua refused to believe Chen Wu's words. After all, it was clear at first glance who was stronger and who was weaker. Zhao Jianhua believed that Chen Wu was simply leaving some face for Shi Feng. Unfortunately, Zhao Jianhua did not know that martial arts practitioners were usually forthright in their actions, even more so for a martial arts master like Chen Wu. He was always straightforward with his words, and he would never do something like twist his words around. He would only speak whatever was on his mind, while the few of them were having their cheerful conversations. The referee in the fighting ring sent a glance at both Shi Feng and Zhang Luowei before abruptly swiping his hand down between the two fighters. Immediately, he shouted, "Begin!" TL notes. 1. Luo Han Quan, https://nwikipedial.org wiki Luohan Martial Arts, Chapter 257, Extraordinary. Chapter 257, Extraordinary. The moment the referee gave the signal, Zhang Luowei took action and immediately charged at Shi Feng. However, Zhang Luowei did not rush forth like a normal person would, as attacking in a straight line would be too plain and predictable. Instead, he zigzagged as he moved, his footwork constantly changing as he swiftly weaved his way toward Shi Feng. If it were any ordinary person faced with Zhang Luowei's footwork, they definitely would not know how to react to it properly. They would be enthralled by Zhang Luowei's erratic footwork and allow him to close in on them. Aside from placing emphasis on footwork, Luohan Quan practitioners also stressed fast, accurate, and fierce punches. If one failed to block a punch from a Luohan Quan practitioner and received a hit to the chest, the battle would end right there and then. Meanwhile, as a person of this modern era, and also as a professional fighter, Zhang Luowei had an arm strength of over 100 kilograms. Receiving a punch from him would be no different from being smashed in the chest with a hammer. Humans were also not made out of metal. Even if they were, after receiving tens of smashes from a hammer, they would still turn into scrap metal. Needless to say, what would happen to a body made of flesh. With Zhang Luo's physique, it would be no surprise if he broke most of Shi Feng's ribs with a single punch, sending him flying back 1 to 2 meters away even. However, Shi Feng was no ordinary person. Instead of retreating, he chose to advance and face Zhang Luo head-on. Shi Feng utilized the swimming dragon steps as he strode forward, his feet moving as if the ground was completely frictionless. Shi Feng immediately slid towards Zhang Luo, catching the latter off guard. Zhang Luo never thought Shi Feng would actually know such nimble and irregular footwork. Right now, he could not find any way to land a good punch on Shi Feng. Shi Feng had over a decade of campaigning in God's domain. The combat experience he possessed far exceeded the imagination of an ordinary person. After all, there had been no dearth of martial arts masters and powerful boss monsters to serve as his opponents in the past. On the other hand, Zhang Luo did not even possess 1,000th of Shi Feng's combat experience. Although Shi Feng's current physique was no match for Zhang Luo's, Shi Feng made up for it by using the agility and fast reaction speed he gained from his years of battle. When fighting bosses in God's domain, even the slightest mistake could cause players to lose their lives. Among the countless boss battles Shi Feng experienced, there was many a time when he had to rely on his body's instinctive reactions instead of his eyes to make decisions. Such instinctive reactions were done under an unconscious state. If one wished to train themselves to this level, they needed to experience plenty of battles, regularly treading the line between life and death. However, one would rarely encounter such conditions for training in real life, even as a professional fighter. After all, when faced with a life-or-death situation in the real world, there was a high chance of losing one's life, and once dead, there was no second chance available. On the other hand, players could experience these life-or-death battles countless times without any risk of actual death. They could simply try again once they died in the game. This was also the reason why many professional fighters were obsessed with God's domain in the past. Only when one was placed in a life-or-death situation would one be able to display one's full potential. As long as they survived the battle, the insight they received from the battle could greatly increase their strength. Why did so many experts in the real world train at precipices? It was to experience the feeling of having their life hanging by a thread. They wanted to use the threat of death to stimulate their innate potential. However, taking such a course was extremely dangerous. Normally, only experts dared to do such a thing. If ordinary people tried it, 10 out of 10 they would lose their lives. Meanwhile, when a player died in battle in God's domain, they could just revive with an intact body, an expert in 100 battles. After experiencing 100 battles, even an ordinary person could become a combat expert. Meanwhile, in regard to the countless battles Shi Feng had experienced in the past, even an idiot could become a demon. Not to mention, Shi Feng had learned plenty of martial arts in the past. He had been a top-tier sword king in the past as well, and he had only been a thread away from being promoted to a Tier 4 sword emperor. The reason he could not become a sword emperor, however, was not because his techniques had been lacking. After all, Shi Feng's combat techniques had already achieved perfection at that time, and he could easily adopt many techniques to his battles, not limiting himself to just a single style of combat. Although Zhang Luo's footwork was nimble, Shi Feng was clearly a cut above him. Be it a punch, a chop, or a hammer strike, Zhang Luo sent fist after fist at Shi Feng. Zhang Luo's hammer strikes were especially deadly. If a bull received this strike, it would immediately fall to the ground and would not be able to recover within a short period of time. Unfortunately, every strike Zhang Luo sent at Shi Feng would always rub past the edge of his clothes. Meanwhile, Shi Feng was constantly drifting around Zhang Luo's side, revolving around him like a true dragon. No matter how Zhang Luo tried to move, he could not escape from Shi Feng's shadow. After exchanging over a dozen moves, Zhang Luo's heart grew panicked. Never had he imagined Shi Feng to be a martial arts expert as well. When Shi Feng executed the swimming dragon steps, he was like a true dragon traversing the 9 heavens, advancing and retreating with ease. However, Zhang Luo also knew that Shi Feng did not dare take him head-on, yet if Zhang Luo continued his successive attacks, he would sooner or later exhaust himself completely and definitely be defeated. Scram. Zhang Luo decided to use his finishing move, Fierce Tiger, pouncing on its prey, springing at Shi Feng like a hungry tiger. Shi Feng immediately moved his feet, effortlessly dodging Zhang Luo's attack. Zhang Luo took this chance to twist his body around, planting one of his feet forward as he swung his fists around, executing twin peaks, piercing the clouds at Shi Feng's side. The moment Zhang Luo's fists struck out, those close to the fighting ring could clearly hear the sound of wind whistling. If Shi Feng was struck by this move, he would be either dead or crippled. Contrary to expectations, Shi Feng reacted calmly and unhurriedly. He simply smiled in reply to Zhang Luo's vicious attack. Putting strength into his toes, Shi Feng immediately did a flip in midair. He then executed the move, Swimming Dragon's Stable Strike, using his body's momentum to redirect Zhang Luo's fists away, letting them strike nothing but air. Immediately afterwards, Shi Feng's fists opened up, and utilizing the centripetal force of his body's rotation, he struck the major artery on Zhang Luo's neck with his palm. Before Zhang Luo could properly react, he suddenly felt a chill at his neck, his breathing becoming difficult, due to his brain receiving a shortage of blood. Zhang Luo's limbs started to stiffen. However, Zhang Luo is no ordinary person. He instantly knew he had received an attack from Shi Feng, causing the response of his forelimbs to lag. As a last resort, Zhang Luo rammed his head at Shi Feng, who was currently full of openings as he hung in midair. Zhang Luo was fully intent on ending the battle in mutual destruction. If Shi Feng wished to attack him in this situation, Shi Feng would have to receive the ramming attack from him. Good! Shi Feng first felt surprise, then joy. Contrary to expectations, Shi Feng did not choose to retreat and give Zhang Luo a chance to catch his breath. Instead, Shi Feng executed the move Dragon's Palm, taking advantage of the situation to send another palm strike at Zhang Luo's neck. With this strike, Shi Feng immediately redirected Zhang Luo's all-out charge, completely neutralizing the latter's attack. In addition, Shi Feng's attack was further fueled by the force of his body's rotation. As a result, Zhang Luo's body spun uncontrollably in midair after receiving the strike, just like a rotating arrow that was let loose. Right after that, Shi Feng planted his palm on Zhang Luo's chest and abruptly struck down. Zhang Luo's body landed heavily, a web of cracks appearing on the marble floor beneath him. At this time, Zhang Luo fell flat on his back, blood spewing out of his mouth. Shi Feng's attack had fractured many of his ribs, and at this moment he did not possess even the strength to speak. Zhang Luo's eyes were filled with disbelief as he lost consciousness soon after. Although this series of complex actions sounded slow when described, in reality, everything had happened within an instant. The audience was stunned into silence. Every one of them looked at the fighting ring with dumbfounded expressions. The two in the ring were clearly locked in battle before. Before anyone could react, Zhang Luo's body was already falling to the floor, his body not even twitching as he landed. He actually defeated Zhang Luo? My eyes aren't playing tricks on me, right? Zhao Jianhua rubbed his eyes, thinking that he was hallucinating. However, the fact that Zhang Luo lay on the floor unmoving proved that he was not imagining things. A plain and ordinary person that did not possess the presence of an expert had actually defeated a combat genius. Who could believe such a thing? Second uncle, how are Shi Feng's skills? Zhao Ruoxi proudly asked Zhao Jianhua, who was sitting beside her, her tone making it sound as if Shi Feng's victory was her own victory. Strong, very strong. However, I still feel strange when I look at him. Even though I myself am a martial arts practitioner as well, I couldn't tell what kind of technique he used to defeat Zhang Luo, Zhao Jianhua said, his heart filled with questions. He then asked, Master Chen Wu, do you know what kind of technique he used? TL notes. Fierce Tiger, pouncing on its prey, one of the moves in Luo Hen Quan, or Arhat Fist. No. 17 http://Shaolin Arhat 18 Hands, HTML Chapter 258, Increased Backing, Chapter 258, Increased Backing. Zhao Jianhua's expectant gaze made it difficult for Chen Wu to respond. Previously, he did not have a clear grasp on Shi Feng's actual strength. He had merely felt that it was possible for Shi Feng to have already reached that realm. However, now that he had actually witnessed Shi Feng in action, shock was the only word that could describe his current state. Chen Wu had not dared to imagine that a young man in his early 20s could already attain such a high understanding of martial arts. If Shi Feng's understanding of martial arts had merely achieved perfection, Chen Wu could still attribute it to him being a genius. Yet, when Shi Feng executed his moves, his actions were like nature itself, alive and full of spirit. Such actions were impossible with theoretical understanding alone. One needed to experience extensive combat, and also undergo countless life-or-death experiences in order to attain such a level. Even Chen Wu himself had only recently reached such a level, and he was already 45 years old this year. Ever since he started practicing martial arts at the age of 16, he had participated in hundreds of battles, both large and small. He had even entered actual battlefields before. He could only achieve such a level today after undergoing the baptism of these fields of blood. Chen Wu found it hard to believe that Shi Feng would possess so much hands-on experience. Even if he started participating in life-or-death battles in his mother's womb, it was impossible for him to achieve such a degree of perfection in only 20 years or so. As he isn't limiting himself to a single style of combat, I can't make a good judgment. In Jinhai City, however, there probably isn't another youth like him who has cultivated his martial arts to such a level. Chen Wu sighed, a soft chuckle escaping his mouth. It can't be, right? Master Chen Wu. Aren't you praising him too highly? Zhao Jianhua was shocked by Chen Wu's words. No, my evaluation is not high at all, although Shi Feng's physique is on the weak side. In terms of actual combat strength, he would have no problem entering the top 10 of the provincial fighting tournament. Chen Wu shook his head, refuting Zhao Jianhua's words. Chen Wu's words instantly shocked Xu Wenqing and Zhao Jianhua. Although the champion fighter of Jinhai City could be considered a top-tier expert on the provincial level, he would not amount to much. After all, there were tens of cities within a single province, not to mention the top 10. Even entering the top 30 in a provincial fighting tournament would be a difficult challenge. Yet a martial arts master like Chen Wu was confident that Shi Feng could make it to the top 10. The listeners could not help but raise their evaluation of Shi Feng. In the past, Chen Wu had personally entered the top 3 in a provincial tournament, so he had a very good grasp on the standards of the fighters at that level. If Chen Wu said so, then Shi Feng did indeed possess the strength to enter the top 10 of the province. There were hundreds of millions of people within the province, and the number of fighters participating in the tournament was in the hundreds of thousands. If Shi Feng was capable of entering the top 10 out of so many participants, then his value would far exceed even that of the champion fighter of Jinhai City. In regard to a combat genius like Zhang Luo Wei, Zhao Jianhua, and the others only treated him as one of the younger generation. Although they looked favorably on him, it was not to the degree of placing actual importance on him. In Shi Feng's case, however, not only was it necessary for them to consider him someone of consequence, they also had to treat him as an equal when dealing with him. It seems that I have misjudged that little brat. He held such strength in his hands, yet he actually chose to keep it hidden. It is no wonder Ruoxi is placing such importance on him. At this moment, Zhao Jianhua no longer looked at Shi Feng with anger and contempt. On the contrary, admiration filled his eyes. He then shifted his gaze towards Ling Failong, who sat beside him, thinking in rage. This brat, on the other hand, actually dared to use me as a hatchet man. It seems he needs to be taught a lesson. Previously, Zhao Jianhua had a favorable opinion of Ling Failong. He was also clear on the fact that Ling Failong was trying to pursue Zhao Ruoxi. However, he did not block Ling Failong's actions, as the boy was indeed excellent. He had the qualifications necessary to pursue his beloved niece, Ruoxi. Now, however, Zhao Jianhua only felt loathing for Ling Failong. At this point, even if Zhao Jianhua was an idiot, he could still tell that Ling Failong had been using him all along. Previously, Ling Failong had many a time commented on Shi Feng's shortcomings, his family's poverty, and how Shi Feng was constantly stalking Ruoxi. Ling Failong had also mentioned that Shi Feng was often bullied by others. that he was a mediocre person, and so on. Now, however, it would seem that the situation was completely different from what Ling Failong had made it out to be. In reality, Ling Failong had no chance of being compared to Shi Feng, hence why Ling Failong slandered Shi Feng, giving Zhao Jianhua a bad impression of Shi Feng. Placing 9th in the university? That might be an impressive feat in Jinhai University, but against the backdrop of Jinhai City's fighting tournament, Ling Failong would only amount to the standard of a fresh contestant. Meanwhile, there were hundreds of such new contestants participating in the city's fighting tournament every year. If placed in a provincial tournament, not even a hint of Ling Failong's shadow would be found. As it were, the gap between Ling Failong and Shi Feng was like the gap between heaven and earth. It seems that my eyes are really growing bad. Indeed, just like Elder Shu had said, young people should be left to deal with their own matters. Zhao Jianhua no longer planned to interfere in the matters between Shi Feng and Zhao Ruoxi, intending to let nature take its course. As for what the final result would look like, that would depend on Ruoxi herself. Soon after the martial arts competition ended, Shi Feng had undeniably become the main protagonist of the fellowship party this time around. Many students from the university came over to greet Shi Feng, hoping to form a connection with him. By contrast, although Zhang Luowei clearly lay unconscious on the floor, not a single person bothered to check up on him, not even his associate Lan Heilong. Although Shi Feng had long since known about Lan Heilong's personality, he still couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene. Such was the fickleness of human nature. However, Shi Feng did not sympathize with Zhang Luowei, because Zhang Luowei was also such a person. In the past, Shadow had recruited plenty of new players with good potential. Just when they were about to enter a period of rapid development, a sudden dispute occurred between Zhang Luowei and Lan Heilong. As a result of that dispute, the two had broken off all relations with each other, and Zhang Luowei had chosen to leave Shadow for good. To add insult to injury, Zhang Luowei had also drawn away a significant number of experts from the guild when he left to join World Dominators. Shadow received massive damages due to his actions. If such a split had not occurred in the past, Shadow would not have lagged behind in its development and remained a third-rate guild. Only after Shi Feng had taken over as guild leader did Shadow gradually start to develop into a top-tier second-rate guild. Yet in this life, things were completely different. Originally, Shi Feng had planned to pay a huge price to compete for talent against Shadow. Now, however, it would seem that all his plans were unnecessary. Zhang Luowei had suffered an overwhelming defeat, causing everyone's opinion of Shadow to fall significantly. By contrast, Zero Wing had become the sole target of the audience now, and Lan Heilong could do nothing but gnash his teeth at this development. If Lan Heilong had known from the beginning that Shi Feng was so powerful, he definitely would not have agreed to Zhang Luowei having a match with Shi Feng. At the very least, he could still have recruited some experts or new players with good potential. Now, however, he had lost all drawing power in this event. He could only choose from the leftovers of Zero Wing. Fellow student Shi Feng, do you think I can join Zero Wing? Even an outer member of the guild is fine. Hello, I'm Ye Wumian, the president of Jinhai City's #1 workshop, Green Leaf. I wish to let my entire workshop join Zero Wing. I wonder if Brother Shi Feng will be willing to accept us. We don't need many positions, only 10 official member spots and 50 outer member spots. Just as Shi Feng restarted his guild recruitment, the elite students of the university quickly surrounded him. There were also plenty of workshop representatives and professional fighters trying to meet with him. Among all these requests to join his guild, the most shocking one was the request from Greenleaf Workshop. In the past, Greenleaf Workshop had completely ignored Shadow's attempts at recruiting them, and they had instead established their own guild. After doing so, they had managed to obtain the aid and sponsorship of several corporations, becoming a third-rate guild in God's domain. At that time, however, the number of guilds being established in Jinhai City was growing by the day, which resulted in the dilution of available funding. If the Greenleaf Guild had not been lacking in funds at that time, without a doubt, they would have been a powerful rival for Shadow. Besides that, Shi Feng had finally managed to locate the 5 demon generals of Shadow. By the time the fellowship party ended, the number of people he managed to recruit had exceeded the quota he previously set by more than 100. Just the number of potential experts he recruited had already exceeded 50 people, as well as 9 future top-tier experts. Among those 9 were the 5 demon generals, while the remaining 4 were core members of Greenleaf Workshop. After recruiting all these people, Zero Wing Workshop instantly became a huge existence in Jinhai City's virtual gaming world. Compared to other third-rate guilds, Zero Wing had a much more powerful backing now. As long as Shi Feng could turn these players into the backbone of Zero Wing, he would not falter, even if he had to start a war with a second-rate guild. Following which, Shi Feng spent the remainder of his day signing contracts with these newly recruited members. As for the management of Zero Wing Workshop, Blackie had long since dealt with it. Moreover, most of the people Shi Feng recruited were originally members of other workshops, so they took no time at all to adjust themselves to a new environment. In addition, these people could also contribute significantly on the management side of things. However, Blackie was truly shocked when he found out about the amount of people Shi Feng managed to recruit. The influx of over 400 people had instantly filled up Zero Wing's workplace. Suddenly, the entire workshop was much livelier, no longer as empty and quiet as before. It was a fitting atmosphere for such a large workshop. Only when night arrived did Shi Feng finally arrive back home. He then cooked a casual meal for himself and downed a bottle of nutrient fluids before starting a new day in God's domain. Also, this new day was fated to be extraordinary. TL notes: Hatchet Man, someone that does the dirty work of others. HTTP is clone//www.google.com/search QH Hatchet plus man or Q co hatched plus man AOQ co H plus man AOQ's Chrome 1.69 I57 JOL 5.2551 J1 J7 and source it equals Chrome 8 IUTFF 8 Chapter 259 Surging Situation. Chapter 259 Surging Situation. The first thing Shi Feng did after entering God's domain was to contact Gentle Snow and conduct the transaction for the Arclight shields. Currently, he had exhausted most of his supply of magic crystals to forge the Arclight shields. Moreover, during this period of time, the various large guilds had already started raiding the 3 level 10 large-scale team dungeons. Although the elite members of these guilds had already reached level 13 or level 14, it was still impossible for them to raid even the normal mode of the 3 large-scale team dungeons. Even though these were only level 10 dungeons, in reality, the bosses inside were not limited to just level 10. The highest leveled boss inside the normal mode dungeon reached level 13. There was nothing special about the loot of the normal mode dungeon. The best items players could get were a bunch of level 10 secret silver weapons and equipment, and also some number of materials needed by lifestyle players. However, the hard mode of the large-scale team dungeon was markedly different. The main reason why they were titled the 3 Great Dungeons was because of the fact that along with the increase in difficulty, the levels of the monsters inside the dungeon would also increase. For the hard mode of the 3 Great Dungeons, the bosses inside were all level 15. Hence, it would not be an easy endeavor for players at this stage of the game to obtain the first clear of the 3 Great Dungeons. In addition, the loot obtainable from the hard mode of these dungeons was significantly different, as a majority of the weapons and equipment dropped were of fine gold rank. Moreover, they were growth-type weapons and equipment. They were capable of growing from level 10 to level 15. However, they were bound to players upon equipping. As for Hell mode, the bosses inside were all level 18, and the weapons and equipment they dropped were mostly dark gold rank. These items were also capable of growing from level 10 to level 18, and similarly were bound to players upon equipping. The Hell mode of the 3 Great Dungeons was also the most difficult among dungeons below level 20. After level 20, there would be new large-scale dungeons available to players within the White River City region. There were a total of 4 such dungeons, and among them 3 were 50-man dungeons, while the remaining one was a 100-man dungeon. The difficulty of a 100-man dungeon was on an entirely different level when compared to a 50-man dungeon. The main reason being, as long as someone managed to obtain the first clear of a 100-man dungeon, The achievement would be announced to the entire God's domain. The announcement wasn't just limited to a single country. In other words, this achievement would be seen by the 2 billion players that were playing God's domain. In addition, the achievement would be recorded in the epic list of God's domain, allowing everyone in God's domain look at it. However, it was extremely difficult for players to obtain the first clear of a 100-man dungeon. Even Shi Feng himself did not have a strategy to raid it. Gentle Snow pushed open the doors of one of the parlors of the Starstreak trading firm and entered the room. Gentle Snow's equipment now was quite different from the last time Shi Feng had met with her. Most of the equipment she had on were of secret silver rank. Among them, the silvery white greatsword that she carried on her back was even of fine gold rank. Currently, Gentle Snow had already reached level 16. It was obvious that she had been grinding non-stop, night and day, to reach such a level. "Let's hurry up and make the trade," Gentle Snow said impatiently, not bothering to even take a seat. "It seems that you are in quite a hurry, Miss Snow. Did something happen?" Shi Feng asked curiously. This was a transaction involving fine gold-ranked shields. It was definitely a matter of utmost importance. However, it seemed that Gentle Snow had an even more important matter to attend to. "It's nothing much. I just heard that Darkstar has already reached the second-to-last boss of the Land of Death, so I wish to be done with this trade quickly. In a moment, I'll need to head to the Land of Death as well." Gentle Snow did not try to hide the reason for her distress. The #1 guild in White River City was actually a step behind Darkstar, a third-rate guild in terms of raiding one of the 3 great dungeons. How could she not feel anxious? They sure are fast. Since when did Darkstar possess such powerful experts? Shi Feng felt something fishy about Darkstar first. It had annexed over 10 unrated guilds. Now a group of experts had appeared in its ranks. Its raiding progress of the 3 great dungeons was even faster than Ouroboros's. It should be known that Ouroboros was the current #1 guild in White River City. Moreover, in order to better develop the guild in White River City, Gentle Snow had transferred over many experts stationed at Starmoon City. She had even requested for a party from the God-slaying army to be sent to White River City, and each and every member of the God-slaying army was a top-tier expert. Yet, even when these top-tier experts were led by great experts such as Gentle Snow and Zhao Yueru, they still were not a match for Darkstar. Each of the 3 great dungeons had 5 bosses. Meanwhile, Darkstar had already cleared up to the 4th boss, while a powerful team like Ouroboros was only at the 2nd boss. No matter how Shi Feng thought about it, Darkstar's progression was simply unbelievable. The difference between second-rate guilds and first-rate guilds lay in the quality of their experts. In order to nurture these experts, first-rate guilds had spent over a decade researching and gaining experience. Meanwhile, for a guild like the Assassin's Alliance, although it was a second-rate guild in terms of nurturing experts, it was still at the stage of accumulating experience. Compared to a first-rate guild, they were on entirely different levels. However, what did Darkstar amount to? Moreover, Shi Feng had made Darkstar an enemy of the first-rate guild, Twilight Echo. Yet, nothing had actually happened to Darkstar. Shi Feng had received no news of anything happening to it. On the other hand, Twilight Echo had done something so unbelievable that even Shi Feng himself was shocked. The guild had actually paid the 50 million credits willingly to Shi Feng. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng felt that the power supporting Darkstar from behind was far stronger than he had imagined. Twilight Echo must have discovered something about Darkstar for it to willingly pay up the 50 million credits. Here are 200 magic crystals. Here are the 4 arclight shields. Please verify them. Gentle Snow was no longer in the mood to discuss Darkstar. She immediately called out her trade window. Shi Feng, likewise, tactfully stopped speaking of this topic. Seeing Gentle Snow in such a hurry, it seemed that Darkstar was putting quite a pressure on her. It was possible that Gentle Snow's worries were not just limited to the dungeon. There should be some other matters troubling her. In any case, this had nothing to do with Shi Feng. Of course, if Gentle Snow was willing to reveal her troubles to him, Shi Feng would naturally offer a helping hand as a friend. However, Gentle Snow chose to keep quiet about them. so Shi Feng could only remain silent as well. Moreover, these 4 arc-light shields should provide quite an upgrade to the MTs of Gentle Snow's team. They should have no problems surpassing Dark Star if they had these shields. The moment Gentle Snow inspected the attributes of the arc-light shields, her eyes immediately glowed, a hint of joy surfacing on her face. "Excellent! The attributes on these arc-light shields are simply too good. I will need 2 more of these items. I wonder when you will be able to finish them for me." At this time, excitement was evident on Gentle Snow's face. With these 4 shields, they would definitely have no problem clearing the second boss. "The success rate for producing these shields is simply too low. I will need around half a day's time to complete 2 of them," Shi Feng replied after giving it some thought. "Then I'll visit again in half a day's time. You better not sell them to anyone else." Gentle Snow nodded her head. She then left the parlor hastily. Shortly after Gentle Snow departed, Fire Dance arrived at the Starstreak trading firm. "Guild leader, we've already finished our dungeon raiding preparations. We can head to the demon's castle at any time." Fire Dance looked at Shi Feng with passionate eyes. She couldn't help but wish she could immediately show Shi Feng how amazing the team she managed was. "It's a little too early for that right now. The demon's castle is a 20-man team dungeon. You should also know that Zero Wing Workshop has recently recruited a new batch of members. On average, the level of these players are quite low. There are even some who have just made their accounts and entered the game. I want you guys to power level some of them, bring them up to level 15 quickly, and form a main team to raid the demon's castle," Shi Feng said with a smile, passing Fire Dance a namelist. Originally, Shi Feng had intended to have Aqua Rose send some of her subordinates over to aid them. However, most of her subordinates were currently managing the new recruits of the guild. In addition, Aqua Rose's group was also in the midst of raiding 10-man and 20-man dungeons to upgrade their equipment, preparing themselves to raid the 3 great dungeons. They had neither the time nor energy to help him raid the demon's castle. Hence, Shi Feng planned to form a main force for the guild. He could not let the 9 top-tier experts he just recently recruited go to waste, so he decided to let Fire Dance and the others carry them. "I understand," Fire Dance answered with disappointment. However, when she thought about how Shi Feng was willing to let her lead even more players and, in addition, become the leader of the guild's main team, she couldn't help but grow joyous. After all, this showed that Shi Feng acknowledged her abilities. "Oh, right. I nearly forgot to give these things to you." Just as Fire Dance was about to turn around and leave, Shi Feng tapped his head and suddenly called out to her, Chapter 260, Top 6. Fire Dance halted her steps and turned around to look at Shi Feng. She immediately noticed that Shi Feng had brought a few items, and each and every one of them had a golden glow surrounding them. They certainly did not look like ordinary items. "This pair of daggers is for you. There's also this shield for Kola. Tell him to make sure he lives up to this shield." Shi Feng traded the 3 items to Fire Dance. Of these, the pair of daggers were none other than the fine gold ranked Ice Thorn and Raging Flames dagger that Shi Feng won at the Blackwing auction. As the team leader of the guild's main force, Fire Dance's equipment naturally should not lose out to others. These 2 daggers were just right to give a boost to her current equipment. In addition, there was also the dark gold ranked Arclight Guard. If Kola equipped this shield, no other Guardian Knight in White River City could even hope to match him. This, Fire Dance was instantly mesmerized by the attributes of the 2 daggers. Although the daggers she currently used were of relatively good quality, when compared to the Ice Thorn and Raging Flames dagger, the difference was like silver and gold. Fire Dance swapped out her old daggers for the new ones right away. The streaks of white and red, hanging on the sides of Fire Dance's willowy waist, looked extremely captivating. "I've already instructed the 9 players to head to the appointed location. You just need to fetch them and help them level up," Shi Feng said. "I understand, guild leader." Fire Dance nodded her head, a smile on her face. She then took hold of her new daggers, brandishing them, the impatience in her eyes clearly showing her eagerness to test out her new weapons. After Fire Dance left the parlor, Shi Feng headed to his forging room on the 4th floor. Now that he had received a new batch of magic crystals, he would naturally resume forging more arc-light shields. As time slowly passed, unknowingly, the competition at the three great dungeons of White River City grew even more intense. Dark Star, which was at the forefront in terms of progression, finally started raiding the final boss of the Land of Death. Meanwhile, Ouroboros, which was placed second, started raiding the fourth boss. The advance of these two guilds greatly shocked the other guilds in White River City. What did that woman, Gentle Snow, eat? How could their progression suddenly increase so rapidly? The Guardian Knight, Lone Tyrant, felt pressured after receiving the latest report from his subordinate. Don't worry, we spent almost 5 hours raiding the fourth boss. At the very minimum. Gentle Snow would need 2 to 3 hours to finish it. We will definitely clear the dungeon a step ahead of her, the burly-looking ranger standing beside Lone Tyrant said. That's true. We've sent all our elites out this time, and our battle prowess is clearly stronger than Gentle Snow's team by a notch. Lone Tyrant also felt that he was being oversensitive to things. They would definitely be the first one to clear the normal mode of the Land of Death, although there would be no announcement for being the first to clear a normal mode team dungeon. It would still make other guilds know how fearsome Dark Star was, solidifying their position in White River City. Guild leader, I've just received news that Gentle Snow has somehow managed to obtain 4 arc-light shields. The addition of these 4 shields to their team has greatly reduced the burden placed on their healers, giving more time for the damage dealers to attack. Why they could conquer the bosses so easily. Arc-light shield? Isn't that the forging design Black Flame got? How could he possibly manage to produce them in such a short amount of time? Lone Tyrant had not even been able to contain his drool when he had heard about Black Flame obtaining the forging design for the arc-light shield. If possible, he had planned to buy one of those arc-light shields as well. However, contacting Black Flame was simply too difficult, making the arc-light shield almost impossible to obtain. Meanwhile, the matter of Ouroboros obtaining the arc-light shields had also quickly spread to the other guilds. They couldn't help but grow envious at this piece of news. The victory or defeat of a boss battle was usually determined by the strength of the MT. Meanwhile, the prerequisite for a powerful MT was equipment. It was especially true for the shield the MT used. Currently, only a few main MTs of the various large guilds possessed secret silver-ranked shields. However, despite having such a shield, these MTs still had a very hard time tanking the bosses of the 3 great dungeons. If they could swap it out for a fine gold-ranked shield, it would undeniably reduce the pressure placed on them, instantly reducing the difficulty of the raid by a large margin. Ouroboros was the best proof. After all, during today's competition for the Land of Death, although a latecomer, Ouroboros had still managed to clear the normal mode dungeon ahead of Dark Star. This achievement dumbfounded every guild in White River City. As for Dark Star's Lone Tyrant, he was currently burning with rage over this matter. He had secretly prepared so much, all in order to surpass Ouroboros. In the end, however, he was instead given a big slap to the face by Ouroboros. Soon after, the various large guilds in White River City started asking around, hoping to find out from the members of Ouroboros what method they used to obtain the arc-light shields. Some guilds had even directly created forum posts offering several hundred thousands of credits to purchase an arc-light shield. Looking at this scene, many players felt that these guilds had gone insane. They were actually willing to spend so much money just to buy a fine gold-ranked shield. However, this bottom line was very quickly broken by a guild. 1 million credits. It was a number that inspired awe in ordinary people. Meanwhile, the goal of spending such a large sum of money was to purchase the arc-light shield. How could this piece of news not bring shock to others? At the same time, the guild offering such an insane price was none other than Dark Star. The players who discovered this matter thought the people of Dark Star were idiots with too much money in their pockets. However, when Shi Feng saw Dark Star's offer, he couldn't help but inwardly praise them for their shrewdness. Aside from trying to purchase the arc-light shield, they had also made the post with the intention of directing players' attention towards Dark Star. If they truly managed to purchase the shield for 1 million credits, it would definitely become the subject of conversation for many players. This method they were using was much more effective than directly spending money to create advertisements. $1 million? Unfortunately, I'm not lacking in credits right now. Shi Feng did not intend to let Dark Star gain both fame and fortune by selling the Arclight shield to them. However, this incident also revealed to Shi Feng the fact that the various large guilds were starting to pay more importance to the first clear of the 3 great dungeons. If Shi Feng had sold the Arclight shields at an earlier time, he definitely would not have obtained such a high price for them. However, due to Ouroboros's efficiency, the various large guilds thought that they could easily clear the normal mode of the 3 great dungeons so long as they possessed the Arclight shield. They could also have a better chance at obtaining the first clear of the 3 great dungeons. After working for half a day, Shi Feng managed to produce 6 Arclight shields in total. He had also made a large number of basic mana armor kits. Out of the 6 shields he made, he stored 3 in the guild warehouse, allowing guild members to exchange for it. However, it would not be easy to exchange for these shields. After all, if sold outside, one could get at least 25 gold for it. The sight of 3 Arclight shields appearing in Zero Wing's guild warehouse brought the newly recruited members even greater hope, despite their not being able to obtain it for themselves. At the same time, Shi Feng's actions nearly caused the other guilds in White River City to vomit blood in anger. After all, instead of letting the MTs of the guild use these excellent shields, Shi Feng had chosen to put them on display. It was as if these Arclight shields meant nothing to Zero Wing. Just recently, Zero Wing created a sensation throughout White River City. Now its member count had already exceeded 5,000. It also had the 8 great experts holding down the fort for them. Zero Wing's strength could no longer be categorized within the levels of only second-rate or third-rate guilds. Now that Zero Wing caused another sensation in White River City, many players could not help but reevaluate their opinion of Zero Wing. When players tried to further investigate Zero Wing, they were immediately shocked by what they found. Not only was Zero Wing home to the 8 great experts, it also had Aqua Rose, a great expert who was no weaker than the snow goddess, Gentle Snow. In addition, there was also a rumor that the leveling expert Shi Feng was overseeing the guild. With so many experts there, Zero Wing's strength within White River City did not lose out to the 3 first-rate guilds in the slightest. Although it was weaker than the first-rate guilds in terms of dungeon rating, it had an extremely huge potential for growth. Unwittingly, Zero Wing had become publicly acknowledged as one of the top 6 guilds in White River City. The top 6 guilds were Ouroboros, Emperor's Light, World Dominators, Dark Star, Assassin's Alliance, and Zero Wing. Among these guilds, Ouroboros, Emperor's Light, and World Dominators were all first-rate guilds, and each of them possessed very powerful backgrounds. Even if only a portion of their actual strength was stationed in White River City, second-rate and third-rate guilds were still far from being comparable to them. Shortly after this incident, Shi Feng exchanged another 2 Arclight shields with Gentle Snow. He then placed the remaining one for sale at the Starstreak trading firm. 30 gold. No negotiations. If converted to credits, one could obtain 30 gold coins simply by spending around 600,000 credits. However, it would still require some effort to fully gather 30 gold coins. Meanwhile, Shi Feng had reached level 17 unawares just by forging items, although his leveling speed was not as fast as that of Blackie and the others, who grinded on monsters on a higher level. Nobody else in White River City could be a match for him. Guild leader, they're now all level 15 already. Moreover, we've also raided a few hard-mode team dungeons, so their equipment are all of acceptable quality now. What should we do next? Fire Dance spoke through the communicator. Nicely done. Gather up everyone from the main team. Let's meet up at the Demon's Castle half an hour from now. Shi Feng was a little surprised by Fire Dance's revelation. He never imagined that Fire Dance would bring him results so quickly. Originally, Shi Feng had estimated that she would take a full day's time to complete the task. In the end, she barely took half a day to complete his request. It was completely beyond his expectations. Thank you for listening to the story on KevinAudio.com. Chapter 261, Magnificent Lineup. What? You're saying Starstreak is selling an Arclight shield right now? Are you sure about this? Lone Tyrant grew excited when he received this piece of news. "Boss, how could I be mistaken? The Arclight shield is being sold at a special counter on the second floor, but they're selling it for 30 gold coins." Many people were stunned by the price, and they could only drool as they looked at it, an assassin that kept watch on the Starstreak trading firm affirmed. "I understand. I'll go purchase the coins we need right now. You can stop lining up for the mana armor kits for now. Go keep an eye on the Arclight shield for me. You're not allowed to take even a half step away from it. As soon as I gather enough money, I'll send someone over to buy it," Lone Tyrant said. Although 30 gold coins was not a small sum for any guild, Lone Tyrant did not hesitate as he made this decision. The reason being, Lone Tyrant knew how vital the Arclight shield was. If one wished to clear the 3 great dungeons, one must first possess a sufficiently powerful MT. Meanwhile, the best shield available to players was currently the Arclight shield. He needed to obtain it no matter what. Just as Lone Tyrant received this piece of news, the other guilds based in the 8 cities where the Starstreak trading firm had shops also received this information, because all items sold by the Starstreak trading firm were interconnected. As long as an item was sold in one of the shops of the Starstreak trading firm, the item would also appear in the 7 other shops. As a result, the competition to purchase the Arclight shield was made even more intense now. Just as the many guilds were desperately raising coins, Shi Feng had already arrived in front of the demon's castle. The demon's castle was once a lord's territory. However, the lord of this place had been bewitched by a demon and turned into a demon himself, gaining tremendous power in return. The lord had then turned this place into a demon's lair. Now, the area surrounding the demon's castle was filled with level 15 or so demonkins. Compared to other monsters, demon-type monsters were born with very high magic resistance, and they also possessed very high magical perception. Hence, their magic attacks were very powerful. Even a normal fireball from a level 15 demonkin could take away a quarter of a level 15 berserker's total HP. If it was a skill that possessed great destructive force, such as the Great Fireball or Flame Explosion, then a single attack could take away half of a level 15 berserker's total HP. To make matters worse, these demonkins never acted alone. They normally moved around in groups of 3 or 4. If a solo player met a group of these demonkins, the result would be an instant kill. Hence, players normally only came to the demon's castle after forming a party or a team. However, even though this was a dangerous location, many players still chose to come here. As demons were greedy by nature, they were very fond of money and gemstones. In general, demon-type monsters had a much higher drop rate for money and gemstones than normal monsters. Hence, plenty of players would grind here. A Tier 1 gemstone could sell for roughly 1 silver coin on the market. It was neither too cheap nor too expensive. However, many players were not willing to inlay their equipment with these gemstones. After all, gemstones were one-time use items. They would be gone once inlaid into equipment. Hence, it would be a huge waste to do so if the quality of their equipment was too poor. Generally, players would only choose to inlay gemstones into their equipment if it was of mysterious iron rank or above. However, how many players could actually get their hands on mysterious iron equipment? A majority of the players at this stage of the game were still using bronze equipment. Who would be willing to inlay gemstones into bronze equipment? Normally, players would either sell the gemstones they obtained or exchange them for items to further enhance their own strength. After all, grinding monsters would exhaust a significant amount of their resources, with equipment repairs taking up the majority. However, this situation was exactly what Shi Feng had been hoping for, hence why he had been secretly purchasing gemstones all this time. A Tier 1 gemstone only increased attributes by a trivial amount. They only increased 1 point in specific basic attributes. Even if a player inlaid every piece of equipment they wore with gemstones, they would not see any significant improvement. However, in the case of Tier 2 gemstones, it was an entirely different story. Tier gemstones increased specific attributes by 2 to 3 points. If players could fully inlay all their equipment with Tier 2 gemstones, then they could obtain an additional 20 to 30 attribute points. The difference between the benefits provided by a Tier 1 gemstone and a Tier 2 gemstone was as clear as day. Such an increase was the equivalent of possessing an additional piece of equipment. Thus, the prices for Tier 2 gemstones would naturally be high. Although Tier 1 gemstones could only sell for around 1 silver, a Tier 2 gemstone could sell for at least 10 silvers. Also, Shi Feng knew of a secret that nobody else knew right now. Tier 1 gemstones could be used to synthesize Tier 2 gemstones. Moreover, only 3 Tier 1 gemstones were needed to do so. In truth, this wasn't any great secret at all. As long as someone managed to clear the 3 great dungeons, the alchemy synthesis system would be unlocked for White River City. Players could then just head to an alchemist to synthesize Tier 2 gemstones. At that time, the prices of Tier 1 gemstones would abruptly soar. They would sell for at least 3 to 4 silvers. For now, however, nobody but Shi Feng knew of this secret. Meanwhile, Shi Feng had been hoarding Tier 1 gemstones non-stop as he waited for someone to activate the alchemy synthesis system. Once that happened, he could easily earn back double or triple the original cost. However, Shi Feng hoped that this time the activation of the alchemy synthesis system would come a little later. That way, he would have more time to hoard even more Tier 1 gemstones. Through the Starstreak trading firm, not only could Shi Feng obtain Tier 1 gemstones from White River City, he could also purchase them from 7 other cities. His current acquisition rate was much faster than before he became the manager of the Starstreak trading firm. Naturally, the longer it took for players to clear the 3 great dungeons, the more money he could earn. "Guild leader, what did you call me here for all of a sudden?" Aqua Rose asked, in a confused tone, as she arrived at the entrance of the Demon's Castle dungeon. As a 20-man level 15 team dungeon, there were very few guilds that possessed the strength to challenge this place right now. However, even if these guilds did possess the strength to do so, they would not attempt to raid this dungeon. The reason being, they were all held up by the hell mode of the level 10 team dungeons, and also the 3 great dungeons. Moreover, the level requirement for the Demon's Castle was simply too high. Also, if they were unable to clear the hard mode of the Demon's Castle, raiding it would bring little improvement to their team's equipment, making it a waste of time. It would be much better for them to place their focus on the hell mode of level 10 team dungeons. Hence, Aqua Rose felt curious as to why Shi Feng would call her to this place. "Of course it is to raid the Demon's Castle," Shi Feng said, chuckling. Aqua Rose was shocked by his words. Immediately, she said, "Guild leader, isn't it a little too early to raid the Demon's Castle? It would be better for us to focus on raiding the level 10 Hell Mode team dungeons. Although our guild started slower than the others, we can still try to compete with the other guilds over the 3 great dungeons." "No, Aqua, our guild will not be competing over the 3 great dungeons. Our goal is the level 20 100-man dungeon, the Thunder Palace. So, we need to start preparing for it now. Once we're done with this raid, you should get everyone to level up as quick as possible. Don't intentionally suppress their levels." "It won't be a worthwhile thing to do," Shi Feng said, confidence filling his eyes as he shook his head. Aqua Rose was rendered speechless by Shi Feng's words. She couldn't help but sigh as she felt pessimistic about Shi Feng's whimsical thoughts. Let alone the 100-man dungeon, Thunder Palace, it was not even possible for them to obtain the first clear of the Demon's Castle. Although she believed in Shi Feng's strength, the equipment of their team was simply insufficient. "They're here." Shi Feng looked towards a group of a dozen or so players walking over. They were none other than Fire Dance and her team. "They?" Aqua Rose turned towards the direction Shi Feng was looking at, and was immediately shocked by what she saw. She discovered more than 10 players walking over, each of them looking extremely dazzling. It was especially true for the sexy beauty walking in the lead. The 2 daggers by the woman's waist were actually giving off the glow of a fine gold ranked weapon. In addition, quite a few members of this team also possessed gorgeous-looking equipment. They all wore secret silver equipment. Although the Cursomancer of this team had hidden the special effects of his staff, judging by the delicate make of the weapon, it should be of fine gold rank at the very least. As for the team's Guardian Knight, the equipment he wore were mostly of secret silver rank with 2 pieces of fine gold equipment mixed in. Although the Guardian Knight had likewise hidden the special effects of his shield based on looks alone, it shouldn't be lower than Secret Silver rank. It was possible that not even the main force of Ouroboros could compare to this dazzling team. When Aqua Rose took a closer look at this group of players, she was surprised to discover that each and every of them sported a six-winged emblem. They were actually members of their Zero Wing. Aqua Rose's delicate mouth suddenly parted in disbelief. "Guild leader, I've brought everyone here," Fire Dance said, walking up to Shi Feng. She and the other core members of Zero Wing already knew about Shi Feng's secret identity. Hence, they were not confused by his appearance as Black Flame. "Good. Leave your teams and I'll send an invite to all of you." Shi Feng nodded in reply. Chapter 262, we are very strong. Chapter 262, we are very strong. Aqua Rose was shocked. They are the 8 players at the top of the ranking list. Aqua Rose whispered in silence. Although she did not use any identification skills on these players, aside from the top 8 players, she could think of no other members of Zero Wing that could possibly possess such excellent equipment. Yeah, Shi Feng nodded his head. He then started inviting Fire Dance and the others into his team. There were a total of 17 players in Fire Dance's team. Aqua Rose had also brought along a good friend of hers, Icy Fruit. Aqua Rose had chosen her upon Shi Feng's request for a healer who was level 15 or above. Shi Feng had exactly 20 members in his team now. Of them, 2 were MTs. One of them was the Guardian Knight, Kola, while the other was Ye Wumian, who was a shield warrior. There were also a total of 4 healers in the team. It was a standard composition for a 20-man dungeon raiding team. Just as Shi Feng was about to enter the dungeon, another team came walking over to the dungeon's entrance. The members of this team were out of the ordinary, let alone possessing mysterious iron equipment as their lowest-ranked equipment. There were also several of them with secret silver equipment. This was a sight impossible to be found in an independent team. Yet, contrary to expectations, these players were not guild players, but independent players. None of them wore a guild emblem on their bodies. "Warwolf," Fire Dance said in astonishment when she saw the slim-looking man walking over. "Oh, is it an acquaintance?" Whether it was his memory of this life or his past life, Shi Feng had no recollection of the man who looked to be the leader of this team. However, if these players were able to come into possession of such quality weapons and equipment, they could definitely be considered an expert team. In theory, they should not be unknown existences. Could they have stopped playing midway in the past? Shi Feng inwardly wondered. "Hello. We meet again," Warwolf said in greeting, looking at Fire Dance. "After not meeting for some time, I never imagined that Miss Fire Dance would have joined a guild. No. In truth, we were originally members of this guild. It was only due to some complications that we did not establish the guild before," Fire Dance explained. "Let me introduce you. This man here is our guild leader, Black Flame." What a shock. "So it turns out that your excellency is none other than the famous chief forger of Star Moon Kingdom, Black Flame." Warwolf was somewhat taken aback by this revelation. Although he had long since known that Fire Dance and the others were not ordinary players, never would he have thought that their guild leader would be such a well-known character. "Team leader Warwolf is the one who has left me in shock. You are actually starting to raid the level 15, 20-man team dungeon already. The teams that are capable of diving into the Demon's Castle at this time definitely belong to the apex of White River City." Although Shi Feng had never heard of Warwolf before, a person capable of leading such a team definitely would not be a mediocre person. Shi Feng suddenly had the urge to recruit this team of players. Fortunately, we are only an independent team, and it's impossible for us to compete with those guilds over the first clear of the 3 great dungeons. So, we can only choose to come here. Since guild leader Black Flame has something to do, we won't continue bothering you. Warwolf did not possess any good feelings towards guilds, so he immediately brought his team into the dungeon after speaking a few perfunctory words. "This person's attitude is really weird. The previous time we met, he was welcoming when he spoke to us. Now he only said a few words before taking his leave. Isn't this change in attitude a little too much?" Lackey said in an unhappy tone. "He probably doesn't like guilds too much." Shi Feng revealed a helpless smile as he looked at Warwolf entering the dungeon. There were all kinds of people in God's domain, and naturally there were bound to be some who disliked guilds. After all, most guilds usually acted in an overbearing manner. Many players just wanted to experience the world of God's domain, so they weren't all that interested in guilds. Meanwhile, many of these players who were wholeheartedly chasing after adventure were surprisingly powerful. Among them, the most famous adventurer team in the past was the Midnight Tea Party. Although there were only 20-plus members in the team, not a single guild in God's domain dared to underestimate this adventurer team. Even super guilds had to draw a clear line with the Midnight Tea Party, both sides minding their own businesses. Obviously, Warwolf belonged to this type of adventurer. I guess it can't be helped. Everybody has their own aspirations, Shi Feng silently lamented. There sure are a lot of powerhouses in White River City. Aqua Rose was astonished to find that there were actually so many crouching tigers and hidden dragons in White River City. Soon after, Shi Feng and the others had also entered the demon's castle. However, Shi Feng had chosen a different difficulty from Warwolf's team's Hell Mode, a difficulty that made all players pale when they talked about it. Yet, Shi Feng had chosen it without much thought. Aqua Rose was momentarily rendered speechless. She couldn't stand it anymore. Shi Feng was always taking unconventional actions. This was the Hell Mode of a 20-man team dungeon. At the very least, they should have started with normal mode to familiarize themselves with the dungeon. They could then start accumulating better equipment from hard mode, before finally challenging Hell Mode. However, Shi Feng had started with Hell Mode right from the very beginning. Just what did he think of a Hell Mode dungeon? Even if they had powerful experts in their team, they couldn't just be so reckless. Did Shi Feng forget the fact that almost half of the members in this team still didn't possess particularly good equipment? Meanwhile, these players in question were none other than the 5 demon generals and the 4 experts from Greenleaf Workshop. Although they had already reached level 15 and were also fully geared in mysterious iron equipment, they were still far from reaching the requirement to raid the Hell Mode of the demon's castle. Hence, these 9 players reacted with panic when they realized Shi Feng's decision. As this was Hell Mode, the monsters inside the castle all received an upgrade. Even the normal elite monsters could cause one to tremble. Meanwhile, such monsters were wandering around in groups inside the castle corridors. Demon Maid, elite rank. Level 15, HP 80,000, 80,000. Good at magical attacks, particularly fire-type damage. Demon Butler, elite rank. Level 15, HP 100,000, 100,000. Good at melee attacks. Of these 2 types of monsters, the Demon Butlers were more difficult to deal with, as they would ignore aggro when they used charge. In addition, when their charge connected, they would also inflict a dot debuff called Blood Curse, causing players to continuously lose HP. Also, due to this being Hell Mode, the debuff was further strengthened. When afflicted with this enhanced Blood Curse, players would lose 300 HP every 3 seconds and receive 10% additional magic damage for 30 seconds. The debuff was also stackable up to 10 times. To make matters worse, demonic beings were born with high magic resistance, making them extremely difficult to deal with. All right, Cola, go pull some monsters. You, Wumian, you'll act as support for Cola. Healers, pay attention to the MT's HP, and remember to cast a spell when necessary. As for everyone else, just focus on your damage output, Shi Feng instructed casually. Guild leader, I suggest that we should take things slowly. After all, this is a Hell Mode dungeon, not a normal mode. Even if Cola's equipment is excellent, we still can't act so recklessly. Aqua Rose was close to collapsing from Shi Feng's carefree attitude. It's okay, Shi Feng said, smiling. We are very strong. Shi Feng had a clear grasp on the strength of this team, hence his carefree and confident attitude. Cola was currently level 18, and with the Arclight Guard equipped, his HP had already reached 3,340 points. His defense was even a frightening 2,300 points. In terms of attributes, not a single MT within White River City could match him. The elite monsters inside the dungeon were only at level 15. With 3 levels of suppression, these monsters could hardly harm Cola at all. Meanwhile, Kola did not hesitate in carrying out Shi Feng's orders. Immediately, he rushed at a group of monsters, raising his shield and throwing it at them. In a blink of an eye, the shield struck 5 elite monsters, causing over 300 damage and placing a silenced effect on each of the monsters, preventing them from using magic for 6 seconds. Shortly after, the shield returned to Kola's hands. Before coming to this dungeon, Kola had experienced luring over 100 level 25 monsters. Of them, there had been no lack of elite monsters. Compared to those times, the few elites before him were hardly worth mentioning. These demonic monsters simply had slightly higher HP and slightly more powerful skills. All of you come over? Kola executed Justice Roar, compelling monsters within a fixed range to attack only him. Letting out angry roars, the demon maids at a distance had no choice but to attack Kola. As if he had transformed into a steel wall, Kola fully blocked the charge of the 3 demon butlers and 4 demon maids. Kola then used the group aggro skill Devotion. As the sacred aura provided by the skill dealt holy damage, it inflicted amplified damage on the 7 demons. Every second, the 7 demons would receive 200 holy damage. Before long, the aggro Kola had on these monsters. Shi Feng determined that they would have no problems handling 2 waves of monsters at once, and that it would be much more efficient to do so, although the demon butlers would frequently inflict the blood curse on Kola, with 2 clerics taking turns casting Dispel on him. The debuff was not a particularly big problem. Moreover, the 2 clerics in the team were very skilled. It was especially true for Violet Cloud. After undergoing the baptism of the Trial of Gods, it was as if she had been reborn anew. It was no wonder she had become a Tier 6 cleric god shortly after clearing a 6-colored trial. Although she had only cleared a 4-colored trial this time, it was already a remarkable feat. The rewards she obtained from the trial also included permanent attribute increases, enhanced skills, weapons, equipment, and other precious items. Currently, in terms of healing power, no other healer in White River City could match Violet Cloud. After Fire Dance lured another wave of monsters, Kola immediately aimed his shield at the 3 demon butlers and threw it, executing the Shield of Vengeance. The skill caused over -300 damage to the demon butlers, and their aggro instantly switched from Fire Dance to Kola. Immediately after, Ye Wumian used Flame Charge on the 4 demon maids at the back, stunning them. He then followed up with a Thunderclap, lightning flickering and electrocuting the 4 demon maids and causing close to -100 damage to them. Ye Wumian's damage was clearly much worse than Kola's. The demon maids grew furious at being attacked, and one of them shot a flame explosion at Ye Wumian right away, engulfing the shield warrior in brilliant flames. Ye Wumian had to retreat 2 steps before he could shake off the attack. His HP abruptly decreased by a large chunk as a damage of over -700 appeared above his head. Ye Wumian had a maximum HP of 2,580 points, while his defense was 1,875 points. When compared to all the other shield warriors in White River City, he could definitely be counted as a top-tier expert. After all, Ye Wumian was originally the boss of Jinhei City's #1 workshop. The original equipment he used was already of good quality. In addition, Fire Dance had also helped them upgrade their equipment by raiding a few hard-mode dungeons. Currently, most of Ye Wumian's equipment were of Mysterious Iron rank, while 3 were of Secret Silver rank. The items that were of Secret Silver rank were his shield, breastplate, and leg guards. Yet even with such equipment, his attributes were still far from being comparable to Kola's. Strong. When Aqua Rose witnessed the difference between Kola and Ye Wumian, she could not help but look at Kola, who was handling 10 monsters simultaneously in shock. Before, when Aqua Rose watched how effortlessly Kola had lured and tanked the monsters, she had even believed for a second that they were not actually in a 20-man hell mode dungeon. However, now that she had witnessed Ye Wumian tanking, she immediately woke up from her stupor. This was indeed hell mode. Kola was simply too powerful, making the monsters look weak instead. It was no wonder Shi Feng was confident enough to challenge the hell mode of the demon's castle right away. With such a powerful MT, it was not impossible for them to start from hell mode. Healers, prioritize healing Ye Wumian. Everyone else, focus your attacks and kill the demon maids first. Shi Feng immediately rushed into the fray after saying so, aiming for one of the demon maids. Leave it to me, Blackie said excitedly. It was finally his turn to display his strength. He then waved his epic ranked staff, Mavis's guard sending a bombardment of spells at the demon maids. Blackie's firepower spoke for itself. Each one of his dark arrows caused 964 damage to the monsters, and critical hits caused -206 damage. If the effect of his staff, Spear of Light, triggered, he could also deal around 800 additional damage. Blackie then used Hell Flame, dealing over -1,000 damage every second to all targets within a 10-yard radius of the targeted location. If demons did not possess high magic resistance, the damage of this spell would have been even higher. Compared to Blackie, Aqua Rose's damage as an elementalist was much weaker. Every time she used Flame Explosion or Chain Explosion, she could only deal -670 damage or so. Aqua Rose felt slightly depressed at this scene. After all, she used to be an honorary elder of Twilight Echo, yet her damage was actually lower than Blackie's by over 300 points. However, Aqua Rose did not know that Blackie held an epic ranked staff in his hands. If she were to find out about it, she would definitely jump in shock. As for the other mages in the team, the damage they dealt was all above 500 or so. As for the melee players, Fire Dance stood out the most. Although she only dealt around -280 damage with her normal attacks, and her skills dealt around -460 damage, her attack speed with the two daggers was extremely fast. When she attacked a demon maid, not only was the demon maid unable to use any spells, its HP also madly decreased. After Fire Dance accumulated 8 stars worth of energy, she immediately used Eviscerate on the demon maid, dealing over -2,400 damage to the monster. As for Lonely Snow the Berserker, although his weapon was only a level 15 Secret Silver ranked two-handed axe, his normal attacks still dealt over -500 damage. His attacks that achieved a critical hit dealt over -900 damage. However, when compared to an assassin, his attack rate was much lower. In regard to the damage output of the 8 great experts of Zero Wing, the newly joined 5 demon generals, and the 4 experts from Greenleaf Workshop had long since grown numb of it. Not to mention the power the experts of Zero Wing showed right now was only the tip of the iceberg. Just as Aqua Rose and Icy Fruit were getting over their shock, Shi Feng's damage once again blew their minds away. Shi Feng looked just like the Grim Reaper when he brandished the abyssal blade in the Silver Lake, sweeping through the monsters like a violent tornado. Just his normal attacks alone dealt over mini 350 damage. However, that was not the end. When his attacks achieved a critical hit, they dealt over -700 damage. Sometimes triple critical hits would even appear, dealing over -1,000 damage in a single attack. Meanwhile, due to Shi Feng's high attack rate, the chances for double critical hits were also very high. It was a very pleasing sight to behold. Shi Feng then used Thundering Flash, 3 arcs of lightning passing through all the elite monsters. Instantly, damages of 510, -721, and -1,020 appeared above the monsters' heads. Some of the monsters had even received critical hits, multiplying the damage they received by 2-fold and even 3-fold. Immediately after, Shi Feng activated Dark Violent Dance, the skill enabling him to spread 40% of the target damage towards enemies within a 12-yard cone in front of him. Every time he slashed his sword, the 14 elite monsters behind his main target would receive over 100 damage. If he executed the level 10 chop, the 14 monsters would instantly receive over -300 damage. Although Shi Feng's damage was frightening, it was not his most amazing aspect. Instead, the area he excelled at the most was his perfect grasp of timing and the overall situation. As long as these elite monsters showed the slightest signs of leaving the group, he would immediately execute Thunder Flame Explosion, placing all these elite monsters into a fainted state. As a result, the 2 MTs would have more time to react to the situation, readjusting their positions and retaking the aggro of the monsters. Although Aqua Rose had long since known of Shi Feng's strength, she still could not help but be shocked when she personally witnessed Shi Feng's damage output. After killing these two waves of elites, Shi Feng took a look at the team's damage output list. Huh, I'm no good anymore. It's been too long since I upgraded my equipment. I never thought I would deal only this little damage. Shi Feng smiled bitterly. Although Shi Feng's total damage ranked at the very top of the team, his damage exceeding even Blackie's in terms of single attack output, he was far from being Blackie's match. All this time, Shi Feng had been busy making money and increasing his guild's backing. Hence, he did not get much of a chance to upgrade his own equipment. Presently, he was still using the level 10 mysterious iron set equipment, the wind extinguisher set. He only had 3 pieces of secret silver equipment on his entire person, and they were even level 10 equipment only. Shi Feng depended mainly on the abyssal blade and his pseudo-extraordinary item, the blazing meteor, to produce his frightening damage. Without them, he would only rank around 5th or 6th place at best within the team. However, Shi Feng's words had immediately earned him the contemptuous gazes of everyone in the team. If Shi Feng, who ranked first in terms of damage output, said he was no good, then what were they supposed to be? Following which, under Shi Feng's command, everyone advanced deeper into the castle, killing hundreds of elites and a dozen or so special elites. Of the latter, the demon hounds were extremely ferocious. Moreover, these demon hounds moved in groups of 4. Fortunately, Kola was capable of tanking 3 of these monsters at once, leaving the remaining one to Ye Wumian. If Kola had not been sufficiently strong, they would have definitely team-wiped. Naturally, the team's harvest was also bountiful. Aside from a few Tier 1 gemstones and bronze and mysterious iron equipment, they had also obtained 2 pieces of secret silver equipment. One of them was a cloth armor chest piece for elementalists, which was promptly distributed to Aqua Rose. The other item was cloth armor shoes for clerics. As Violet Cloud already had excellent equipment, she had no need for the shoes at all. Hence, the equipment was given to the other cleric in the team, Icy Fruit. The profits of a 20-man Hell Mode team dungeon is truly high. We have obtained so many mysterious iron equipment just from the elite monsters. The special elites even dropped secret silver equipment, Aqua Rose exclaimed. Just the harvest they reaped from arriving at the first boss was already comparable to the harvest of raiding a hard-mode team dungeon. If they could kill 1 or 2 bosses this time, they would definitely make a huge profit. It's still too early to get excited. Save your joy for after we finish raiding this boss before us. Shi Feng's pupils contracted, focusing his gaze towards the center of the arena. Tall, heavy-armored knight with bloodshot eyes stood there, an aura of bloodthirst surrounding it. Knight Captain Justin Freed, demonic being, Lord rank, level 16. HP 88,000, 888, 30,000, Chapter 264, Nemesis. Chapter 264, Nemesis. Such a high HP. Aqua Rose couldn't help but wrinkle her brows at this sight. The amount of HP a boss was correlated with the amount of time needed to kill it, and the more HP a boss had, the higher the demands on the damage dealers. The bosses of level 10, 20-man Hell Mode team dungeons would have 700,000 HP at maximum. Even so, not a single team in White River City had managed to clear one such dungeon yet. Meanwhile, the boss before them had 880,000 HP. Aqua Rose instantly felt despair at this sight. Fire Dance and the others, on the other hand, felt nothing much about it. They were simply waiting for Shi Feng's orders. Feeling everyone's fervent gaze on him, Shi Feng smiled as he said, "Kola, go test the waters. Gluttonous mouse, you'll be responsible for healing him. Everyone else, pay close attention to the boss's movement patterns and habits. Be sure to take a video recording. Afterwards, we'll think of a way to raid it." As the Knight Captain of the Demon's Castle, Justin Freed excelled in melee combat. Even though Kola boasted excellent equipment, he could survive 3 hits at most from this boss. If it were any other MT, they would definitely die in 2 hits, aside from possessing high attack power. Justin Freed was a heavy armored knight, and his defense spoke for itself. Now that he had been converted into a demon, his natural magic resistance was also very high. Justin Freed was practically a boss without weaknesses. Justin Fried had two major skills, and if not taken with caution, either one of these skills could easily wipe out their entire team. Moreover, these two skills were further strengthened by the Hell mode difficulty, making them extremely hard to deal with. The first skill was called Demon Summoning. Periodically, Justin Fried would summon 3 demon guards. If players failed to kill these 3 demon guards within a set amount of time, they would be absorbed into Justin Fried's body, replenishing the boss's HP. In the hard mode difficulty of the dungeon, each demon guard would heal Justin Fried of 3% of his maximum HP, while in Hell mode, that percentage was increased to 5%. Hence, players needed to kill these demon guards no matter what. The second skill was called Death Blow. When using this skill, Justin Fried would randomly mark a player and throw a spear at them, dealing large amounts of damage. Players struck by this spear would also have their movement speed reduced by 60% and defense reduced by 100%. Justin Fried would then charge towards this marked player. During this charge, players had to avoid standing between Justin Fried and the marked player. Otherwise, both the marked player and the players standing in Justin Fried's way would die without question. Hence, when a player was marked by Justin Fried, they needed to run as far away from everyone else as possible. The marked player would be fine as long as they could survive Justin Fried's onslaught for 10 seconds. Just these two skills alone would already cause many challengers to despair. However, Justin Fried also possessed multiple other minor skills, although those would not be a huge problem if players made sure to dodge them. After Cola and Gluttonous Mouse battled with the boss a few times, everyone fully understood just how amazing Justin Fried was. If struck by Justin Fried's greatsword, even a powerful tank like Cola would lose over 1,400 HP. It would take Justin Fried only 2 attacks to finish off anyone else within the team. Moreover, Justin Fried had a very high attack speed. He had no problems brandishing his greatsword twice in 1 second. If they wished to successfully clear this boss, they needed to cooperate with each other properly. Not only did the MTs have to know when to dodge Justin Fried's attacks, the other melee classes also needed to know how to interrupt the boss's attack pattern. Start the raid. After Shi Feng finished giving out his instructions, everyone went to their assigned positions, making a perfect encirclement around Justin Fried. Once ready, Cola immediately rushed towards Justin Fried, while Ye Wumian waited at one side for the appearance of the 3 demon guards. Compared to attacking an elite monster, the damage Cola dealt to Justin Fried was much lower. His normal attacks only dealt slightly more than -100 damage to the boss. After Cola solidified his aggro of the boss, everyone else promptly barraged Justin Fried with attacks. However, the team quickly discovered a crucial matter: Justin Fried's defense was seriously too high. During the trial runs, Cola had been the only one attacking. Everyone had not really noticed how high Justin Fried's defense was. Take Lonely Snow, for example. As a berserker, every time he struck Justin Fried's back with his 2-handed axe, he could only deal slightly more than -200 damage. Even after using armor break on the boss, his damage only barely reached -300. As for the newcomers, the damage they dealt was far less. His defense is too high. Even with her most powerful spells, Aqua Rose only managed to deal around 500 damage to the boss. Shadow Burst. Blackie didn't dare hold back, immediately using the new skill he received for clearing the 4-colored trial. 5 black streaks of light immediately shot out from his staff, landed on Justin Fried's back, and exploded. Damages of 736, 741, 726, 738 appeared above Justin Fried's head. Shi Feng was also slashing madly at Justin Fried's back. However, the damage he dealt was far lower than Blackie's. Each of his basic attacks only dealt over -100 damage. However, this damage was further increased when Shi Feng triggered one of the Abyssal Blade's effects, inflicting the Doom Curse on the boss. There was also the damage amplification effect from Thundering Flash. As Justin Fried was a Hell mode boss, both the Abyssal Blade's Doom Curse and the effect of Thundering Flash were greatly weakened. Overall, the 2 debuffs had weakened Justin Fried by 15%. Simultaneously, Shi Feng swapped out his Might of 1,000 title for his Demon Hunter title, further weakening Justin Fried. Now Justin Fried only possessed 80% of his original strength. This result undeniably reduced the burden placed on everyone in the team. Guild Leader, the additional passive skill of your weapon, and also the effect of your title are simply too amazing. Thanks to you, the difficulty of this boss has been forcefully brought down a notch, Kulla said with a smile. Undeniably, he was the person who profited the most from these debuffs. Aqua Rose's eyes glowed with joy as well when she witnessed this scene. Thanks to Shi Feng's skills and title, they now had hope of defeating this boss. It seems that I, too, should get more of such titles in the future. It would make boss raids a lot easier. Aqua Rose looked at Shi Feng's title in envy. However, she knew it would be very difficult to obtain such a title. Aqua Rose made a note to herself to ask Shi Feng how she, too, could obtain such a title when they left this dungeon. When Justin Fried's HP fell to 90%, Shi Feng immediately shouted through the team chat,
Yay, Woomian! Get ready to aggro the monsters, everyone! Focus fire on the spawns the moment they appear. Fire dance, and I will help Kulla cope with the boss. Damnable trespassers, guards, get rid of them!
Justin Fried bellowed. Suddenly, 3 demon guards ran in from outside the arena. Every one of these demon guards were elite monsters. Moreover, each of them possessed 40,000 HP. Fortunately, the demon guards had much lower defense compared to the boss. The team took no time at all to finish all 3, especially when they had a powerhouse like Blackie. Everyone then returned their focus to the boss. During the entire battle, Shi Feng did not get many chances to deal damage, possibly due to there being many more people attacking him. Justin Fried's attack pattern right now was slightly different from when only Kulla and Gluttonous Mouse were raiding him. The boss could always accurately force Kulla into a corner whenever he brandished his greatsword, preventing Kulla from effectively dodging his attacks. To make matters worse, aside from Shi Feng, nobody else in the team could accurately find a way to interrupt the boss's attack rhythm. Although Fire Dance managed to react to the situation and find a suitable location to attack, due to her low strength as an assassin, she failed to interrupt Justin Fried's attack. Hence, Shi Feng had no choice but to focus all his attention on interrupting the boss's attacks. Otherwise, if Kulla were to make a mistake and eat any of the boss's minor skills, he would definitely lose his life, because the healers would not be able to keep up with their healing. Concurrently, Kulla's death would also mean everyone else's death. When Justin Fried's HP fell to 78%, he finally used Death Blow in a fit of rage. Meanwhile, the target of this skill was none other than Shi Feng. Shi Feng's first reaction to the activation of this skill was to turn tail and run. After being marked by this skill, unless players activated skills that provided invincibility, they would unquestionably die when Justin Fried closed in on them. Justin Fried retrieved a silver spear and abruptly threw it at Shi Feng. Instantly, a silver flash streaked across the sky and flew at Shi Feng, producing a boom as it broke the sound barrier. Players were unable to dodge this silver spear, so they could only try to block it. Hence, just as the spear was about to reach him, Shi Feng immediately spun his body around and activated parry. The spear smashed into the abyssal blade, generating brilliant sparks as metal clashed against metal. Shi Feng was forced to retreat over a dozen steps before he could shake off the attack and stabilize his body. Both his hands felt numb after blocking Justin Fried's attack, and he had very nearly lost his grip on his swords. He then took a glance at the abyssal blade, finding a clear scar on the blade of the sword. Unbelievable. To think that this move could even damage a magic weapon. If it were a secret silver weapon taking this hit, wouldn't it get destroyed instantly? Even a fine gold weapon might not survive this attack. Shi Feng secretly rejoiced that he had not used the silver lake to block this attack. Otherwise, the sword would have been finished. After seeing his spear blocked, Justin Fried grew furious. Ignoring Kulla, he charged at Shi Feng with large strides, without hesitation. Shi Feng immediately activated Windwalk, increasing his movement speed by 30%. He then started moving in circles around the arena. As Shi Feng did not receive any damage from Justin Fried's spear, he also did not receive the movement speed reduction debuff. Hence, no matter how hard the boss tried to chase Shi Feng, He simply couldn't catch up. In the end, Shi Feng kited the boss around the arena for the full 10 seconds. With both of Justin Fried's major skills dealt with, everyone returned to their positions and resumed their attack on Justin Fried. Later on, no matter how many times Justin Fried used his major skills, the end result was still the same. After a dozen minutes passed, even when Justin Fried entered his berserk state, he still could not change the inevitable. The reason being, Kola had Protection Blessing to stave off the boss's increased damage. Kola also had the Arclight Guard's additional skill, Time Arc. The effect of this skill was the equivalent of providing Kola with 9 seconds of invincibility. It also allowed him to reset the cooldown of any skills he had used during Time Arc's duration. One way or another, Kola had managed to endure and survive through the 20-second duration of the boss's berserk state. In the end, Justin Fried let out a scream of resentment as he fell to the ground, his body leaving behind a pile of dazzling items as it disappeared. Chapter 265, Dark Knight Gaia. In Chapter 265, Dark Knight Gaia, it's a jackpot. Our karma must be too good. I wonder what we'll get. This is the hell mode of the demon's castle. A jackpot should give us at least a dark gold weapon, right? Justin Fried's death allowed everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. However, when they saw the pile of items on the ground, everyone knew that their luck had come. Just a brief glance told them that Justin Fried had dropped more than 10 items. It was an obvious sign that this was one of those rare karmic jackpots. All right. Don't get too excited right now. Rest and recover for now. Shi Feng simply smiled when he looked at his teammates' excitement. However, he knew that the jackpot this time around was no coincidence. Others might not know this, but the Demon's Castle was actually the hardest dungeon out of all the level 15 20-man team dungeons, although everyone believed that it was simply a 20-man dungeon with above-average difficulty. In the past, countless guilds had suffered team wipe after team wipe in order to raid the Demon's Castle. According to Shi Feng's understanding, the bosses of every Hell Mode team dungeon that possessed the highest difficulty out of all Hell Mode team dungeons of the same level would always yield a jackpot when it was being raided for the first time. This was a reward by the system for pioneering the team dungeon with the highest difficulty. While Shi Feng was counting up the loot from Justin Fried, a group of players revived at the entrance of the Demon's Castle. Boss, that Justin Fried's defense and attack are simply too high. Compared to a level 10 dungeon, the Demon's Castle is far more difficult. Moreover, this is only the normal mode dungeon. Even a powerful MT like yourself could not survive 3 hits from the first boss. I don't think there's any way we can raid this dungeon right now, a druid said. It seems that 2 MTs are required for this boss to share the damage. We can just let a ranger kite the 3 summoned monsters. After experiencing a battle with Justin Fried, Warwolf fully realized just how powerful the boss was. Every time Justin Fried attacked, Warwolf would be forced into a corner and prevented from dodging. He had no choice but to take the full brunt of the boss's attack. If he only had to endure Justin Fried's basic attacks, Warwolf was confident he could make do with the heals he received. However, one of Justin Fried's minor skills, Thousand Sweep, dealt at least minus 1,000 damage to all targets within an 8-yard radius. Meanwhile, the activation time for this skill was practically instantaneous, so Warwolf had no chance at dodging it. When Warwolf ate this minor skill in addition to a basic attack, he would instantly lose at least 2,000 HP. Only with all 4 healers in the team focusing their heals on him could they barely manage to get his HP back up to a safe level before Justin Fried's next attack connected. However, shortly after, the boss summoned 3 demon guards. Once the healers spread their focus to the other members of the team, Warwolf was promptly slain by Justin Fried. The end result? A team wipe. As Warwolf's team was about to enter the Demon's Castle for the second time, Shi Feng had already started distributing the loot. The jackpot this time had yielded 11 weapons and equipment in total. There were also quite a number of magic crystals and precious materials. Among the weapons and equipment dropped were 3 secret silver equipment, leg guards for rangers, a hat for druids, and shoulder guards for summoners. As this was a guild-only team and also a pioneer raid, The distribution of items this time was not done using the contribution auction method. Instead, Shi Feng assigned the items to specific players while placing priority on increasing the overall battle prowess of the team. Meanwhile, fine gold ranked weapons and equipment numbered the most. There was a total of 6 of such items dropped by Justin Freed. The attributes of these items spoke for themselves. The items dropped from the Hell mode of the Demon's Castle were all of the finest quality. Lonely Snow received a level 15 fine gold ranked Greataxe, while Cola received a level 15 fine gold ranked shortsword. Meanwhile, the secret silver weapons the 2 previously used were passed on to their teammates. The remaining 4 items were fine gold equipment, shoes for swordsmen, arm guards for cursomancers, a chest piece for oracles, and a chest piece for elementalists. Shi Feng kept the shoes for swordsmen for himself, exchanging it with his level 10 mysterious iron-ranked boots. Triumph boots, shoes, plate armor, fine gold rank, level 15. Defense plus 184, strength plus 17, agility plus 20, endurance plus 12. Movement speed plus 5. Restricted to swordsmen. Additional passive skill, light-footed, increases movement speed by 5%. Shi Feng then handed the fine gold ranked arm guards to Blackie, the chest piece for oracles to Gluttonous Mouse, and the chest piece for elementalists to Aqua. The final 2 items were of dark gold rank. One was a pitch-black longsword, while the other was a dark gray-colored staff that emitted black mist. Demon Bane, one-handed sword, dark gold rank, level 15. Attack power plus 183. Strength plus 20, agility plus 21, endurance plus 10, attack speed plus 3. Durability 100 or 100. Additional passive skill, Demon Bane. Deals 20% additional damage towards darkness-type monsters. Although the Demon Bane was only at the level of being satisfactory in terms of attributes, the passive skill that came along with it was perfect for raiding the Demon's Castle. Shi Feng just happened to be able to replace his level 10 dark gold weapon, the Silver Lake. Although the Silver Lake was a personal exclusive weapon, in terms of attributes and attack power, it was much weaker than the level 15 Demon Bane. The reason being, there would be a huge increase in the performance of weapons and equipment every 5 levels. Moreover, when taking into consideration the convenience of the upcoming battles, Shi Feng had even more reason to exchange the Silver Lake for the Demon Bane. As for the dark gold-ranked staff, it was also of extremely good quality. Black Mist Staff, 2-handed staff, dark gold rank, level 15. Equipment requirement. Strength 40, intelligence 60. Attack power plus 154, intelligence plus 42, vitality plus 28, endurance plus 33, chanting speed plus 6. Durability 100. Elemental spell damage increased by 10%. Elemental spells have 18% chance to achieve a critical hit. Ignore levels plus 3, cast range plus 2, elemental spell levels plus 1, restricted to elementalist. Wow, the attributes on this staff are insane. It's practically tailored for elementalists. Even though Blackie already had an epic-ranked staff, he still couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the attributes on this staff. The eyes of the 2 elementalists and the team immediately glowed upon seeing the attributes of this staff. This staff will go to Aqua. Shi Feng handed the staff over to Aqua Rose without hesitation. Although Taciturn Goose, who was one of the newly recruited 5 demon generals, was also an elementalist, Aqua Rose was the vice leader of the guild. It would not look well if the vice leader of the guild continued using only a secret silver-ranked staff. Moreover, Aqua Rose's techniques and strength was far above Taciturn Goose's, and she would be able to display the staff's true power better. For me? Although Aqua Rose indeed liked this Black Mist staff very much, she had only recently joined the guild. She would feel very awkward if she were to receive such an amazing staff so quickly. Take it. You're the vice leader of our guild. We can't have other guilds looking down on Zero Wing now, can we? Shi Feng said, a grin on his face. That's right, vice leader. Our guild is acknowledged as one of the 6 major guilds right now. If the other guilds were to find out that our vice leader was still using a secret silver-ranked staff, they would definitely make fun of us, Blackie said. All right, then. I'll take it. Aqua Rose felt that their words were logical. As one of the top management of the guild, every action she took affected the guild's reputation. If others were to discover her poor-quality equipment, although they might not outright slander them with insults, they would definitely look down on Zero Wing. It would make others think that Zero Wing was not as good as it seemed to be. After equipping this exquisite staff, Aqua Rose suddenly felt the responsibilities placed upon her shoulders growing heavier. Following which, after everyone was rested, they resumed advancing towards the heart of the demon's castle. Due to the jackpot from Justin Freed, the team's overall strength was greatly increased. They had a much easier time now when they fought against the elites and special elites, and very quickly they arrived at the main hall of the demon's castle. The final boss, the Dark Knight Gaia, sat high above on the throne inside the hall. The moment everyone set foot inside the hall, the atmosphere of the room suddenly changed, and even the air started feeling heavy. Everyone in the team sucked in a mouthful of cold breath at the scene inside the hall. This is a joke, right? Blackie looked at the throne in the distance, his mouth gaping wide open in shock. What is going on here? Why are there two more bosses with Dark Knight Gaia? Astonished, Shi Feng stared at the two beauties standing beside the throne. The two beauties had a pair of pitch-black wings on their backs, and both of them were giving off an imposing aura that was no weaker than Dark Knight Gaia's. Chapter 266, Holy Light. Just Dark Knight Gaia alone was a challenge for them to deal with. Yet there were two more bosses of equal strength now. Even Shi Feng felt powerless at this sight. However, the fact that there were three bosses in this hall was not the most important point. The key point was that even a single boss was enough to cause everyone to despair. The difficulty of this quest is too high. Shi Feng's head ached when he looked at the three bosses. He never imagined that Weissman's quest would be so difficult. If it were the normal hell mode demon's castle, Shi Feng would still have a way to clear it. However, if he had to face the three bosses before him simultaneously, then there really was no hope for clearing this dungeon at all. Dark Knight Gaia, High Lord rank, level 16 HP, 4,400,000. Fallen Angel Heir, High Lord rank, level 16 HP, 3,600,000, 3,060,000. Not only did the quest increase the number of bosses, it had also greatly increased their strength. With a frightening 4 million HP, even if their healers exhausted all their mana, they still wouldn't be able to kill Dark Knight Gaia. It was also highly possible that Kola would die with a single stab from Dark Knight Gaia's spear. Guild leader, I think we should withdraw. There must be a problem with the system. 4 million HP is just ridiculous, Kola said, shaking his head while sighing. I think so as well, Brother Feng. Maybe we should go out and reset the dungeon, Blackie said. The others had similar thoughts as well. Even if this was hell mode, the difficulty of these bosses was simply preposterous. Since we've already come this far, let's give it a try. There should be a special mechanism in place if the bosses are set to be so powerful. Shi Feng did not think there was an error with the system. It definitely had its own reasoning for making the bosses this powerful, so they might as well test the water, who knows. They might even discover some secret trick that will allow them to defeat these bosses. Since Shi Feng had already spoken, the others naturally did not oppose his decision. At worst, they would simply waste some of their EXP, and EXP was something they could easily obtain. Hence, like the previous time, Kola and Gluttonous Mouse went ahead to gauge the standards of the bosses. Like before, Kola threw his shield at the three bosses, activating Shield of Vengeance. Yet, the moment Kola's shield struck the three bosses, everyone in the team was stunned by what they saw. 1. Only 1 point of damage appeared above each of the three bosses. Their frightening defense rendered everyone in the team speechless. You are seeking death? Dark Knight Gaia spoke in a tone that was neither enraged nor arrogant. Rather, his voice was only filled with coldness and indifference. He spoke just like a machine, emotionless. Gaia then slowly got up from his throne. He did not rush to attack Cola, instead choosing to abruptly focus his eyes on Cola. Cola instantly felt a chill overcome his body. Although this was a game, the pressure he felt was nothing but real. Similarly, the two fallen angels by Gaia's side did not take any action. They did not even give Cola a single glance, as if saying Cola was not worth their attention at all. I refuse to believe it yet. Cola summoned up his courage as he used punishment on Dark Knight Gaia. However, just like before, his attack only dealt 1 point of damage to the boss. Everyone cringed at this result. This time, Dark Knight Gaia finally retaliated against Cola's attack. Gaia casually retrieved a spear from his side, aimed it at Cola, and threw it. Before anyone could react, a flash of light pierced through Cola's chest, followed by a sonic boom reverberating throughout the hall. The attack caused over minus 2,900 damage to Cola, leaving him with only several hundred HP remaining. This casual attack had nearly taken Cola's pitiful life. Just as Dark Knight Gaia was about to attack for the second time, a pillar of holy light descended from the sky, enveloping Cola. When Gaia's spear clashed against the holy light, it was as if the spear had struck an impenetrable wall. The spear could not advance by even an inch. There was a trick to it, as expected. Shi Feng smiled faintly when he saw the holy light descending from the sky. He also discovered the silhouette of a person floating amidst the pillar of holy light. "Shash," Shi Feng shouted in the team chat. "Everyone together. Healers get Cola's HP back up first." Previously, everyone merely had the intention of giving the bosses a try. They did not hold any hope of actually killing them. Now that a chance had appeared, how could they easily give it up? The atmosphere surrounding the team instantly changed. No longer were they shrouded by despair. Huh? Why is it her? When the person inside the pillar of light walked out, Shi Feng discovered a familiar face. When he caught a clearer view of that saintly appearance, his mind immediately turned sluggish. The person that walked out of the pillar of holy light was actually the Tier 3 divine official Charlene. "Wow, my goddess!" Blackie's eyes widened upon seeing Charlene, his drool nearly leaking out of his mouth. Putting aside Charlene's peerless appearance and graceful figure, just that extraordinary aura that she exuded would attract others to her. Gifted with both appearance and aura, Charlene was even more mesmerizing than the snow goddess, gentle snow. After Charlene descended into the hall, she did not look at the people behind her. Instead, she focused her attention on the black throne, at Dark Knight Gaia and the two fallen angels by his side. Dark Knight Gaia no longer maintained his look of indifference when he noticed Charlene's appearance. Instead, a hint of fear showed on his face. "Gaia, leave that woman to us. You take care of those ants and activate the teleportation gate. It is about time we let this continent be filled with fear and death once more," Fallen Angel Air said. "Yes, Lady Air," Dark Knight Gaia answered respectfully. At the same time, Charlene whirled around to look at everyone, saying, "Adventurers." For his selfish gains, Gaia has turned the past inhabitants of this castle into demons, letting them live a life that is worse than death. Now he is even trying to open a gate to the demon world, summoning the Legion of Dead to attack White River City. You must stop Gaia from doing so at all costs and prevent a terrible fate from befalling the inhabitants of White River City. Finished speaking, Charlene immediately chanted some divine incantations. She then pointed a finger at the players before her. Suddenly, everyone in the team received a buff. Blessing of Holy Light increases all attributes by 200 points. This blessing is insane. My magic damage is over 1,000 points. My HP is also over 5,000. This feels awesome, Blackie said in exhilaration. Everyone else shared Blackie's feelings. Their bodies felt full of power, and they felt that they could easily go back and trample the previous boss, Justin Freed. Just the HP of the ranged players had already exceeded the 5,000 threshold. The other melee players also had their HPs increased past the 6,000 threshold. As for the monstrous MT of the team, Cola, his HP had already gone past the 7,000 threshold. Cola was practically a mini-boss now. After Charlene and the two fallen angels departed to do battle, Dark Knight Gaia immediately charged towards the team of players, intending to massacre them quickly. At this time, everyone in the team no longer looked at Dark Knight Gaia with fearful eyes like before. Even if Kola received close to minus 3,000 damage from a single spear throw from the boss, the Guardian Knight presently had over 7,000 HP. Moreover, the healers also had their magic damage increased from the blessing. Now, a casual heal from any one of them could replenish over 1,000 HP for Kola. They had no problems coping with Dark Knight Gaia's frightening damage. Taking the lead, Kola immediately slashed his sword at Gaia, following up the attack with a punishment. 3 second 28. Misi 641. 2 damages appeared above Dark Knight Gaia's head. Meanwhile, Shi Feng had used silent steps and arrived at Dark Knight Gaia's back. Executing Chop, he slashed his sword down at Gaia's neck, immediately causing more than minus 1,200 damage to the boss. His follow-up normal attacks also caused around minus 600 damage. However, compared to physical damage classes, the mages had a much greater improvement. Each of Blackie's dark arrows caused over 2,000 damage to the boss, over 4,000 damage if it was a critical hit. As for Aqua Rose, her flame explosion dealt over minus 1,500 damage to the boss. The other mages in the team could also deal over minus 1,200 damage with each of their attacks, which was very impressive. On the other hand, Dark Knight Gaia's damage towards Kola was slightly reduced. Each of his attacks only dealt slightly over, minus 2,400 damage to Kola now. One side was strengthened, while the other weakened. Even if Dark Knight Gaia had 4 million HP, everyone still felt confident of defeating him. As Dark Knight Gaia's HP continuously fell, his attack rate also grew fiercer, and the damage he dealt also became greater. From the initial minus 2,400 damage, Kola now received around minus 2,700 from each of Gaia's attacks. Chapter 267, Legendary Power. Chapter 267, Legendary Power. This won't do. The damage we're dealing is still too low. If this keeps up, we will definitely be the ones to die. After several exchanges with Dark Knight Gaia, Shi Feng had already deduced the most likely ending of this raid. His mind immediately started churning for a solution to this problem. When Dark Knight Gaia's HP fell to 70%, everyone else detected that something was wrong. The spear Gaia brandished was like a python, containing both power and agility. Gaia had a more relaxed time responding to everyone's attacks now, successfully blocking and rendering many of the attacks sent at him ineffective. Currently, Gaia was like the reincarnation of the spear god. Dark Knight Gaia abruptly swept his spear in a circle, sending Shi Feng and the others, who were attacking his back, flying. Shi Feng reacted quickly and used parry without hesitation, preventing any harm from reaching him. Unfortunately, everyone else in the team was not as quick to react. As a result, each of them received over minus 2,000 damage from the attack, suddenly increasing the burden placed on the healers. Meanwhile, the main target of Dark Knight Gaia's attack, Kola, had to retreat a handful of steps before stabilizing his body. A frightening damage of minus 4,300 also appeared above his head. Guild leader, the boss is getting more powerful the longer we fight. I don't think I will last long if this situation continues. At this moment, the Guardian Knight, Kola, was no longer as calm and composed as he was before. Currently, the Dark Knight Gaia would deal around minus 3,000 damage each time he attacked Kola. If the boss triggered a critical hit or used a skill, he would deal over minus 4,000 damage, even if Kola had over 7,000 HP. The pressure placed on him was huge. His HP constantly hovered around the safety threshold, which was a very dangerous situation. This was exactly where the Dark Knight Gaia excelled. The longer he fought, the braver he got. On the surface, Dark Knight Gaia did not seem to use any major skills. However, in reality, he had been using them constantly. Blood Rage. With this skill, the longer Dark Knight Gaia battled, the higher his damage would become. His attack speed would also rise as time passed. Just this skill alone was already sufficient to make any team that dared challenge him kneel and accept defeat. In addition, Dark Knight Gaia also possessed an AoE skill, Blood Domain. The skill had an effective area of 100 yards. When used, a blood demon would spawn behind all enemies within this range. These blood fiends each had 10,000 HP. Contrary to expectations, these blood fiends would not attack players. Instead, if these blood fiends came within 3 yards of their locked target, they would self-destruct. The resulting explosion had an effective radius of 20 yards, and in Hell mode, the explosion would deal minus 2,000 damage. However, due to Shi Feng's quest, the current boss the team faced was an enhanced version of the Hell mode Dark Knight Gaia. Hence, Shi Feng did not know how much damage the blood fiends would deal if they exploded. It was bound to be more than minus 2,000 damage. If they could not deal with these blood fiends quickly, leaving the monsters to self-destruct without control, the end result would, without a doubt, be a team wipe. Yet, if everyone were to run around the hall while having the blood fiends chase after them, it would disrupt the team's formation. Any mistake made during this confusion would easily lead to a team wipe. Hence, the moment these blood fiends appeared, they needed to deal with them within the shortest amount of time possible. Just depending on the blessing of Holy Light won't be enough to deal with this boss. If we can't increase our damage output, we will die sooner or later. Shi Feng took a look at the mana levels of the 4 healers and discovered that all of them only had around half remaining. However, Dark Knight Gaia still had 65% of his HP left. If this situation continued, they wouldn't be able to last until the end. Not to mention, Dark Knight Gaia hadn't used Blood Domain yet. At that time, the burden on the healers would definitely be huge.
Brother Feng, we'll definitely be team-wiped if this continues. Should I use Stars of Light now?
Blackie secretly sent a private message to Shi Feng. Stars of Light was the most powerful skill of the epic ranked staff. Mavis's Guard, its might surpassed even that of a Tier 2 spell. It was a spell that could devastate both heaven and earth. Unfortunately, this powerful spell had a cooldown time of half an hour. It was a trump card that could only be used once in a boss battle. As a result, whenever Blackie was in a party together with Shi Feng, he would always seek Shi Feng's advice, letting Shi Feng decide when he should use the skill. No, it's still too early for it. Shi Feng had long since planned for Blackie to use Stars of Light when Gaia used Blood Domain. The might of the skill would instantly evaporate the blood fiends that spawned. Yet, if they did not use the skill now, they might not even survive to see Dark Knight Gaia use Blood Domain. With 2 difficult options at hand, Shi Feng was at a loss which to pick. In the end, we still aren't strong enough. Shi Feng smiled bitterly. Even though their team was already so powerful, it was still not enough to clear this quest. Shi Feng truly did not know how those players in the past had managed to complete this quest. However, it was also a fact that the players had already completed their Tier 1 class promotion when they completed this quest. With a team of Tier 1 players with top-tier level 20 equipment and weapons, it would be a simple walk in the park for them to conquer the enhanced Hell mode of the Demon's Castle. Also, even if nobody in the team had reached level 20, if everyone's weapons and equipment were of Dark Gold rank or above, Dark Knight Gaia would still have no choice but to submit to them. To put it bluntly, they were lacking in preparations. As expected, our current equipment is still too weak. Shi Feng could not help but lament as he watched the boss getting stronger as time passed. Suddenly, however, a flash of realization came to Shi Feng. That's right. If it's equipment, don't I have the fragmented legendary item? Shi Feng thought of the ring that had been left asleep inside his bag. The Heavenly Dragon's Breath. As a fragmented legendary item, it possessed the strength to change a player's tier. Yes, tier, not level, previously. Shi Feng had never managed to reach the requirements of the fragmented legendary item. Now, however, he had already achieved it. Heavenly Dragon's Breath, ring fragmented, legendary rank, equipment requirement, strength 200, agility 200, intelligence 120, strength plus 40%, agility plus 40%, intelligence plus 30%, endurance levels plus 10, all item level requirements reduced by 10 levels. Additional skill 1, Dragon's Authority, suppress all enemies in the surroundings with the might of the Heavenly Dragon. inflicting the fear status onto enemies within a 30-yard distance, reducing their attack power by 20%, attack speed by 20%, and movement speed by 20% for 1 minute. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Additional skill 2, Dragon Breath, inflicts 6x damage in a 30 tomes 5-yard line in front of you. There is a 20% chance to induce the fainted state for 2 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional skill 3, Heavenly Dragon's Power, allows the user to temporarily possess the power of the Heavenly Dragon, increasing HP by 300%, strength by 100%, and defense by 300%, and grants immunity to all controlling effects for 2 minutes. Cooldown, 3 hours. The Dragon Slayer Mekaseru once owned the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. It was originally a legendary ranked item possessing the suppressed strength of the dragon tribe. Due to damage resulting from a war between gods, its might has greatly decreased. However, the Heavenly Dragon's Breath possesses an incomparably strong magic power and possesses the potential to restore itself. Its past glory may be restored with 3 magic stars and 1 dragon's heart. Current restoration 0 fourth. Blessing of Holy Light increases all attributes by 200 points. This blessing had allowed Shi Feng to instantly surpass the daunting requirement of having 120 intelligence. Without wasting any more time, Shi Feng immediately retrieved the Heavenly Dragon's Breath from his bag. The instant he wore the ring, he immediately felt it transmit a boundless power into his body. Not even the blessing of Holy Light could compare to this power. Good. The raid officially starts now. Shi Feng looked at the silver dragon-shaped ring on his finger, a smile on his face, whether it was his past life or his present life. This was the very first time he was feeling the strength of a legendary item, even if it was only a fragment. He then shifted his gaze towards Dark Knight Gaia, his eyes abruptly focusing. Dragon's authority. Instantly, everyone felt Shi Feng's transformation. They could feel the might of an ancient dragon coming off him, and even their souls quivered in the face of this power. Meanwhile, as if stuck in a deep quagmire, Dark Knight Gaia's movements turned sluggish. Gaia's attack power was greatly reduced as well, letting Kola gain a breather. Kola no longer felt overwhelmed by Gaia's attacks, and he could even dodge the boss's attacks now. It wasn't just limited to Kola. Everyone else started attacking with greater efficiency as well. Originally, they were on the verge of being team-wiped, yet the situation suddenly had a huge change. It was simply unbelievable. What happened? Aqua Rose was shocked. Chapter 268. Everything is insubstantial. Chapter 268. Everything is insubstantial. Although everyone was shocked by Dark Knight Gaia's weakening, they were even more shocked by the person who activated Dragon's authority, Shi Feng. Currently, raging winds surrounded Shi Feng's body, swirling in all directions and creating a dazzling sight. Shi Feng had now become the focus of this hall. When Shi Feng took a step forward, his body instantly disappeared and reappeared in front of Dark Knight Gaia. Brandishing both the Abyssal Blade and the Demon Bane, Shi Feng sent over a dozen slashes at the boss, the after-images of his swords creating an impression of a lotus flower. Due to the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, Shi Feng's attributes were greatly increased once more. Currently, his strength had already exceeded 500 points, while his attack was well over 1,200 points. His agility had also exceeded 600 points. Whether it was his attack power or attack speed, both were far above the standards of even a Tier 1 swordsman. Right now, Shi Feng could even give a Tier 2 swordmaster a run for his money. This was the power of a legendary item. Even though Shi Feng only had a fragmented version of it, the increase in combat power he received could allow him to challenge enemies of a higher tier. Damages of over 1,000 appeared one after another. Some of his attacks had even dealt over -2,000 and -3,000 damage. Dark Knight Gaia, who had previously been like an immovable mountain, was currently being forced to retreat step after step by the torrent of sword slashes. He could not even enter a basic stance due to the incessant attacks. Meanwhile, Kola was having a relaxed time going against the boss, expending almost no effort on evading the boss's attacks. However,
Shi Feng's onslaught had yet to end. Thundering flash. Chop! Double chop earth splitter. Thunder flame explosion. Every skill dealt over 2,000 damage. Of them, the level 8 thunder flame explosion had even achieved a critical hit, dealing over 6,000 damage to the boss. Shi Feng's damage far surpassed even that of Blackie now. Guild leader, what sort of potion did you take? How did you suddenly become so awesome? Kola was extremely curious about Shi Feng's sudden transformation. Previously, Shi Feng's single output damage was even below Blackie's and Aqua Rose's. Now, however, his damage had completely left that of the two in the dust. If Shi Feng said it was nothing, not even a ghost would believe him. Potion? Kola, you're thinking too highly of potions. This is the trump card of our guild, Blackie said, a grin on his face. He had a fair idea of what was actually going on. After all, he had also been present when Shi Feng obtained the Heavenly Dragon's breath. Brother Black is right, Kola. You're looking down on guild leader too much, Lonely Snow chimed in with a proud tone. The matter of the fragmented legendary item had always been a secret between the three of them. Shi Feng had previously told them not to leak any information about it, so nobody else other than them knew about it. After all, just an epic-ranked item alone could entice a first-rate guild to take action. If it was known that their guild possessed a fragmented legendary item, rivers of blood might start to flow in White River City. It's not a potion? Aqua Rose was also surprised. However, after she gave it a thought, their words felt right. It should not be possible for potions to provide such a powerful upgrade. Yet, if it was not a potion, what else could allow Shi Feng's battle strength to increase so tremendously? Suddenly, Aqua Rose started growing more confused about the guild known as Zero Wing. It was clearly a recently established guild. It could even be described as a blank slate. Yet, shortly after she had joined the guild, she received one shock after another. Aqua Rose had even begun to suspect that Shi Feng was an elder of one of those super guilds, and that he had come to White River City to play the role of a pig to devour the tiger. Only a dozen seconds passed since the battle resumed, and already Dark Knight Gaia had lost 5% of his HP. Currently, he only had 54% of his HP remaining. If this trend continued, his life would end before 3 minutes even passed. However, Shi Feng was still not satisfied with this result. The reason being, along with the passing of time, Dark Knight Gaia would grow stronger and stronger. Moreover, Dragon's authority lasted for only 1 minute. After the minute was up, Dark Knight Gaia would once again be like the reincarnation of a spear god. With Kola's equipment, he would not last long under the boss's onslaught, just as Dark Knight Gaia was about to recover his battle strength. I wonder how well this move will perform. The abyssal blade in Shi Feng's hand suddenly ignited in flames, the fire-type mana within a 30-yard radius frantically gathering around the weapon. The light from the scorching flames illuminated the dark hall, while the heat evaporated the moisture in the air. Currently, the abyssal blade in Shi Feng's hand was like a miniature sun. This was none other than Shi Feng's ultimate move, Flame Burst. Due to his increased attributes, the current Flame Burst was much stronger than the last time Shi Feng used it. Before anyone could react, the abyssal blade turned into a shooting star, smashing into Dark Knight Gaia's chest. Gaia's previously impenetrable armor was like tofu when it met with the abyssal blade. The abyssal blade easily pierced Gaia's steel armor and body like a hot knife through butter, creating a large hole in Gaia's chest. However, this was not the end of Shi Feng's attack. Shi Feng then followed up with 5 more slashes, each of his slashes dealing over minus 6,000 damage. Some of them had even achieved a critical hit, dealing over minus 13,000 damage. Meanwhile, the armor on Dark Knight Gaia's body was instantly shattered, the sundered metal fragments smashing heavily against the stone pillars at the sides of the hall. These stone pillars completely collapsed at the impact of the metal fragments. Receiving these 6 continuous attacks, Dark Knight Gaia instantly lost over 60,000 HP. This scene absolutely dumbfounded everyone in the team. Right now, Shi Feng looked more like the boss here with Dark Knight Gaia as the player.
was so shocking that Kola and everyone else in the team even forgot to attack Dark Knight Gaia. Oi, stop daydreaming. The boss is still alive. Shi Feng smiled helplessly as he received everyone's fervent gazes. After Shi Feng's reminder, Kola and Ye Wumian quickly reacted and charged at the boss. Maybe because he no longer had his armor, Dark Knight Gaia was actually receiving an additional 30% damage from everyone's attacks now. The raid progressed at a much faster rate right away. You ants have angered me. Accept the punishment of darkness. The moment Dark Knight Gaia bellowed, the entire hall turned bloody red. Immediately, 20 ferocious-looking blood fiends appeared within the hall. Meanwhile, these blood fiends each had 20,000 HP, and each of them quickly ran towards their locked targets after being summoned. Blackie, Shi Feng said in the team chat. Got it. It's finally time for me to show off. Blackie chuckled as he waved his staff. A gigantic magic circle appeared above the hall, and in the blink of an eye, a dazzling star emerged from the magic circle and crashed downwards. The stars of light had a very wide coverage. Hence, Blackie easily enveloped all the blood fiends within the skill, the enraged Dark Knight Gaia included. Each star caused over 5,000 damage. After over a dozen stars came crashing down, not even ashes remained of the blood fiends. As for Dark Knight Gaia, he was left in a miserable state after the duration of the skill ended. Everyone else in the team took this chance to use their most powerful moves on the boss, holding nothing back. Before even a minute passed, Dark Knight Gaia's HP fell to 30%. Instantly, the boss went into a berserk state, his body doubling in size. In this state, both his attack power and defense were greatly increased. Even when Kola had Protection Blessing activated, the skill reducing any damage he received by 50%, he lost over 3,000 HP the instant Dark Knight Gaia's spear connected with his body. Just in time. Shi Feng had been waiting for this moment all along. Did he think going berserk was amazing? In front of a dragon, everything was insubstantial. Shi Feng immediately activated Heavenly Dragon's power, increasing his HP by 300%, strength by 100%, defense by 300%, and also becoming immune to all controlling effects for 2 minutes. After the activation of Heavenly Dragon's power, Shi Feng's body underwent a transformation. Dragon scales suddenly covered his skin, making him look as if he was wearing dragon scale armor. With the addition of these dragon scales, Shi Feng's originally ordinary appearance suddenly became tyrannical. Chapter 269, Violent Conclusion. Chapter 269, Violent Conclusion. Originally, everyone was still worried about how they should deal with the berserk boss. However, Shi Feng's shocking transformation immediately attracted their attention. Leaving aside Shi Feng's new handsome and gorgeous appearance, just by standing there, he was already giving off an insurmountable pressure. This was no longer an oppression due to strength. Instead, this pressure was the instinctive reverence for a primordial life form. Just what is going on here? Aqua Rose asked in shock. It was a known fact that players could not transform their bodies. Yet Shi Feng had actually transformed in defiance of that notion. Moreover, that frightening pressure he was giving off was much more terrifying when compared to the berserk Dark Knight Gaia, let alone the others. Even Blackie and Lonely Snow, who knew about the fragmented legendary item, were greatly astonished by Shi Feng's sudden transformation. They never thought that a player could actually become so powerful after activating the Heavenly Dragon's power. I think the guild leader can kill me in a single hit now, Lonely Snow said, a bitter smile on his face. Let alone you, even Kola might not survive a single hit from Brother Feng. With the activation of the Heavenly Dragon's power, Shi Feng's strength received a several-fold increase, which meant that his attack power had increased as well. When Blackie thought about how his most powerful skill, Stars of Light, already failed to match Shi Feng's previous strength. If Shi Feng used a skill, even Kola, who had over 7,000 HP, would be reduced to ash. The Heavenly Dragon's power is strong, as expected, Shi Feng thought as he shook his fists. He could feel boundless power coursing through his body. In addition, after activating this skill, Shi Feng could feel his mind becoming much clearer than before, allowing him to reach a peak condition that he had never experienced. Shi Feng's strength now exceeded 1,000 points. His attack power was also over 2,300 points, while his HP was over 15,900. In addition, his defense had gone past 4,500 points, almost twice that of Cola's. Currently, he could easily be considered a mini-boss. Cola, leave tanking the boss to me. Shi Feng wanted to test his new body. Moreover, it would be much more effective for him to tank the boss instead of Cola right now. Apart from having higher attack, defense, and HP, Shi Feng's current dodging capabilities were miles ahead of Cola's. All right. Although Cola was still shocked by Shi Feng's transformation, he managed to muster a reply with more than 15,900 HP. Nobody was a more reliable MT than Shi Feng. After relieving Cola of his duties, Shi Feng immediately slashed a sword at Dark Knight Gaia, like a lightning bolt. Shi Feng's sword smashed into Dark Knight Gaia's body with the might of 1,000. The attack dealt over minus 2,000 damage to the boss, and the strength behind the attack forced the boss to retreat 3 steps. Each step the boss retreated left behind a deep footprint on the hard-tiled floor. This was the benefit of increasing one's strength, compared to increasing just attack power. If players with physical damage classes increased their strength, not only could they gain additional attack power, their increased strength would also create a suppression effect during battle. This effect would further raise the damage they dealt their enemies. When attacking, players could also cause their enemies to lose their balance. In a battle, if one could not maintain a proper stance, it would be very easy for problems to arise. Compared to purely increasing one's attack power, it would be much more beneficial to increase one's strength instead. This was a kind of invisible support, and many players only discovered the importance of basic attributes after playing the game for a long time. Currently, Shi Feng's battle with Dark Knight Gaia was in full swing, and the other melee classes had no chance to get close to the boss at all. The reason being, aside from MTs like Cola and Yewumian, the other melee classes could not even survive a single hit from Dark Knight Gaia. In this situation, only the ranged players could continue attacking without worry. Although Dark Knight Gaia had gone berserk, he was merely an insignificant being in the face of the Shi Feng, who had the Heavenly Dragon's power activated. The battle between the two of them was just like a battle between two boss monsters. Although Shi Feng's HP was only a tiny fraction of Dark Knight Gaia's 4 million HP, in this battle, Shi Feng was the only one doing actual damage. Whenever Dark Knight Gaia attacked Shi Feng, the latter would either dodge the attack or block it. Dark Knight Gaia was unable to deal any real damage to Shi Feng. Moreover, every time Shi Feng brandished his 2 swords, Dark Knight Gaia would be forced to retreat. Each of Shi Feng's attacks dealt over minus 2,000 damage, but more often than not, his attacks would achieve a critical hit and deal over minus 4,000 damage. A critical chop also dealt over minus 6,000 damage. On the other hand, Dark Knight Gaia could only deal around minus 2,000 damage to Shi Feng with each attack. With close to 16,000 HP, the healers could take their sweet time healing Shi Feng. They had no need to fear stealing the aggro of the boss at all. As a tank, Shi Feng was currently far stronger than the guild's #1 MT, Cola. After the 30-second berserk period was over, Dark Knight Gaia's body shrank back to its original size. Even though he still had blood rage in effect, he no longer possessed the previous ferocity he had possessed in his berserk state. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Dragon's power had a duration of 2 minutes. There were still 90 seconds left before Shi Feng's transformation ended. Without the berserk effect, Dark Knight Gaia was like a venomous snake that lost its fangs. He could only receive a one-sided beating from Shi Feng now. Whenever Shi Feng slashed his sword, Dark Knight Gaia would have to retreat a handful of steps. The gap between the two of them simply rendered one speechless. "Throw in everything you've got. We need to end the battle as quick as possible," Shi Feng said in the team chat. Upon Shi Feng's reminder, the others who hadn't dared to approach the boss before immediately rushed up in a hurry. As a result, the damage rate to the boss instantly soared. When Dark Knight Gaia's HP fell to 15%, he used Blood Domain once more, summoning another group of Blood Fiends. However, unlike the first group of Blood Fiends, these newly summoned monsters each had 30,000 HP. As expected, even his skills have changed. Shi Feng had been afraid of something like this happening, hence why he wanted to end the battle as quickly as possible. Since the quest had altered the raiding difficulty of the dungeon, a change to the skills of the boss would naturally occur. Since there wasn't much of a change in Dark Knight Gaia's Blood Rage, then the only skill that remained was Blood Domain. "Everyone, gather in the center," Shi Feng immediately shouted. When Blood Domain was previously used, the team had a wide-range AoE skill like the Stars of Light to depend on. However, they had no such skill that could quickly deal with all the Blood Fiends this time. Stars of Light had a 30-minute cooldown, so there was no way of using it for the second time in this battle. Hence, they could only hope to group up and concentrate their attacks on the monsters. Everyone in the team reacted fast. Before 3 seconds had passed, all of them were already standing together. Having the shape of a demonic beast, the blood-red monsters revealed malicious expressions upon being summoned. After locking on to their respective targets, the Blood Fiends let out frenzied roars as they charged forward. By the time the Blood Fiends started moving, Aqua Rose had already finished chanting an incantation. First, she summoned an ice wall to block off all the Blood Fiends from closing in on their group. The ice wall also placed an additional debuff on the Blood Fiends, slowing the monsters' movement speeds. Right after that, Aqua Rose shot an ice sphere at the group of monsters, reducing their movement speeds even further. With the successive use of these two skills, the group of Blood Fiends now moved as slow as snails. However, Aqua Rose was still not done with her spells. She then followed up with a third spell called Blizzard. Not only could this spell deal high amounts of damage, it also had a very good movement speed reduction effect without staying idle. The other ranged players started throwing out attacks at the monsters as well. Blackie had also taken this chance to use the most powerful AoE skill currently available to him. Hell Flame. Spiller's pillar of dark green flames shot up from the ground, repeatedly dealing over -2,000 damage to the group of Blood Fiends for 5 seconds. However, such an amount of damage was still not enough to deal with the Blood Fiends. Just as the Blood Fiends were about to close in on the team, Shi Feng suddenly appeared in front of everyone, blocking the Blood Fiends' path of advance. "Die!" Shi Feng bellowed at the group of Blood Fiends. Shi Feng used Thundering Flash, causing damages of -3,125, -4,321, and -6,040. And also inflicting the damage amplification effect to all of these Blood Fiends. However, these monsters were still not dead. Next, Shi Feng inhaled abruptly and executed Dragon Breath. Before anyone noticed, countless wind blades transformed into streaks of silver light, piercing through everything that stood in Shi Feng's path. These Blood Fiends instantly turned into minced meat, and not even Dark Knight Gaia, who was charging at the team, was spared from this attack. Dark Knight Gaia was sent flying by the attack, and his body was embedded into the distant wall. However, an instant later, the wall behind him shattered, and Dark Knight Gaia was again sent flying for more than 10 yards. Dark Knight Gaia's body was filled with bloody injuries now. Meanwhile, Dark Knight Gaia had received over -15,000 damage from Dragon Breath. The amount of violence this skill displayed was far above Blackie's Hell Flame. Without the threat of Blood Domain, the battle continued for only 30 more seconds before Dark Knight Gaia died in the middle of the hall, letting out an agonized roar as his life faded away. Immediately, many people in the team leveled up. Shi Feng had also risen from level 17 to level 18. White River City Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first team to conquer the Hell Mode Demon's Castle. All players within the team will be rewarded with 40 reputation points in White River City, 10 reputation points in Star Moon Kingdom, 300,000 EXP, and 10 silver coins. White River City Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the fastest team to conquer the Hell Mode Demon's Castle. All players within the team will be rewarded with 40 reputation points in White River City, 10 reputation points in Star Moon Kingdom, 300,000 EXP, and 1 Tier 2 gemstone of random attribute system. VRMMO Demon's Castle has been cleared for the first time. Loot increased by 100%. Chapter 270, Ennobled. Chapter 270, Ennobled. Outside one of the 3 great dungeons, the Land of Death, there were many guilds that had established a base of operations to facilitate raiding the dungeon. Meanwhile, inside Darkstar's base of operations, the Arclight shield is already in our hands now, so the MT problem has been dealt with. The next thing we need to do is to snatch the first clear of the Land of Death right in front of everyone, Lone Tyrant said in high spirits. Lone Tyrant had spent a lot of effort in order to acquire the Arclight shield. In order to quickly collect the required 30 gold coins, he had played the role of the gullible fool and purchased them at an overpriced value of 700,000 credits. However, now that the actual item was in his hands, Darkstar would officially become the second guild in White River City to start raiding the hard mode of one of the 3 great dungeons. Previously, the main reason why Darkstar had been surpassed by Ouroboros was the insufficient strength of their MT. Now, however, the situation was different. With her newly acquired Arclight shield, Darkstar would be competing with Ouroboros on a level playing field. As for the other guilds, Darkstar had no reason to be fearful of them. Even if Zero Wing already had their own Arclight shields, they were only a recently established guild. They did not possess the backing required to raid the 3 great dungeons. At this moment, however, a system announcement rang out. White River City Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first team to conquer the VRMMO Demon's Castle. All players within the team will be rewarded with 40 reputation points in White River City, 10 reputation points in Star Moon Kingdom, 300,000 EXP, and 10 silver coins. White River City Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the fastest team to conquer the VRMMO Demon's Castle. All players within the team will be rewarded with 40 reputation points in White River City, 10 reputation points in Star Moon Kingdom, 300,000 EXP, and 1 Tier 2 gemstone of random attribute. The announcement was repeated 3 times. Lone Tyrant was dumbfounded by this announcement. He was very clear about what sort of dungeon the Demon's Castle was. If not for the fact that the first clear of the 3 great dungeons was too important to them, Darkstar would have long since started raiding the Demon's Castle. However, Zero Wing had gotten the drop on them and secretly taken the first clear of the Demon's Castle. Moreover, it was the first clear of the VRMMO Demon's Castle. Currently, Ouroboros was the only guild in White River City that could successfully raid a 20-man hard mode dungeon. However, that capability was limited to the level 10 low difficulty dungeons and not a level 15 high difficulty dungeon. How did they do it? Aren't they just a recently established guild? Lone Tyrant could not make sense of the situation. Did that Shi Feng help? Although Lone Tyrant acted dismissively towards Zero Wing's achievement, the other guilds in White River City did not. In addition, the independent players in White River City were also greatly astonished by Zero Wing's achievement before. Not everyone felt that Zero Wing really deserved to be ranked as one of the top 6 guilds of White River City. After all, the only real achievement of the guild was its monopoly of the top 8 positions on the ranking list. Nothing else about the guild was worth mentioning. Now that they had obtained the first clear of the VRMMO Demon's Castle, it showed that dungeon raiding was no longer a weakness of Zero Wing. This situation had caused many gaming experts who were previously hesitant about joining Zero Wing to change their minds. The reason being, Zero Wing was the second guild in White River City to have successfully cleared a 20-man VRMMO dungeon. Moreover, the dungeon they had cleared was a level 15 dungeon, the highest level dungeon that players could currently enter. This showed that their strength had surpassed the other guilds by a large margin. Just as the players in White River City were fervently discussing this matter, Shi Feng's team started distributing their spoils of war. Originally, aside from the Hell Mode bosses of the 3 great dungeons, Dark Knight Gaia could be considered as the strongest boss below level 20. After receiving the frightening enhancement from Shi Feng's quest, Dark Knight Gaia had become even stronger than the final boss of the hell mode of the three great dungeons. Hence, the loot he dropped would naturally be excellent. Dark Knight Gaia had dropped a total of 27 items. 9 weapons and equipment, 1 forging design, 1 tailoring design, 1 potion recipe, 1 cooking recipe, 3 precious production materials, 10 magic crystals, and 1 demon's heart. The last item was also Shi Feng's quest item this time around. Among the 9 weapons and equipment, 5 were of dark gold rank, and all of them were items that could level up from level 15 all the way up to level 20. Of the 5 items, 1 was a staff for clerics, and 1 was a cloth armor chest piece for clerics. Both items were given to Violet Cloud. Meanwhile, Blackie received a hat for Cursomancers, Aqua Rose received shoulder guards for elementalists, and Ye Wumian received arm guards for shield warriors. The remaining 4 weapons and equipment were of fine gold rank. The leather armor chest piece and shoulder guards were both given to Fire Dance. There was also a longbow for rangers, which was given to Sentimental Memories, one of the 5 demon generals. Lastly, the berserker Water Buffalo received a greatsword after having distributed all the equipment. The team's battle power greatly increased once again. With such equipment, no other team in White River City could even hope to compare to them. As for the other items, Shi Feng promptly kept them for himself. "We've got a good harvest this time." Shi Feng felt exhilarated when he looked at the designs and recipes in his bag, in the hands of others. These items would only be worth a small sum of money. In his hands, however, these items would be money-making machines. Most importantly, the forging design he obtained was meant to produce the gemstone buckle. This item could allow players to equip an additional gemstone onto equipment that were of bronze rank or above. Meanwhile, players could apply up to 3 gemstone buckles on their characters, meaning they could have up to 3 additional gemstones. The value of this item was no less than the advanced whetstone. As for the other recipes and designs, they were relatively valuable as well. Only they were not as valuable as the gemstone buckle. After leaving the demon's castle, Shi Feng allowed everyone to go ahead with their own agendas while he headed to the City Hall of White River City. When Shi Feng arrived at the reception room of the City Hall, the Tier 4 wizard Weissman was still as leisurely as he was before. Weissman currently stood by the window, a peaceful expression on his face as he observed the plaza outside the City Hall. "Young man, you're here. I've already heard about your achievements from that little girl, Charlene." Before Shi Feng had even entered the room, Weissman had already detected his presence. At this time, Weissman moved away from the window and walked towards Shi Feng. He then nodded his head, a smile on his face as he said, "Not bad. Truly not bad at all. I never imagined a day would come when this old man would misjudge somebody." "Not only have you slain Gaia, you have also saved the entire White River City. I don't even know how I should reward you for your efforts. How about this? With the power vested in me from this day onwards, you are a Viscount of White River City. With your strength, I believe you should be able to protect that place. Take this Blacksteel's contract here and head over to that place. Then, system. Unique quest, Demon's Heart, completed. Quest rewards, position of Viscount in White River City, Blacksteel's contract, 500,000 EXP, 50 free mastery points, and 2 gold coins." Shi Feng was momentarily dumbfounded by the unexpected rewards. These rewards were simply too bountiful, especially the position of Viscount. In the entire White River City, perhaps only Shi Feng would understand the importance of this position. Right. I nearly forgot to mention that little girl Charlene said she has some matters that she needs to speak with you about. She is at the Stargazing Tower right now. If you have nothing else to do, you should go see that little girl. You don't want to miss out on a rare opportunity," Weissman said, giving Shi Feng a meaningful smile. Chapter 271, Guild Residence. Chapter 271, Guild Residence. "Lady Charlene is looking for me." A bad premonition stirred in Shi Feng's mind. Shi Feng had a very good understanding of Charlene's personality. She was definitely the type of person that would not act out of altruism, and Shi Feng couldn't help but wonder just which item on him Charlene had her eye on again. Forget it. It's better if I just go and see what she has in store for me, Shi Feng decided after giving it some thought. Although Charlene was a money grubber, he had always received a great harvest every time they met. This time, Charlene might give him some advanced quest again. If the quest rewards were good, he would consider giving it a try, however. The stargazing tower was located in Blackwing City, and this situation puzzled Shi Feng greatly. Since when had Charlene run all the way to Blackwing City? If Shi Feng had not known the location of the stargazing tower, he would have definitely wasted much of his time blindly searching for Charlene in White River City. Moreover, it was not easy to go to Blackwing City without the appropriate pass. Players would find it impossible to go there at all. To put it simply, if any other player wished to meet with Charlene, it would be a very difficult endeavor. Fortunately, it was a simple task for Shi Feng. Although he had already depleted the number of uses on the 7 Luminaries gemstone, his pass to Blackwing City, Aqua Rose still had a few Blackwing passes of her own. On second thought, maybe I should postpone meeting up with Charlene. Based on Shi Feng's many years of experience campaigning in God's domain, the quests that he could trigger by going to Blackwing City would definitely not be simple. He also had many things he needed to do right now, so it was better for him to just push this matter to a later time. After leaving the city hall, Shi Feng called for Aqua Rose and Fire Dance to meet up with him. They then headed towards the Purple Sun Mansion located in the trade area of White River City. The Purple Sun Mansion was originally the official residence of a count. However, this count had mysteriously disappeared inside the Purple Sun Mansion over half a century ago. In the following decades, every new owner of the residence would also mysteriously disappear overnight. An answer was never found for their disappearance, and ultimately, the residence was sealed by the city more than a decade ago. Moreover, the city had even stationed guards in front of the residence, preventing anyone from entering the place. It went without saying that the area the Purple Sun Mansion occupied, as the official residence of a count, was one of the largest within the trade area of White River City. Even though Shi Feng was now a Viscount, the personal land he could purchase would be less than a third of the Purple Sun Mansion. Guild Leader, why did you bring us to this abandoned residence? Aqua Rose asked in curiosity as she looked at the dilapidated residence in the distance, and also at the 8 guards stationed outside the place. Their guild had just recently obtained the first clear of the Hell Mode Demon's Castle, and the resulting fame had attracted many players to apply to join the guild right now. As a result, Aqua Rose was swamped with work. Although Blackie was also helping out with management, he was mainly focused on managing the workshop side of things. The guild within the game, on the other hand, was left to Aqua Rose to manage. As for Fire Dance, she was responsible for leading the main force of the guild. Each of them had their own respective duties. However, the management of the guild was the most onerous task out of the 3. Zero Wing had been established only recently, so there were still many problems on the management side of things. Aside from the guild perks system still being imperfect, their guild was also not prepared to recruit so many players. Therefore, Aqua Rose could only carefully select whom to allow into the guild. Meanwhile, her criteria for selection were not based on a player's level. Instead, she chose players based on how skilled they were in battle, and such strict selection criteria were very laborious and time-consuming. Aside from recruitment affairs, Aqua Rose also had to manage the daily affairs of the guild, and this, in turn, had made Aqua Rose a very busy woman. If Shi Feng had not called her over, most likely she would still be occupied with the matter of recruitment right now. "What do you think of this residence?" Shi Feng asked, a smile on his face. "What do I think of it?" Aqua Rose carefully scrutinized the Purple Sun Mansion. Although it was currently daytime in God's domain, with the sun shining brightly up in the sky, the Purple Sun Mansion was surrounded by a depressing atmosphere. It even gave others an eerie feeling. However, this residence occupied a very large plot of land, and it was also situated in the heart of White River City. It was definitely prime real estate. Although it looks shabby, its location is very strategic. Both the bank and auction house are only 2 streets to the west, while the Adventurers Association is 3 streets to the east. There are only 5 such strategic locations throughout White River City, and 4 are already owned by major nobles. Only this place is left without an owner. Moreover, out of the 5 residences, the Purple Sun Mansion occupies the largest area. Unfortunately, it is not for sale, and it is also protected by guards. If a guild can establish a guild residence here, it would be very beneficial towards the guild's development in the future. Aqua Rose replied with eloquence. She was extremely familiar with the real estate of White River City. Her eyes were filled with yearning when she looked at this dilapidated residence. However, since they could not obtain it, there was not much point in talking about it. Not to mention owning private territory within the trade area. They did not have the power to purchase land in even the outermost sectors of the city right now. Indeed, within White River City, the Purple Sun Mansion could be considered the best location to establish a guild residence. Shi Feng nodded his head in agreement. He then said with a soft chuckle, "However, from today onwards, this Purple Sun Mansion belongs to us, Zero Wing." After Shi Feng finished speaking, both Aqua Rose and Fire Dance were instantly dumbfounded. They looked at Shi Feng with eyes filled with disbelief. "Guild leader, what did you say?" Aqua Rose couldn't believe the words she just heard. This prime real estate belonged to Zero Wing from now on. No matter how she thought about this matter, it was simply impossible for it to be true. "This Purple Sun Mansion will be Zero Wing's guild residence from now on," Shi Feng said with a smile. "Guild leader, stop joking around. For such prime real estate, not to mention now, even if another month passed by, it would still be impossible for anyone to obtain it." Aqua Rose had a clear understanding about guild residences. Currently, not a single guild in White River City possessed a guild residence of their own. Yet Shi Feng was saying that this hot property was now under the ownership of Zero Wing. If what Shi Feng said was indeed true, then it would be even more shocking than Zero Wing obtaining the first clear of one of the 3 great dungeons right this instant. It was simply unbelievable. I knew you wouldn't believe me, which is why I brought you over to take a look. Shi Feng shook his head and laughed. If Zero Wing wished to develop rapidly, a guild residence was a must. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose was the manager of the guild, so Shi Feng naturally had to bring her over to take a look at their future guild residence. It would allow Aqua Rose to better plan for the future. After all, it was one thing to obtain the land for the guild residence. Actually establishing it was an entirely different matter. It would be better for them to plan ahead. Just as the 3 of them arrived in front of the steel gate of the Purple Sun Mansion, the captain of the stationed guards walked up to them, blocking their paths. "This is a forbidden location of White River City. Those unrelated, please leave," the guard captain berated. "Don't tell me even I am not allowed entry." Shi Feng revealed his title of Viscount. "So it is Lord Viscount. Forgive this humble one for not recognizing my lord. However, Magistrate Weissman has personally given orders that nobody is allowed entry into this place. And even if it is you, Lord Viscount, I am afraid that I cannot allow you to enter." The guard captain suddenly grew respectful when speaking to Shi Feng. "What about this?" Shi Feng took out the Black Steel's contract this time. The guard captain was shocked after seeing this piece of paper. After all, this paper was the deed to the Purple Sun Mansion. In other words, from this moment onwards, the Purple Sun Mansion was the private territory of the Viscount before him. "Since Lord Viscount has already become the owner of this place, of course this humble one would not stop my lord from entering," the guard captain said carefully. He then added, "However, there is something very strange about this Purple Sun Mansion. If my lord is planning to enter, please exercise caution." "I understand." Shi Feng nodded in reply, following which the 8 guards moved away from the entrance, allowing the 3 of them entry into the residence. Meanwhile, both Aqua Rose and Fire Dance were shocked by Shi Feng's revelation. He was actually a Viscount of White River City. Nobility was unlike levels. One could not get ennobled simply by wishing for it. Instead, one needed a large amount of reputation to do so. Currently, all the guilds in White River City were busy trying to raise the White River City reputation they had. Although there were already players who had become citizens, there had yet to be a single person who achieved nobility even until now. Meanwhile, nobility could be categorized into 5 tiers, which were Duke, Marquis, Count, Viscount, and Baron. Just the difficulty of becoming a baron had made all the guilds in White River City lament over their powerlessness, not to mention obtaining the position of Viscount, which was one tier above Baron Chapter 272, Spirited Away. Chapter 272, Spirited Away. Based on Aqua Rosa's knowledge about the authority of barons, aside from being able to purchase private territory within White River City, they could also hire their own guards. A baron could hire a total of 10 NPCs to serve as guards for his own territory. However, a baron was the lowest rank of nobility. Only when one was promoted to Viscount would one be counted as one of the true nobles of the city. A Viscount could not only purchase private territory, one could recruit up to 40 NPCs as guards, as well as have 2 personal guards. Having personal guards was a special privilege available only to true nobles. The normal guards hired by players were not capable of growth, unlike personal guards. In other words, after recruitment, the levels of normal guards would not change no matter how much time passed. On the other hand, personal guards could be leveled up. They would also receive bonus attributes from leveling up, making them much stronger than normal guards. The difference between the two was like the difference between a common monster and a boss monster. Meanwhile, if their guild had these personal guards protecting their guild residents, at this stage of the game, the defense of their guild residents would definitely be foolproof. Furthermore, they could even have these personal guards participate in boss battles. Although the levels of these NPCs would be suppressed, they would still be a lot stronger than the average player. With these personal guards, Zero Wing would have a greater advantage over other guilds when contesting for field bosses. Thinking up to this point, Aqua Rose couldn't help but reevaluate her opinion of Shi Feng once again. Guild leader, the more I get to know you, the less I actually understand about you. Not only have you managed to obtain such an excellent location for a guild residence, you're also a Viscount of White River City. If other guilds were to find out about this matter, they would definitely go insane. Aqua Rose giggled, blinking her shining large eyes. Indeed, they will definitely hunt me down like maniacs, Shi Feng laughed. The moment a guild possessed their own residence, they would be like a seedling that had finally set down roots. They would no longer be at the mercy of the winds and rain. Only by growing roots could a plant thrive and have the possibility to grow into a towering tree. In the past, a player had once joked that a guild without their own guild residence was like a gang of mountain bandits, while a guild that had their own guild residence was like the lord of a region. The reason being, only with a guild residence could a guild gradually perfect the many benefits they provided. It was especially true for guild quests. At this stage of the game, as nobody possessed their own guild residence yet, the NPCs within the city were unable to privately publish quests to the guilds. Hence, players could only accept some daily quests from the Adventurers Association to earn guild reputation, in comparison to the individual quests that players received from the Adventurers Association. The private guild quests published by NPCs rewarded much higher guild reputation. If a guild was sufficiently powerful, there was even the possibility that a quest rewarding an epic ranked item would appear. Moreover, unlike at the Adventurers Association, the number of quests available to guild members was not just limited to 2 or 3. As long as a guild was sufficiently powerful, there would be several hundreds, even thousands of guild quests being published in the guild residence every day. With so many quests available, players would be able to level up and upgrade their equipment more efficiently than if they were limited to grinding monsters. Also, statistical analysis made by professionals in the past showed that guilds with guild residences made at least double or even triple the amount of money of guilds without guild residences. Moreover, only with a guild residence would a guild officially have a stable source of income. The reason being, whenever a guild member completed a guild quest, the guild would automatically collect 15% of the quest reward as processing fee. The fees collected would then be stored inside the guild bank to serve as funding for the guild. This was the reason why guild residences were so important. The location of the guild residence was also very important, as this correlated to the number of guild quests a guild would receive. Newly established guild residence would be an unknown existence in White River City. To be precise, it would be unknown to the NPCs of White River City, and that anonymity would prevent many of these NPCs from commissioning quests with such newly established guild residences. If, however, a guild residence was established in a high-traffic location like the trade area, it would be easily noticed by NPCs. As a result, the number of quests the guild residents received would increase. Meanwhile, as the number of quests resolved by the guild increased, the fame of the guild among NPCs would also rise, and the number of NPCs willing to commission quests would also increase in turn. Such a snowball-like development speed would be unstoppable once it started. Hence, if the guilds in White River City were to find out about Zero Wing coming into possession of a guild residence, they would definitely hate Shi Feng down to the bone. Fortunately, Zero Wing had already grown past the stage of a fledgling guild. Unrated guilds would not dare to make an enemy out of Zero Wing. Only third-rate guilds or above would pose a threat. However, once Zero Wing officially establishes its guild residence, not even third-rate guilds would dare to become its enemies. While Shi Feng and Aqua Rose were having their merry discussion, the three of them arrived inside the main building of the Purple Sun Mansion. After remaining vacant for over a decade, the interior of the mansion was fully covered in a layer of dust. Weeds could even be seen growing in certain locations inside the mansion. The interior of the building looked extremely dilapidated, as if it could collapse at any moment. Not to mention people, even rats, would not want to live in this place. "It seems this place needs to be completely demolished and rebuilt," Shi Feng said in heartache as he swept a glance at the interior of the mansion. For privately owned territories, any expenditures spent on it had to come out from the owner's own pockets. However, not to mention building a guild hall meant for an entire guild. Even the cost of building an ordinary house was insanely expensive. It was a price that no normal person could afford. Only a large guild with immense wealth could afford such a price. "Guild leader? You are the wealthiest player in White River City, yet you're actually crying about being poor?" Aqua Rose rolled her eyes at Shi Feng. She knew for a fact that Shi Feng had spent over 100 gold coins without even blinking when he bought the Arclight Shield forging design. Shi Feng could only shake his head and bitterly smile in reply to Aqua Rose's teasing. What Aqua Rose did not know was that a fee of 200 gold coins was required in order to construct even the most common guild hall. Meanwhile, such a guild hall only had a capacity of 500 players. If it were a guild hall with a capacity of 1,000 players, the construction fee would be 500 gold coins. With the area the Purple Sun Mansion occupied, Shi Feng could build an advanced guild hall with a capacity of 3,000 players at the very least. However, the price tag for an advanced guild hall was 3,000 gold coins. 3,000 gold was an astronomical sum for any one guild. Even though Shi Feng indeed had the ability to construct an advanced guild hall, he still had the burden of 30,000 gold from the Gospel Project quest bearing down on him. He dared not randomly spend his money. The only reason he had spent over 100 gold for the Arclight Shield forging design was because he was confident of earning back the money through sales of the shields he produced. In the case of the guild hall, however, it was a one-way expenditure. Just as Shi Feng's group arrived at a flight of stairs, Shi Feng suddenly felt a gust of cold wind blowing over his face. He could also hear an indistinct voice whispering by his ears, as if calling him to descend the stairs. Instantly, Shi Feng felt all the hairs on his body stand up. Without hesitation, Shi Feng immediately unsheathed the abyssal blade and the demon bane, raising his 5 senses to their very limits. In this moment, he was fully prepared for any enemies that would show up. Aqua Rose and Fire Dance, on the other hand, reacted a tad slower than Shi Feng. However, they too promptly readied their weapons as they fixed their gazes at the staircase. Contrary to their expectations, however, nothing appeared from the staircase. Only a cold breeze blew up from below, causing the weeds within the mansion to quiver slightly. "How can there be wind coming from inside the building?" Fire Dance asked, feeling there was something very strange about the situation. The virtual world of God's domain closely resembled reality. Meanwhile, their current location was the heart of the mansion. It was an enclosed space, so it should have been impossible for any wind to be present. Likewise, Shi Feng also felt this matter was strange. However, according to Shi Feng's knowledge, there was indeed something very strange about this Purple Sun Mansion. After all, it was a fact that every previous owner of the mansion had disappeared without a trace while staying inside the building. It was due to these disappearances that the inhabitants of White River City had nicknamed the building the Ghost Mansion. Even the Tier 4 wizard Weissman could not find the reason for the past owner's disappearances. The only solution he had was to send out a team of guards to prevent anyone from entering the mansion. Shi Feng also had not learned anything about the Purple Sun Mansion in his past life. Hence, he could only rely on himself to resolve this matter. Only. He never expected to feel such a great pressure just by standing at the entrance of the staircase. It felt as if he was standing in front of a ferocious beast. Moreover, this kind of pressure had a sense of familiarity. However, Shi Feng could not recall where he had felt this pressure before. The cold wind seems to be coming from the basement. Let's go have a look at it for now. Shi Feng shook his head. He decided to first discover the source of this mysterious wind before making any further decisions. Chapter 273, Forgotten Lands. Chapter 273, Forgotten Lands, after entering the basement of the Purple Sun Mansion. Shi Feng took a look around, finding nothing special about the place. The entire room was empty. There was none of the cold wind from before. Neither was there the oppressive feeling that could shock even one's soul. There's nothing here? Were my senses playing tricks on me? When Fire Dance discovered no monsters in the basement, she promptly put away her daggers, sheathing the weapons back into their scabbards. I don't know, but it is indeed true that there is no danger here, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. As players experienced more and more battles in God's domain, their sensitivity towards danger would also gradually improve. It was especially true for an expert of God's domain. Moreover, this ability of players to perceive danger was usually not wrong. Let's take a closer look around, Shi Feng said. If they could not resolve this mysterious situation whereby the mansion's inhabitants were spirited away, should something actually happen, it would be a tragedy if the incident scared away the NPCs that came to commission quests with the guild. If players were the ones to get caught up in this mystery, they would at worst die once, losing a level and some skill proficiency. However, it would be different if an NPC were to get entangled in this matter. If they died, then it would be a true death for them. The main god system would not revive them. Hence, it was imperative for Shi Feng to resolve this mystery as soon as possible. Otherwise, this prime real estate would be worthless. After the trio searched for more than 10 minutes, they found no problems with the place. Not to mention a monster, they couldn't even find a mouse in this place. However, Shi Feng did not think that the enormous pressure he felt before was an illusion, especially since he had also felt this pressure previously in his past life. It was just that he could not recall when he had felt it exactly. After searching for a long time and getting no results, Shi Feng's group had no other choice but to return upstairs. What's going on here? The moment the group arrived upstairs, Aqua Rose immediately called out in shock when she saw the scene before her. Aqua Rose wasn't the only person who was shocked. Even Shi Feng was taken aback by what he saw. They had simply returned to the hall on the first floor, yet the scene here was completely different from before. No longer was it the empty, dilapidated hall they had seen. Instead, the sight that greeted the three after they exited the staircase was an intricate labyrinthine corridor. It was as if they had arrived at an entirely different place. It was definitely not the former Purple Sun Mansion they had been in. At this moment, a notification sounded from the system. System. Players have discovered the Forgotten Lands. All communications to the outside world are temporarily disabled. So it turns out to be something like this. Shi Feng suddenly came to a realization. He finally knew why the previous owners of the mansion had all disappeared one after another. It turned out that all of them had been transported to this location. Guild leader, I can't use my return scroll, Fire Dance said. Her eyebrows wrinkled. This is just like the time in the trial of God. It seems that this place isn't ordinary at all. Shi Feng began observing his surroundings. Shi Feng had encountered numerous such situations in his previous life. It was just like the lost lands he had encountered shortly after entering God's domain in this life. He had even obtained the abyssal blade from that place.
Although the Forgotten Lands was different from the Lost Lands, both still had their similarities. Most likely, players trapped in this place would be released after they completed a certain quest. However, unlike the time in the Lost Lands, none of them received any notifications of having triggered a quest. Soon after, Shi Feng's group of 3 advanced into the labyrinth and began to explore the map. Shi Feng couldn't help but admit that this map was very large. Even after they had wandered around for more than 6 hours, they still hadn't finished exploring the place. In the end, the 3 of them decided to split up and continue their exploration. In any case, they had not met with any dangers so far, and it would be much more efficient if they explored the map separately. Unwittingly, a day passed by without anything happening. Only on the second day did Aqua Rose find something new in the region she explored. Aqua Rose discovered a large magic array. According to the speculations of Shi Feng and an elementalist like Aqua Rose, it should be a magic array that was Tier 5 or above. However, as to what this magic array was used for, not even Shi Feng, with his bountiful experience, could guess. Unless there was a Tier 5 wizard or a Tier 6 mage god before them, following which, after spending the rest of the day exploring the place, Fire Dance discovered a second magic array that looked exactly the same as the first one. Other than this discovery, the trio found nothing else. They did not find even a single monster throughout their exploration, nor did they receive any quest notifications. Aqua Rose entertained the thought of simply giving up on this pointless endeavor. It would be more worthwhile for her to just kill herself and return to the city. In this god-forsaken place they could not level up, neither was there any quest for them to complete. They were simply wasting their time by staying here. Moreover, she was the manager of the guild. She still had many things she needed to do. How could she afford to waste so much precious time in this place? Moreover, there was still the matter of the guild residence. However, Shi Feng discouraged Aqua Rose from taking such an action. The reason being, there was no guarantee she could return to the city even if she killed herself. In the event that she could not return, she would have lost a level for nothing. Listening to Shi Feng's words, Aqua Rose had no choice but to give up on this idea of hers as she continued exploring this Forgotten Lands. When the third day arrived, after exploring a majority of the Forgotten Lands, the group discovered 3 more magic arrays. In total, they had discovered 5 of such Tier 5 magic arrays. Soon after, the 3 of them met up and shared their map information with each other. The moment their map information sharing was completed, a notification sounded from the system. System. Unique quest miracles unsealed activated. Quest details. Remove the seal on the Forgotten Lands. Quest rewards unknown. Remove the seal on the Forgotten Lands. The quest doesn't even tell us how to do so. What are we even supposed to do here? Fire Dance glared at the notification screen in anger. They had been exploring this place for 3 days now, yet the only thing they got in return was this quest that provided them with no hints at all. The game was simply too despicable. It should be around here, Shi Feng said, pointing on the map. To be precise, he was pointing at an area central to the 5 magic arrays. Magic arrays require mana to operate and normally use mana crystals as a source for mana. However, although the magic arrays were functioning properly when we discovered them, there was no sign of any mana crystals on site powering them. Moreover, these 5 magic arrays seem to be an integrated structure, so there should be a place where they draw their mana from. We've already explored the outskirts of the Forgotten Lands, and the only area we have yet to explore is the central region. There is a high possibility the power source for these magic arrays are situated in the central region. If we destroy the mana crystal there, we should be able to complete this quest. Guild leader, I never expected you to know so much about magic arrays. For a second there, I even thought you were an elementalist or a cursomancer, and not a swordsman at all, Aqua Rose said teasingly. I just studied the topic by accident. There are plenty of books on magic arrays inside the library of White River City after all. If you manage to read all the books inside the White River City library, you will definitely be more amazing than I am. Shi Feng laughed. The library? I would like to go there, but I'll need a permit to do so. Guild leader, since you're the one who mentioned it, you have to take responsibility. Aqua Rose also knew the importance of the library.
If an elementalist wished to learn more powerful spells, the best way to do so was at the library. Unfortunately, she lacked the permit to enter the library. The only choice she had now was to steadily raise her reputation in White River City. "Okay, I'll get you a permit to the library after we leave this place." Shi Feng shook his head and laughed again. As a demon hunter, he could obtain a permit to the library any time he wanted. Moreover, now that he was a Viscount of White River City, as one of the true nobles of the city, he could easily obtain a handful of library emblems, following which the three of them ran towards the central region of the Forgotten Lands. 4 hours later, the trio arrived outside the central region. If they wished to enter the place, they needed to go through a very long crystalline pathway. However, there was a giant three-headed wolf made out of blue crystals blocking the entrance of the pathway. So there is a monster here after all. Firedance's eyes glowed with interest when she saw this three-headed wolf. After several days of no combat, her hands were already itching for action. Chapter 274, Dark Gold Treasure Chest. "The presence of a monster doesn't necessarily mean it's a good thing," Shi Feng said, a bitter smile on his face as he looked at the three-headed wolf guarding the entrance of the crystal pathway. Crystal Warwolf, Lord Rank, level 25. HP 300,000. Compared to a dungeon boss, a field boss of the same rank was much more powerful. Moreover, in order to counter Zerg tactics, God's domain had set it so that field bosses would have their combat power and HP increased in proportion to the number of players participating in the battle. Generally, the optimum number of players required to raid a Lord-ranked field boss was around 10 to 20, unless of course it was a special boss. However, judging from the appearance of the Crystal Warwolf before them, Shi Feng felt that it should not be a special boss. In other words, at least 10 players were needed to raid this boss. To make matters worse, the Crystal Warwolf was a level 25 monster, while nobody in Shi Feng's group had even reached level 20. The resulting level suppression would be dire. Of those present, aside from Shi Feng, who had the Abyssal Blade, which allowed him to fully ignore this level suppression, only Aqua Rose possessed a piece of equipment with the Ignore levels attribute. Even so, her equipment only allowed her to ignore up to 3 levels. Aqua Rose herself was only at level 17 right now, and a level suppression of 5 levels would not be easy for her to deal with. As for Firedance, there was nothing to say. Of course, every cloud had a silver lining. Since the boss guarding the crystal pathway was very strong, it meant that the things beyond the pathway was equally important. Moreover, Shi Feng also discovered a treasure chest sitting beside the pathway. This treasure chest was a dark gold treasure chest, and Shi Feng's heart burned with a fiery passion as he looked at it. The loot he could get from this dark gold treasure chest would be much better than the loot from the boss before him. We won't be able to defeat a level 20 lord with just the 3 of us alone. We'll need to call for reinforcements. Aqua Rose's eyes glowed with excitement when she looked at the Crystal Warwolf before her. It was extremely difficult for players to meet with a field boss. They would definitely make a huge profit after killing it. Not to mention, there was also the treasure chest the Crystal Warwolf was guarding. Following which, Aqua Rose temporarily logged off the game to contact Blackie, who was at the Zero Wing workshop, telling him to bring the main force of Zero Wing to the Purple Sun Mansion and enter the staircase to the basement, in order to meet up with them at the Forgotten Lands. Meanwhile, Shi Feng ceaselessly observed the Crystal Warwolf and the surrounding terrain, trying to think of a strategy to raid the boss. 10 minutes later, Aqua Rose logged back into the game. "How did it go? When will they be arriving?" Shi Feng asked. "They're already at the Purple Sun Mansion. However, no matter what they tried, they can't seem to find the entrance to this map," Aqua Rose said, slight disappointment showing on her face. "If so, the appearance of the entrance should be random," Shi Feng said, lapsing into silent contemplation. After a while, he shifted his sights to the Crystal Warwolf and added, "It seems we can only depend on ourselves to defeat this boss." Hearing Shi Feng's conclusion, both Aqua Rose and Firedance immediately thought that Shi Feng had gone insane. He was actually suggesting they deal with this Crystal Warwolf before them. They had neither an MT nor a healer in the party right now, with just 3 damage dealers. How were they supposed to deal with a level 25 Lord-ranked boss
that had a height of over 10 meters. Although both girls knew of Shi Feng's unrivaled strength, a Lord-ranked boss was still not something that could be defeated with just 3 players. We are only giving it a try. In any case, we can't just stay stuck in this place forever, right? Moreover, even if we do die, it is a good chance to check whether or not we can actually leave this place after dying. We'll be killing 2 birds with 1 stone, Shi Feng joked. Guild leader, you decide what we should do, then, Fire Dance said with high spirits. Aqua Rose sighed helplessly. All right, then. I'll join in as well. We can't just fight this crystal werewolf head-on. The only choice we have is to kite it. I'll act as bait. Aqua Rose, you'll be the main damage dealer. Fire Dance, you'll be responsible for restricting its movements as much as possible. After some consideration, Shi Feng settled on this strategy. Although he could no longer equip the Heavenly Dragon's breath, his agility was still over 200 points. Moreover, his equipment also provided additional movement speed. His movement speed was definitely faster than a level 25 Lord. Combining those with his keen reactions, out of the 3 players in the party, he was definitely the most suited to be the bait. Following which, Shi Feng gave Fire Dance plenty of basic frost grenades and intermediate frost grenades, letting her use them as she saw fit. Fire Dance never thought Shi Feng would possess such good items. With the frost grenades, Shi Feng would have a much higher chance of success at kiting the boss. After the 3 of them were in position, Shi Feng retrieved the blazing meteor from his waist. Standing at a distance of 40 yards from the crystal werewolf, Shi Feng aimed the throwing weapon at the boss and threw it. Shoo! The blazing meteor streaked through the air and pierced the crystal werewolf's eye, causing minus 651 damage to it. Compared to a one-handed sword, Shi Feng's damage with the throwing weapon was much higher. Ah-oh! The crystal werewolf let out an agonized wail, with bloodshot eyes. The crystal werewolf glared at the direction where the throwing weapon came from. As a result of its actions, however, the blazing meteor, which was still lodged in its eye, damaged the visual organ even further, causing an additional burst of minus 300 damage. The crystal werewolf was utterly angered now, and using its powerful hind legs, it leaped and charged at Shi Feng. Immediately, Shi Feng turned around and ran. Everything was just like Shi Feng had guessed. His speed was just a tad faster than the crystal werewolf's. However, in order to avoid having Aqua Rose's and Fire Dance's aggro on the boss exceed his, which would in turn lead to the crystal werewolf attacking the 2 girls, Shi Feng needed to constantly send attacks at the boss to strengthen his aggro on it. As a result, the crystal werewolf would oftentimes catch up and attack him. The crystal werewolf's attacks were extremely powerful. Single swipe from its paws could easily shatter the floor, resulting in fist-sized rubble flying everywhere. Fortunately, Shi Feng always managed to nimbly evade the crystal werewolf's razor-sharp claws at the very last second, before pulling away from the boss and attacking it once more. Shi Feng's attacks were only meant as a provocation. Aqua Rose was the true damage dealer this time around. After the Demon's Castle raid, Aqua Rose had 2 dark gold-ranked items on her person. Of the 2, one was even a dark gold-ranked staff of the finest quality. Aqua Rose's damage right now was already considerably high. If not for Blackie outshining her with the epic-ranked Mavis's Guard, Aqua Rose would definitely have the highest single-output damage in the guild. As Shi Feng ran around the perimeter with the crystal werewolf chasing after him, Aqua Rose stood in the center and blasted frost arrows and frost spears on the crystal werewolf's body. Not only could these spells reduce movement speed, each of these spells also dealt over minus 500 damage to the boss. If not due to the level suppression of 5 levels, her spells would definitely deal over minus 800 damage. Fortunately, unlike Shi Feng, who could only attack intermittently, Aqua Rose could attack continuously and deal a constant stream of damage to the boss. On the other side, Fire Dance kept inflicting the bleeding debuff and using poisons that reduced movement speed on the boss. With the 2 movement speed reduction effects stacked together, the crystal werewolf slowed down significantly. Also, whenever the crystal werewolf got too close to Shi Feng, Fire Dance would immediately throw a frost grenade at the boss, freezing it.
However, as the Crystal Werewolf was a Lord-ranked boss, the freezing effect of the frost grenades was greatly diminished, lasting no more than 3 seconds. Sometimes it lasted for only 1 short second. However, when experts exchanged moves, it took only an instant to reach a conclusion, so 1 second was more than enough for Shi Feng to pull a great distance away from the boss. Although the 3 of them dealt only a small amount of damage, the HP of the Crystal Werewolf continuously rose and fell. After more than a dozen minutes passed, the Crystal Werewolf had only 30% of its 300,000 HP remaining. By simple estimates, the boss would die in less than 10 minutes. Oh, the Crystal Werewolf went berserk. Just like a deflated balloon, its towering body, which was over 10 meters in height, suddenly shrank. Within moments, the boss became much smaller than it was before. Not good. This is the type of berserk that discards power for speed. Shi Feng had encountered plenty of such bosses in the past. Hence, the moment he witnessed the Crystal Werewolf's transformation, he immediately recognized the boss for what it was. Fire dance. Keep on using the frost grenades to slow it down. Understood. Fire dance knew that this was a crucial period. Hence, she tossed out the frost grenades in her hands one after another without pause. However, something unexpected happened. Aside from the frost grenades dealing much less damage than before, both their movement speed reduction and freezing effects were completely useless against the boss. In the blink of an eye, the shrunken Crystal Werewolf appeared before Shi Feng. It brandished its claws. Its 3 heads bared the fangs in its mouths, and it bit down at him. Although Shi Feng managed to deftly evade the 3 jaws clamping down on him, he failed to evade one of the paws that quickly followed. Suddenly, Shi Feng's entire person was sent flying for more than 10 yards, and a frightening damage of more than minus 2,100 appeared above his head. Shi Feng felt as if his chest had caved in when he received the attack. Shi Feng's HP instantly fell to a dangerous level, his previously green HP bar turning into a bright red. TL notes: Zerg Tactics, a strategy that uses numbers rather than strategy to defeat the enemy. https://www.urbandictionary.com/define.php. Term: Zerg Chapter 275, 7 Luminaries Key. Now, Chapter 275, 7 Luminaries Key. The moment Shi Feng landed on the ground, the Crystal Werewolf arrived at his back like a savage gale. Without giving Shi Feng any chance to defend, the 3 heads of the Crystal Werewolf opened their jaws to bite down on Shi Feng. Guild Leader. Fire Dance was greatly shocked. Immediately, she closed in on the Crystal Werewolf, sending a 3-star kidney strike to its body. However, even a controlling skill like Kidney Strike had no effect on the Crystal Werewolf. Just as the fangs of the Crystal Werewolf were about to close on Shi Feng's head, Shi Feng managed to cross his swords and execute parry in the nick of time. Boom. The floor beneath Shi Feng instantly cracked from the force. What a strong fellow. Shi Feng laughed bitterly. Although parry allowed players to block the physical damage of an attack, it did not neutralize the force of the impact. There was no healer in the party right now. If Shi Feng ate another attack, he would definitely lose his life. From this brief exchange, Shi Feng had also gotten a general understanding of how much more powerful the Crystal Werewolf had become. In Shi Feng's estimation, although the Crystal Werewolf had not received much of an increase in terms of strength, its current speed was at least 30% faster than before it went berserk. At this moment, only by equipping the Heavenly Dragon's breath could Shi Feng have a chance at grasping victory. Otherwise, he would only receive unilateral abuse from the boss. Unfortunately, although reaching 200 points in agility was a simple task, it was not easy for a swordsman like Shi Feng to attain 120 points in intelligence. Moreover, very few plate armor equipment meant for swordsmen had the intelligence attribute on it. Those that did would be considered garbage equipment. Seeing that its attack had failed to kill its prey, the Crystal Werewolf immediately rotated its body, its diamond-like tail whipping at Shi Feng as it did so. As parry was still on cooldown, Shi Feng had no choice but to activate one of his life-saving skills, Defensive Blade. Defensive Blade was currently at level 4, and it protected Shi Feng from 9 ranged attacks or 4 melee attacks. Defensive Blade was a skill that provided complete immunity to any attack, be it damage or the resulting impact. It was one of the must-have basic combat skills for swordsmen. As for why Shi Feng had chosen to use parry first instead of Defensive Blade, it was for the sole purpose of determining the combat power of the Berserk Crystal Werewolf. Only by experiencing the force of the impact could Shi Feng make the best judgment. Meanwhile, the conclusion Shi Feng arrived at was to face the Crystal Werewolf head-on. If he tried to escape, he would only die faster, following which he raised the abyssal blade up in the air. Green electric arcs surrounded the body of the sword as it moved to meet with the snowy sharp claws of the Crystal Werewolf. Thundering flash. The green electric arcs pierced the Crystal Werewolf's body, causing 572, minus 1,623, and minus 1,004 damage to it. Although only one out of the 3 arcs achieved a critical hit, the attack also managed to trigger the curse of the abyssal blade, inflicting the doom curse on the Crystal Werewolf. Immediately, all of the Crystal Werewolf's attributes were reduced by 20%. Suddenly, the Berserk Crystal Werewolf that had had its agility increased by 30% was weakened greatly. However, Shi Feng was still not done with his attacks. He activated Phantom Kill right away, his doppelganger appearing beside the Crystal Werewolf. Shortly after, Shi Feng's doppelganger started sending a barrage of attacks at the Crystal Werewolf as well. Although the doppelganger only had 50% of Shi Feng's attributes, it had fully inherited the skills Shi Feng had learned. Yet, despite having greatly reduced the Crystal Werewolf's speed, Shi Feng still did not have an easy time evading its attacks. Having no other choice, Shi Feng activated Gravity Liberation. Shi Feng's body instantly became as light as a feather, and like a spirited monkey, he dodged the originally unavoidable attack. Windblade. Immediately, Shi Feng's attack speed increased even further. Double Chop. Earth Splitter. Thunderflame Explosion. Skills blasted on the Crystal Werewolf one after another, each dealing over 1,000 damage. Although the Crystal Werewolf's attacks became stronger and its speed much faster after going berserk, these improvements came at the price of its defense being weakened, combined with the 20% damage amplification effect of Thundering Flash. The damage the Crystal Werewolf received became a lot higher than before. Fire Dance's and Aqua Rose's attacks also landed at this point, so the Crystal Werewolf's HP fell sharply. By the time the 30-second duration of Gravity Liberation was almost over, the Crystal Werewolf only had 10% of its HP remaining. Just as the effect of Gravity Liberation was about to end, Shi Feng executed 9 Dragon's Slash. 9 Phantoms of the Abyssal Blade appeared behind Shi Feng, and all of them shot towards the Crystal Werewolf. Meanwhile, just as an attack from the Crystal Werewolf was about to land on Shi Feng swapped positions with his doppelganger. Upon being relocated, the doppelganger immediately used Parry and Defensive Blade to repel the Crystal Werewolf's attacks. Each Phantom of the Abyssal Blade had high attack power, and each of them could deal over minus 150 damage every time they struck at the Crystal Werewolf. In total, the 9 Phantoms dealt over minus 300 damage to the Crystal Werewolf every second. Meanwhile, there were 28 seconds before the effect of 9 Dragon's Slash ended. After having used up both of its life-saving skills, Parry and Defensive Blade, the doppelganger received a direct hit from the Crystal Werewolf's claws. Alas, the doppelganger only had 50% of Shi Feng's attributes, so it died on the spot. However, the doppelganger had earned a lot of time for Shi Feng. With the doppelganger gone, the Crystal Werewolf shifted its attention back to Shi Feng's actual body. Shi Feng activated Windwalk again without hesitation. He then whirled around and ran. Fortunately, with his movement speed increased by 30%, Shi Feng was still a tad faster than the Crystal Werewolf, which was still under the 20% attribute reduction effect of the Doom Curse. Thus, the kiting strategy began once more. Under Aqua Rose's and Fire Dance's constant barrage, the Crystal Werewolf's HP fell lower and lower. 9%, 8%. By the time the effect of Shi Feng's Windwalk was about to end, the Crystal Werewolf only had 3% of its HP remaining. It should be about time. At this moment, Shi Feng stopped running. He then turned to face the crystal werewolf, pointing the abyssal blade at the monster. Abyssal bend. 9 snake-like chains suddenly surfaced from the floor, instantly binding the crystal werewolf. Although the crystal werewolf had been immune to the control skills used on it before, its movements were still bound by the pitch-black chains. In God's domain, the so-called immunity to control skills did not necessarily make one immune to all control skills. Instead, it simply made one immune to control skills that were below a certain tier. Skills such as Frost Arrow, Ice Sphere, and Kidney Strike were all considered basic skills. In other words, they were Tier 0 skills. As these skills were of the lowest tier, the Crystal Werewolf was completely immune to their effects. As a level 25 Lord, the Crystal Werewolf was immune to any control skills that was below Tier 2. However, Tier 2 or Tier 3 control skills could still restrain it. Although Shi Feng did not know which tier the Abyssal Bind belonged to, it was a skill attached to a magic weapon. In Shi Feng's estimation, it should be at least Tier 3 or above, meaning that it would be effective against all bosses that could possibly appear at this stage of the game. With the Crystal Werewolf completely restrained, Shi Feng took a step forward as he activated his ultimate skill, Flame Burst, which could only be used around once every 4 minutes. Shi Feng's 2 swords were just like miniature suns with the activation of Flame Burst. In the blink of an eye, Shi Feng slashed the Crystal Werewolf's body 6 times with his swords. 2,238, minus 4,452, minus 2,198, minus 2,212, minus 4,408, minus 2,212, minus 4,408, minus 2,216. The 6 attacks dealt a total of more than minus 17,000 damage, instantly wiping away the Crystal Werewolf's remaining 3% HP system. Level 25 Crystal Werewolf killed. Level difference of 7. XP obtained increased by 700%, obtained 485,630 XP. The experience bars of all 3 of them instantly increased by a large chunk. Aqua Rose even advanced to level 18. As for Shi Feng, he had only recently reached level 18, so he was still at level 18, even after killing the Crystal Werewolf. If he could kill several more of such Lord-ranked bosses, he would definitely level up very quickly. I never thought a Lord-ranked boss could be killed in such a way as well. This battle was an eye-opener for Aqua Rose. In truth, however, if not for Shi Feng being capable of holding a stable aggro on the Crystal Werewolf, in addition to consistently evading its multitude of attacks, they definitely could not have killed it. Guild Leader quickly checked the loot. As a huge fan of Shi Feng, Fire Dance was not surprised by Shi Feng's ingenuity. She had always believed Shi Feng could lead them to victory. Moreover, Fire Dance was hoping to reach Shi Feng's standards one day. How could she allow herself to falter when faced with a Lord-ranked boss? Shi Feng nodded in reply, promptly going ahead and checking the loot left behind by the Crystal Werewolf. It can't be right. How could this boss be so cheap? How could it drop only 1 key and 1 piece of equipment? Aqua Rose immediately grew unhappy when she saw the information shared by Shi Feng. What was even more annoying was that the equipment dropped was only a level 20 fine gold ranked plate armor wrist guard. It wasn't even dark gold rank. Not bad. Don't forget that this 7 Luminaries key can be used up to 3 times to open a dark gold treasure chest. Isn't there a dark gold treasure chest right before us? Shi Feng laughed. After Aqua Rose had followed Shi Feng for some time, unconsciously, her standard for judging items became much higher than before. If it was in the past, Aqua Rose would definitely have forgotten herself in joy if she saw fine gold equipment. Now, however, unless an item was of dark gold rank, it would not even pique her interest. That's right. Aqua Rose shifted her sights towards the distant treasure chest. After the arduous battle, the existence of this dark gold treasure chest had completely slipped her mind. They could get a dark gold equipment at the very minimum if they opened this treasure chest. There was also a small chance for them to obtain an epic ranked item. Epic ranked items. Aqua Rose did not dare to even hope for one Chapter 276 Dragon Scale set equipment. Chapter 276, Dragon Scale Set Equipment. It's locked, as expected. No matter how hard Shi Feng tried, he could not open the dark gold treasure chest. Hence, he retrieved the key he had just obtained from his bag. Ka-chak. The lid of the purple gold-colored treasure chest popped open slightly. Multicolored lights escaped between the gap, the lights illuminating even areas that were several hundred yards away. If this treasure chest had been opened out in the fields, it would definitely cause a huge commotion and attract many players to come and snatch it. Fortunately, there was only Shi Feng's group of 3 in the Forgotten Lands. After the multicolored lights faded away, Shi Feng reached into the treasure chest. However, he quickly discovered there were only very few items inside it. The treasure chest contained a total of 3 items. Of them, 2 were dark gold equipment, while 1 was a forging manual. The 2 dark gold equipment were the crystal armor and the boots of extreme speed. Crystal armor, chest piece, plate armor, dark gold rank, level 20, equipment requirement, strength 120, agility 140, defense plus 140, strength plus 24, agility plus 21, endurance plus 20 restricted to swordsmen. Additional passive skill, Smart Outbreak. Every time user receives damage, strength and agility increased by 2% for 15 seconds. Stacks up to 5 times. Although the basic attributes on this piece of equipment could only be considered at the level of being good, the passive skill that was attached to it was simply amazing. After all, the passive skill could potentially increase a player's strength and agility by 10%. If the wearer of the crystal armor originally had high amounts of strength and agility, the additional attributes provided by Smart Outbreak would be like having equipped an additional piece of equipment at the very least. The only downside to this passive skill was its need for the user to take damage up to 5 times. Although such a condition had made it relatively useless in boss battles when used in grinding monsters and PK, it would definitely provide the wearer of the crystal armor with unspeakable advantages. Boots of extreme speed, shoes, leather armor, dark gold rank, level 20. Equipment requirement. Strength 90, agility 130, defense plus 143, strength plus 20, agility plus 26, endurance plus 18, movement speed plus 10, evasion plus 7. Additional passive skill, rapid movement, increases movement speed by 12% and agility by 8%. In regard to assassins and rangers, the most sought-after attribute for these 2 classes was agility, followed by strength. Meanwhile, this pair of boots increased the wearer's agility to the extremes. One could even argue that no other level 20 dark gold ranked shoes could increase agility as much as the boots of extreme speed could. Although these 2 pieces of dark gold equipment were excellent, they were worth barely a fragment of the true value of this dark gold treasure chest. After all, the item that reflected the true value of the dark gold treasure chest was none other than the forging manual. In addition, it was even a fine gold, ranked forging manual. Forging manuals were different from forging designs. In the case of forging designs, only one particular piece of equipment could be made using it. In the case of forging manuals, however, an entire set of equipment could be made using it. This forging manual was meant to produce the level 20 dragon scale set equipment. There were a total of 6 pieces in this set, and it could be worn by any class that could use plate armor. Previously, Shi Feng had spent over 100 gold at the Blackwing auction house just to purchase the forging design for the Arclight shield. However, the value of the Arclight shield was far from being comparable to the dragon scale set equipment. After all, the dragon scale set equipment was a fine gold ranked set equipment. Throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom, not a single guild had managed to obtain a secret silver-ranked set equipment up to now. One could simply imagine the value of a fine gold-ranked set equipment. If Shi Feng could forge a few sets of the dragon scale set equipment and give them to the plate armor classes in the guild's main force, when these players walked on the streets wearing the dragon scale set equipment, one could simply imagine the shock on the other players' faces when they see the set equipment. The members of other guilds would definitely tremble with fear. Just the thought of such a scene was simply exhilarating. However, it would definitely be extremely difficult to forge the dragon scale set equipment. As it was a set equipment, the difficulty of producing the entire set would be no less than producing a piece of dark gold equipment. Shi Feng was only an advanced forging apprentice right now. Without raising his forging level, producing the dragon scale set equipment would only be a pipe dream. At the very least, he needed to get promoted to an intermediate forger or advanced forger before he had an actual chance of producing the dragon scale set equipment. I have to raise my forging levels after we return. Shi Feng formed a plan in his mind as he looked at the dragon scale forging manual. Shi Feng then handed the boots of extreme speed to Fire Dance. Now that Fire Dance had reached level 19, she was only a short distance away from level 20. As for the crystal armor and dragon scale forging manual, he kept both of them for himself. After resting for a short while, Shi Feng's group of 3 entered the crystal pathway. The crystal pathway was so long that one could not see the end of it in a single glance. Moreover, the elemental mana present in this pathway was extremely dense, so much so that it was even visible in the form of an aurora. It was an absolutely stunning sight to behold. Aside from being visually appealing, the dense mana also gave the 3 of them a buff, increasing the magic damage they could deal by 300%. One could simply imagine how dense the elemental mana was in this pathway. Before they knew it, Shi Feng's group of 3 had walked for more than an hour inside this crystal pathway. When they finally emerged, they were at the base of a huge mountain. When the 3 of them laid eyes on this mountain, they were immediately stunned. This entire mountain can't be made out of 7 luminaries crystal, right? Aqua Rose stared at the crystal mountain, her heart filled with immense shock. Aqua Rose had previously visited the Blackwing auction house, so she had seen 7 luminaries crystal before. It was common knowledge that the 7 luminaries crystal was one of the best mana-conducting crystals in God's domain. Not only was it extremely rare, its price was even more impressive. Not even White River City, a city with a population of several million, was qualified to use such a precious commodity. Throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom, only the palace and Star Moon auction house at the capital city could afford to use a floating platform made out of 7 luminaries crystal. Previously, Aqua Rose had believed that the crystal pathway was actually made out of mana crystals. However, the sight of this large mountain and its surrounding environment overturned her previous assumptions. The reason being, it was simply impossible for mere mana crystals to fill their surroundings with such dense elemental mana, resulting in even the formation of 7-colored mana clouds. It should be. Shi Feng nodded blankly. Shi Feng's mind grew heated at the thought of having so much 7 luminaries crystal on the market. A 7 luminaries crystal, the size of a small residential house, could be used to purchase a large town with a population of 50,000, with plenty to spare. Meanwhile, the 7 luminaries crystal before him was in the form of a mountain, and in terms of size, this mountain could rival even White River City. A city made entirely of 7 luminaries crystal, just what sort of concept was this? Even if the entire Star Moon Kingdom was sold, it would not be enough to purchase so much 7 luminaries crystals. Unfortunately, none of these crystals could be taken away. It was not even possible to pick some to take back. If they wished to mine these 7 luminaries crystals, at the very least they needed to reach master level in mining. Shi Feng was only at basic apprentice level in mining right now, and not even in his dreams could he mine these 7 luminaries crystals. 7 luminaries crystal was even more valuable than gold. Yet, even though so much 7 luminaries crystals were sitting right before him, he could do nothing but look at it. Shi Feng's heart simply bled at this thought, however. This couldn't be helped. Who would have ever thought there would be so much 7 luminaries crystals at this place? Shi Feng shook his head, banishing his thoughts. He then moved his sights towards a flight of stairs, a short distance away, that led to the peak of the mountain, saying, "Let's go up and take a look. We might discover how to unseal this place up there." Fire Dance did not know the true value of 7 luminaries crystal, hence she barely reacted to it. She had simply been mesmerized by the beauty of this mountain. Aqua Rose, on the other hand, knew full well the value of this mountain. If Fire Dance had not given her a shove, rousing her from her stupor, Aqua Rose would definitely still be immersed in her shock. After all, this entire mountain was a mountain of money. If she could nick even a tiny piece of this mountain, the coins converted from it would be enough to sustain even a first-rate guild for a long time. As the trio traversed the stairs up the mountain, Shi Feng suddenly felt an oppressive pressure bearing down on him. Moreover, this pressure was exactly the same as what he had felt at the Purple Sun Mansion, only a lot more powerful. The pressure only grew stronger and stronger as they climbed further up the mountain. By the time Shi Feng arrived at the mountaintop, he was already drenched in sweat. His body also felt extremely heavy, as if it were made out of lead. Meanwhile, the two girls, Fire Dance and Aqua Rose, fared much worse than Shi Feng. At this moment, both girls were sprawled on the ground, their bodies refusing to move even an inch. Unable to help his teammates, Shi Feng decided to walk towards a monolith visible at a distance by himself. Just by looking at this semi-transparent sky-blue monolith, Shi Feng could immediately sense that it was the heart of this land. It was obvious that this standing stone was the thing that filled the surrounding environment with such dense elemental mana, and not the mountain-sized 7 luminaries crystal arriving before the monolith. Shi Feng discovered many golden divine runes engraved on the bottom of the standing stone. They were by far the most complicated divine runes Shi Feng had ever seen. Also, Shi Feng had actually discovered a figure flickering in and out of existence within the semi-transparent monolith. When Shi Feng took a closer look at this figure, his eyes immediately widened in shock. He simply couldn't believe what he was seeing was real. The reason being, Shi Feng had seen the figure inside the stone before. However, Shi Feng was confused. Why would this person appear here? Chapter 277, A God's Grave. Chapter 277, A God's Grave. While Shi Feng was still in a daze, Fire Dance and Aqua Rose caught up with him, having recovered from their exhaustion. Guild leader, did you find anything? Fire Dance asked, out of curiosity, when she saw Shi Feng lost in thought. Aqua Rose, on the other hand, did not notice any difference in Shi Feng's demeanor, because the moment she arrived before the monolith, her attention was completely caught by something else. As an elementalist, she was much more sensitive to magic power than players of other classes. The frightening magic power radiating from the monolith was definitely the purest form of magic power Aqua Rose had ever felt, as if it was the master of all elemental mana. When Aqua Rose noticed the figure inside the monolith, she, too, froze on the spot. How is it possible? Aqua Rose could not believe what she saw. She rubbed her eyes, thinking they were playing tricks on her. Aqua Rose's reaction baffled Fire Dance. What has gotten into the two of you? Fire Dance looked at Aqua Rose, then at Shi Feng, confused by their reactions. You'll understand after taking a look inside the monolith, Shi Feng said slowly, pointing towards the figure in the monolith. Fire Dance then transferred her gaze to the monolith. How could she be here? Fire Dance asked in shock. Fire Dance knew the figure in the monolith. Moreover, she had met this person only recently. This person was none other than Charlene, the divine official who faced off against the two fallen angels back at the demon's castle. To be precise, the woman within the monolith looked exactly the same as Charlene. Even the saintly aura she emitted was similar to Charlene's. If Fire Dance had to point to a difference between the two women, then it would be the pressure this woman gave off. This was no longer an oppression due to strength. Instead, this pressure was the instinctive reverence for a primordial life form, just like the reverence mortals had towards gods. Could she possibly be a god? Fire Dance suddenly had this thought when she looked at the woman who looked like Charlene. Shi Feng's thoughts were running along similar lines to Fire Dance's. However, Shi Feng could say with certainty that the woman inside the monolith was definitely a Tier 6 god, because in the past he had personally experienced this overbearing pressure, which could only be exuded by a god. If the woman in the monolith was simply a Tier 6 god, Shi Feng would not have found the matter too shocking. After all, during his decade of playing God's Domain, he had personally met with plenty of Tier 6 players and NPCs. The thing that truly startled him was the fact that the woman before him looked identical to Charlene back at the Purple Sun Mansion. He had already experienced this kind of pressure. He had simply forgotten where he had felt it before. Now he knew why that pressure felt so familiar. After all, he had felt a similar pressure from Charlene. Only the pressure Charlene gave off was not as powerful as the one he felt at the Purple Sun Mansion. hence he failed to recognize it. Not only did the two women look exactly the same, even the pressure they emitted felt similar. The only real difference between the two were their actual strengths. If Shi Feng was told that the woman before him was Charlene, he would definitely not believe it. After all, Charlene was only a Tier 3 divine official. She was still miles away from becoming a Tier 6 god. Yet, if he was told that Charlene had no connection to this woman before him, then he likewise would not believe it. Although the woman inside the monolith was clearly no longer alive at the end of the day, she was still a god. As long as her body did not receive any intentional damage, it would not undergo any decay. As of now, Shi Feng finally realized that the Forgotten Lands was merely the grave of a god. However, he was still curious about who had actually created this masterpiece. This great personage had actually made such a complex magic array that utilized a god's body as its power source. The materials used to create the magic array even included the extremely valuable Seven Luminaries crystal. Just what kind of thing was this great personage trying to seal? Even if it was for the purpose of sealing a god, there should not be a need for so much resources. It seems there is a deep connection between Charlene and this place. Shi Feng had long since felt that Charlene's origins were not simple. The fact that she was a Tier 3 NPC was already amazing in and of itself. Charlene was also capable of handing out an epic quest to Shi Feng. Now there was even a god that looked exactly the same as Charlene. Even Shi Feng could not fathom Charlene's true identity. Unless he went and asked Charlene herself, Shi Feng was extremely curious about this matter. He vowed to himself to visit Charlene, who was at the stargazing tower at Blackwing City, after this entire ordeal was over.
Guild leader? What are we supposed to do now? Destroy this monolith?
Aqua Rose asked. The mana source of this magic array clearly originated from this monolith. If they wished to release the seal on the Forgotten Lands, their only choice was to destroy the monolith. However, it was unknown what sort of reaction they would incur if they did so. There was a god inside the monolith, after all. Let's give it a try. Shi Feng had taken a look at the monolith's surroundings just now. However, he did not discover any mechanisms that would allow him to undo the magic array. After Shi Feng nodded, Fire Dance immediately took action by slashing at the monolith with her two daggers. However, the two fine gold ranked daggers, which could easily cut through metal like a hot knife through butter, simply grazed the surface of the monolith, creating dazzling sparks in the process. There was not even a mark left on the monolith. Hard, Fire Dance's hands went numb from the attack. It felt as if her daggers had hit God's steel. I'll try using magic. Aqua Rose started chanting the incantation for Chain Explosion. With the elemental mana so dense in this place, any spells used here would be greatly enhanced. Originally, Chain Explosion would only summon 5 fireballs, each the size of a washbowl. When Aqua Rose cast the spell now, however, the fireballs grew to the size of a small house. When these fireballs bombarded the monolith, they were like meteors hurtling down from the sky. Sparks flew in all directions as the fireballs crashed into the monolith. After the flames subsided, Aqua Rose was greatly shocked by the result. The monolith remained completely unscathed. On the contrary, it even looked more brilliant and dazzling than before. Shi Feng wrinkled his brows at this sight. If even Aqua Rose's ultimate move could not deal any damage to the monolith, he would most likely end up with a similar result if he tried to attack the monolith. Since we can't destroy the monolith, we'll need to use some other method to destroy the magic array, Shi Feng said. The main god system would not hand out a quest that players had no hope of actually completing. If they couldn't destroy the power source of the magic array, nor the magic array itself, then there was only one other thing they could destroy. The connection points. Aqua, help me look for the connection points of this magic array, Shi Feng said. I see. Aqua Rose immediately understood Shi Feng's intention. Fire Dance, however, remained clueless after the two's brief conversation. As an assassin, she knew next to nothing about magic. She could only stay by the monolith's side as she watched her two friends hard at work. Meanwhile, Shi Feng and Aqua Rose started searching the surroundings of the monolith for the veins that carried magic power to the 5 modules of the magic array. Only by looking for veins could they locate the connection points. Normally, the quickest way to destroy a magic array was to destroy its power core. If that was not viable, then the two other remaining options would be to destroy the magic array itself and to destroy the connection points of the magic array. Destroying the magic array itself was an extremely challenging task to pull off. On the other hand, it was a very simple task to destroy the connection points. Unfortunately, locating these connection points was also a very difficult task. A connection point was a node that connected the magic array to its power source. It acted similar to a circuit breaker in real life. Only, instead of being used to prevent an overflow of electric current, the connection point served to limit the amount of mana flowing from the power source to the magic array. If the connection point was damaged, then the mana supply would surge, and consequently, the magic array would destroy itself due to excessive mana input. After searching for some time, Shi Feng finally found a connection point. He promptly struck down with the abyssal blade, destroying the connection point. However, this enormous and complex magic array did not possess only a single connection point. They needed to search and destroy all the connection points of the magic array. After several more hours passed, Aqua Rose found another connection point which she quickly destroyed. Even so, the magic array remained stable. This way, Shi Feng and Aqua Rose spent the entire day destroying more than 20 connection points. Although the destruction of the connection points had a slight effect on the magic array, it was clear that the damage was within the parameters of the magic array's design. Not good, Guild Leader. One of the connection points you previously destroyed is back to normal. Having nothing better to do, Fire Dance had tagged along with Shi Feng, hoping to learn how she too could search for the connection points. However, during her observations, she suddenly discovered that one of the connection points Shi Feng had previously destroyed had actually recovered. "What did you say?" Shi Feng asked in disbelief. "Even the connection points could restore themselves." Shi Feng started to suspect that this was no longer an ordinary magic array, but a magic array that had already cultivated into a demon. Shi Feng had seen plenty of Tier 5 magic arrays in the past. He had even seen Tier 6 magic arrays before. However, he had never once heard of a magic array that was capable of repairing itself. Chapter 278, The Great Catastrophe. By no means can we continue like this. There might be hundreds of connection points in this magic array. By the time we locate the ones remaining, the other connection points might have repaired themselves already, Shi Feng said, his head aching. A magic array that was capable of self-repair was simply unheard of. If they did not have a dozen or so players moving separately to destroy the connection points, it was simply impossible to destroy every single connection point in this magic array. Destroying the connection points suddenly became a much harder task than Shi Feng had imagined it to be. "Guild Leader, I found something here. Come over and take a look," Aqua Rose said through the party chat. Hearing that there was a new discovery, Shi Feng immediately hurried over to Aqua Rose's location. Aqua Rose was currently situated in the middle of this 7 Luminaries mountain, inside an extremely obscure cave. If not for the indicator provided by the system map, Shi Feng could not have found the cave Aqua Rose was in. After entering the cave, Shi Feng immediately observed his surroundings. He discovered that the walls of the cave were covered with engravings of divine runes, the golden glow. These divine runes were giving off brightly, illuminating the interior of the cave. Looking at the cave's central crystal pillar, Shi Feng noticed a blood-red stone embedded in it. This piece of stone was just like a beating heart only, instead of bright red liquid. An endless amount of mana passed through it. Meanwhile, the mana that passed through this blood-red stone became much purer in quality. "Aqua, how did you manage to find this place?" Shi Feng asked, astonished by this scene before him. "I just happened to discover a particularly thick mana vein and followed it here." Aqua Rose beamed a proud smile at Shi Feng. If they demolished this place, then the magic array would definitely be finished. "Guild Leader, I'll start destroying this place, all right?" Aqua Rose could wait no longer. She had been trapped in this god-forsaken place for so many days now. During this period of time, she had no option but to keep contact with her subordinates through the phone in order to make arrangements for the daily affairs of the guild. She had also instructed them to prepare for the establishment of their guild residence. Currently, most of the average players in White River City were already around level 14 to level 15, while the elite players of the various guilds were already at level 17. The intensity of the competition for the 3 great dungeons had also reached its peak by now. Out of all the guilds in White River City, Ouroboros shone the brightest. They had already managed to take down the second boss of the hard-mode Land of Death, and they were currently in the midst of challenging the third boss of the dungeon. Meanwhile, Dark Star, which ranked after Ouroboros, was still attempting to raid the second boss. As for the other guilds, they had also passed through normal mode and were currently preparing to raid hard mode. Furthermore, as players started raiding the hard mode bosses of the 3 great dungeons, they soon discovered the astonishing benefits they could obtain. Aside from dropping level 15 Secret Silver ranked set equipment, the bosses also dropped plenty of recipes and designs. Players could also obtain the guild task order that could not be obtained from 20-man team dungeons or lower. These guild task orders could be used to accelerate the promotion of a guild. Otherwise, it would take ages for guilds to get promoted if they simply relied on the meager guild reputation their members obtained by completing daily quests. Yet, as one of the top 6 guilds in White River City, Zero Wing had actually remained inactive all this time. Not only had it accomplished nothing during this period of time, it did not even set foot in any of the 3 great dungeons. It had simply focused its attention on raiding level 15, 10, and 20-man dungeons, and its decision to do so had greatly confused the masses. Even though Zero Wing clearly had the strength to challenge the 3 great dungeons, it had chosen not to take action instead. The guild's behavior had caused many of the new members to grow dissatisfied, and a majority of these players had chosen to leave the guild one after another. Very quickly, Zero Wing's member count that had originally exceeded 8,000 had quickly dwindled down to just slightly more than 6,000. This situation had panicked Aqua Rose somewhat. In reply to Aqua Rose's panic, Shi Feng had simply said, "If they wish to leave, then let them leave. You don't need to stop them. The guild is too bloated right now, so this is a good chance to rid ourselves of those that join solely with the intention of taking advantage of us. The guild would become much purer after those players are gone." Hearing Shi Feng saying so, Aqua Rose had no choice but to turn a blind eye to all the players withdrawing from the guild. However, she did make sure to record the names of those who left. In the future, they would no longer be welcomed into the guild. Meanwhile, the players that withdrew from the guild simply reacted with contempt at Aqua Rose's actions. They had even made a mockery of Zero Wing, declaring that they would never rejoin a lousy guild like Zero Wing. Moreover, as if to rub salt into the wound, Dark Star had also been secretly killing many players from Zero Wing, causing even more players to withdraw from the guild. As of this moment, there were only around 4,000 members remaining in Zero Wing. Not to mention a third-rate guild, they were not even comparable to a large, unrated guild right now. Aqua Rose was in a rush to break out of this place. She wanted to quickly return and rectify the guild. "Hold on a minute," Shi Feng hurriedly said when he noticed a large fireball already appearing in Aqua Rose's hand. "We don't really need to destroy it." "But how are we supposed to leave this place if we don't destroy it then?" Aqua Rose asked. "I have my own ways." Shi Feng revealed a faint smile as he looked at the blood-red stone embedded inside the crystal pillar. Shi Feng truly had not expected to find this piece of blood-red stone here. Instead of calling it a blood-red stone, it would be more appropriate to refer to it as the Philosopher's Stone. Previously, Shi Feng had obtained a fragment of the Philosopher's Stone back at the Sun Temple. Now he had stumbled upon another fragment. The Philosopher's Stone was an alchemy treasure. Despite being fragmented into 5 pieces, each of these individual pieces still contained the strength of an epic-ranked item. Also, when Shi Feng discovered the Philosopher's Stone at this place, he quickly understood just how the connection points of the magic array had managed to repair themselves. It turned out it was all because of the Philosopher's Stone. Although I can't take away any of these 7 luminaries' crystals, it is still not bad if I can return with this piece of the Philosopher's Stone. Shi Feng arrived before the crystal pillar. He then inserted the tip of the abyssal blade into the crevice in the crystal pillar where the Philosopher's Stone was set. With a light tap on the pommel of the abyssal blade, the Philosopher's Stone easily popped out from the crystal pillar. Shi Feng promptly retrieved the item and stored it in his bag. Shortly after the Philosopher's Stone was removed from the crystal pillar, the cave started fading away. Moreover, the rate at which it disappeared was visible to the naked eye. The dense elemental mana that filled the air and land also gradually dispersed, becoming thinner and thinner. As for the incomparably hard 7 luminaries crystals, they too had begun turning into ash. Not good. This place is about to collapse. We need to leave immediately. Shi Feng shouted through the party chat as soon as he noticed this change. Shi Feng's group of 3 rushed down the 7 luminaries mountain, and before long the entire mountain started imploding. The magic array that sealed the Forgotten Lands also lost its effectiveness. As for the monolith that had previously been standing on the mountaintop, it remained floating high up in the sky. Gradually, the monolith rose higher and higher before suddenly releasing a rainbow brilliance. The monolith was like a miniature sun at this moment. Soon after, the dazzling glow disappeared, along with the gigantic monolith itself. After the 7 luminaries mountain collapsed, a bottomless pit appeared in its place. The pit was just like a black hole, devouring everything that entered it. At the deepest reaches of this bottomless pit, there was actually a boundless aura of destruction, and any object that came into contact with this pressure instantly turned into ash. Surprisingly, Shi Feng felt signs of life at the very bottom of this immeasurably deep pit, and his entire body instinctively shuddered at this discovery. "Guild leader, did we do something bad?" Fire Dance asked Shi Feng in a careful tone. She too could feel the immensely frightening pressure that came from the bottomless pit. "I don't know either," Shi Feng said, a bitter smile on his face. At this moment, a notification from the system sounded. System Unique Quest Miracles Unsealed completed. Quest rewards 1 million EXP, 40 free attribute points, and 40 free mastery points. System. The Endless Abyss has come into existence. Activating new expansion pack, The Great Catastrophe. System, Legendary Ranked Main Storyline Quest 7 Treasures activated. Quest details, The Endless Abyss has already opened. You are required to immediately notify the War God's Temple in order to have them reseal the Endless Abyss. After reading these notifications, Shi Feng finally had an inkling of what was going on. Inadvertently, they had actually opened the door of taboos. According to Shi Feng's memories, the new expansion pack, The Great Catastrophe, had only appeared 3 months after God's Domain's launch in his previous life. Now, however, because of him, The Great Catastrophe had appeared in advance. Chapter 279, Quality over Quantity. Chapter 279, Quality over Quantity. When Aqua Rose and Fire Dance read the notifications they received, both of them were immediately sent into a daze, a legendary quest. Moreover, it was a main storyline quest, a quest that was capable of changing the history of God's domain. The reward for such a quest would definitely be luxuriant. According to rumors, the minimum reward for completing an epic quest was an epic ranked item or an item of equivalent value. In other words, if they completed a legendary quest, then the minimum reward they could obtain would be a legendary ranked item. They had never even seen an epic ranked item before, much less a legendary ranked item. It could definitely become the symbol of the guild. However, when the two of them thought about how they were required to seal this endless abyss, they sank into deep despair. The return scrolls are usable now. Let's leave this place then. Shi Feng's memories of the new expansion pack, The Great Catastrophe, were still fresh in his mind. After the Great Catastrophe occurred, the monsters throughout God's domain started becoming restless. Towns, especially, would randomly come under attack from demonic beasts, resulting in chaos. According to Shi Feng's memories, some of the weaker border towns had even been conquered by the demonic beasts, turning those into demonic beast towns. Among the biggest changes made to the game were to the knights in God's domain. After the new pack was implemented, the number of monsters that would appear during nighttime was much higher than before. Moreover, monsters corrupted by the Endless Abyss would also appear. These corrupted monsters would all be transformed into demonic beasts, and even the weakest of demonic beasts were Tier 1 monsters. Which was to say, if players had still not received their promotion into a Tier 1 class, it would be tremendously difficult for them to fight against these monsters. Instead of being the ones doing the killing, players would have a much higher chance of getting killed by these demonic beasts. After the new expansion pack, players would find it very difficult to grind and level up during nighttime. In contrast to the shock Aqua Rose and Fire Dance felt, the revelation of the new pack caused a sensation throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom. Players could not help but feel excited after finding out about the Great Catastrophe expansion pack. The official developers of the game had already revealed information about this new expansion pack. In the future, demonic beasts would randomly launch assaults on towns, and in response to such attacks, towns would issue defense quests to players. As long as players managed to defend the town, they would receive bountiful rewards. Of these rewards, there would even be secret silver-ranked items and many more valuable items. In addition, players would also receive city reputation from completing the defense quest. These defense quests would undeniably allow average players to quickly improve themselves, hence the excitement of many of the average players over the arrival of this new expansion pack. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in White River City had also suddenly cooled down as many players had chosen to head out to the towns instead. They intended to grind for some levels while they awaited for a demonic beast assault to occur. If luck would have it, they might even happen upon a demonic beast assault, making a huge profit from completing the resultant defense quest. Guild leader, should we arrange for a few members to head towards various towns and keep an eye out for a demonic beast assault? Aqua Rose suggested. Her brows wrinkled slightly when she looked at the deserted streets of White River City. The other guilds were currently busying themselves with raiding the 3 great dungeons. They definitely would not have the time to pay attention to these demonic beast assaults. Hence, this was a good chance for Zero Wing to shine. Let's not participate in the demonic beast assaults. Focus on leveling up. Level 20 is the time when our guild will shine. Shi Feng shook his head, a knowing smile on his face. In the past, Shi Feng had experienced many assaults launched by demonic beasts. He knew very well how difficult it was to actually receive the reward of a defense quest. The reason being, even the weakest demonic beast was a Tier 1 monster. They would all be level 30 or above. Shi Feng had even once encountered a Tier 3 demonic beast during an assault. If they were to try and defend a town right now, it would simply be suicide. Naturally, Shi Feng would not let the members of his guild die a pointless death. One could say that towns were extremely dangerous locations right now. If players were to truly meet with a demonic beast assault, then it was not luck but fate. Currently, the safest places in God's domain were cities, since there would be high-tier NPCs guarding them. Take White River City, for example. There were 3 Tier 4 NPCs guarding it, so demonic beasts would not dare to casually approach the city itself. If we don't participate and make some achievements, many more of the remaining members might choose to withdraw from the guild. Aqua Rose could not understand what was going through Shi Feng's mind before they had given up on competing over the 3 great dungeons. Now they were also going to give up such a good chance to earn precious equipment and reputation. Just what were they supposed to do? Let them leave, then. Our guild is only capable of handling 3,000 members right now, and we are still well above that number. It would be even better if they do leave. Shi Feng smiled without care. What Shi Feng was trying to pursue was quality, not quantity. God's domain was a game, and the resources available to players were limited. Meanwhile, the more members they had in the guild, the more resources the guild needed to spend. However, if the resources available in the guild only amounted to so much, having more members in the guild would mean that each member would receive less resources. As a result, their development speed would also fall in the past. Shadow had conducted a mass recruitment of players, recruiting all kinds of players into the guild. In the end, the guild had bitten off more than it could chew, causing its development to slow to a crawl. In this life, Shi Feng would not repeat the same mistakes Shadow made in the past. The members in the guild could just leave for all he cared. He definitely would not try to stop them from leaving. Talent was very important if one wished to become an expert in God's domain. However, truly talented people were limited. In the past, A majority of the experts in God's domain had participated in one battle after another, gradually learning and accumulating the experience needed to become an expert instead of relying on talent. Instead of cultivating some two-faced talented guild members, Shi Feng would rather invest his resources in nurturing normal but loyal guild members. In the past, a super guild called Black Tower had sent over 200,000 of their members to attack a second-rate guild called Solitary Rulers. Meanwhile, Solitary Rulers had less than 80,000 members in total. The guild was believed to have the fewest members among all second-rate guilds. Before the battle between the two guilds had even started, everyone had already expected Black Tower to easily obtain victory. However, the end result was far from what others had imagined it to be. Although both guilds clashed tens of times, Black Tower hadn't succeeded in destroying the city governed by Solitary Rulers. While more than 30,000 members of Solitary Rulers had died in that battle, Black Tower had lost more than 3 times that number, with over 100,000 members of Black Tower dying. Black Tower suffered a tremendous loss after that battle, greatly shocking the other guilds that were watching from the sidelines. In the end, Black Tower had no choice but to mobilize its 7 Tier 5 Saint rank players and one of its Tier 6 God rank players to destroy Solitary Rulers. However, every member of Solitary Rulers still fought to the bloody end, fighting tooth and nail against their eventual demise. Before they lost their city, they had even managed to kill 2 of the Saint rank players and another 100,000 or so Black Tower members. In the subsequent clashes between the two guilds, Solitary Rulers had suffered one defeat after another. After all, the Tier 6 God rank expert and 7 Tier 5 Saint rank experts were simply too powerful. As a result, Solitary Rulers lost 5 of the cities they governed in quick succession. By the time the battlefield moved to Solitary Rulers' final base of operations, Unparalleled City, amazingly, not a single member had chosen to withdraw from the guild. Even after dying tens of times, they still chose to charge head-on into the battlefield. Shi Feng couldn't help but shiver every time he recalled the unyielding attitude of those iron-blooded souls. Clearly, the difference in strength between the two guilds was like heaven and earth. Yet, instead of giving up and accepting their fates, every single member of Solitary Rulers had chosen to brave the battlefield. It was also due to this reason that Black Tower had suffered such immense losses. If it were any other guild standing in Solitary Ruler's place, the members would have long since abandoned hope and quit the guild. They would not have chosen to fight at all. While Black Tower was in the midst of conquering Solitary Ruler's final city, however, another super guild had attempted to take advantage of the situation and laid siege to Black Tower's cities. As a result, Black Tower had no choice but to give up their plan of completely annihilating Solitary Rulers. Meanwhile, Solitary Rulers had instantly risen to fame after this conflict, becoming the role model of all second-rate and third-rate guilds. Aside from Solitary Rulers as an example of quality over quantity, there was also the adventurer team that was known throughout the entire God's domain, the Midnight Tea Party. Although its members numbered less than 30, not even super guilds dared to cross it. In God's domain, although quantity was important, quality was even more important. I understand. Looking at Shi Feng's determined expression, Aqua Rose had no better choice but to concede to his decision. It was indeed like Shi Feng had said, there were too many members in the guild. The current member count far exceeded their range of tolerance. By having those unfaithful members leave, they could also lay a good foundation for their guild's future. Another reason why Aqua Rose had agreed to Shi Feng's decision was mainly because of the guild residents. Once they revealed their guild residence to the public, there would be no shortage of players wanting to join their guild. If they did not possess the guild residence, Aqua Rose definitely would not have agreed to such a self-destructive course. After Aqua Rose went on her own way, Shi Feng headed to the Adventurers Guild. Now that the Great Catastrophe expansion pack had been activated, he needed to quickly handle the matters concerning the guild residents. Chapter 280, Zero Wing Residence. Chapter 280, Zero Wing Residence, currently, the interior of the Adventurers Association of White River City, was filled with players coming and going. Most of these players were here to accept or hand in their daily quests. However, there were insufficient NPCs to cater to the large number of players. As a result, these players usually needed to wait in the lounge for a period of time before they could accept or turn in their quests. Having nothing better to do inside the lounge, some guild players started ordering alcohol and holding a discussion among themselves. Zero Wing is getting worse by the day. If I had known this would happen earlier, I would have definitely joined some other large guild to develop myself. Perhaps I might have already become the leader of a party by now. Brother Hui, as expected, you are still the smarter and wiser one. You joined Dark Star from the very start, and now you've already become the vice leader of a 15-man team. Now that I have left Zero Wing, I will be relying on Brother Hui's guidance from now on. A shield warrior with tanned skin flattered the robust-looking berserker sitting beside him. No problem. With me around, you will definitely have no problem joining the guild, the berserker assured him, clapping his chest. Meanwhile, sitting beside this berserker, addressed as Brother Hui, was a pretty female mage. Although her face looked average, she had an excellent figure, coquettishly fluttering her eyelashes. The female mage looked at the person known as Brother Hui, sweetly saying, "Big Brother Hui, I've been wanting to go to the level 15 Wind Ridge. When will you take me there?" Wind Ridge was a level 15 20-man team dungeon. Among level 15 team dungeons, Wind Ridge had a below-average difficulty. However, to average players at this stage of the game, even a level 15 10-man team dungeon was a great challenge, not to mention a 20-man dungeon like Wind Ridge. Of course, isn't it just Wind Ridge? You're already my woman now. How could you settle for only a meager Wind Ridge? Tomorrow I'll call up my men and bring you to the demon's castle. The berserker wrapped his arm around the female mage's willowy waist, a nasty grin on his face. Many onlookers grew envious at this scene. They could not help but wish that they too could join Dark Star in getting a beauty for themselves as well. Brother Hui, I hear that the demon's castle has a very high difficulty. Don't tell me you've already managed to obtain the raid strategy from Zero Wing's main force, the tanned shield warrior asked curiously. Indeed, we've managed to obtain the strategy already. However, even without it, with Dark Star's strength, we could still easily conquer the demon's castle. The main reason we haven't done so is simply because of the competition we're having with Ouroboros. Otherwise, Zero Wing would not have had the chance to take the limelight as they did before. Look, isn't Zero Wing in shambles now? They're simply a little faster in terms of leveling up. They haven't even cleared the normal mode of any of the 3 great dungeons yet. Dark Star, on the other hand, has already killed the second boss of hard mode and started trying to raid the 3rd boss. We have already caught up with Ouroboros. It is only a matter of time before we surpass Ouroboros. I really don't know what qualifications Zero Wing possesses to be considered as one of the top 6 guilds in White River City. The berserker's loud voice was filled with disdain as he spoke of Zero Wing. Even though the guild clearly has no future, there is still more than half the original number of players remaining in it. It really makes you wonder just what is going through those people's minds. They're just fools. Brother Hui, you're right. I really regret listening to my friend's words about joining Zero Wing back then. The shield warrior nodded his head in agreement, his heart filled with great disappointment. If he had joined Dark Star early on, he might also have had a beauty accompanying him by now. Meanwhile, seated near this trio, Shi Feng was currently quietly browsing through information on the official forums. Naturally, he could clearly hear the loud conversation between the robust berserker and the skinny shield warrior, and the same went for everyone else waiting inside the lounge. However, Shi Feng made no comment on their mocking words. After all, everyone had the freedom to make their own decisions. As for the shield warrior's regret at joining Zero Wing, Shi Feng simply revealed a calm smile. If this shield warrior knew that Zero Wing was about to establish their very own guild residence, just what sort of emotions would he have at that time? Even the words earth-shattering would not be enough to describe the amount of shock he would feel. However, Shi Feng really could not be blamed for this. Soon after, Shi Feng headed to the counter and dealt with all the necessary procedures. After he turned his private territory into a guild residence, he also spent 3,000 gold to build an advanced guild hall in place of the Purple Sun Mansion. The advanced guild hall could fit up to 3,000 people. As for the other facilities of the guild residence, those would only be obtainable from large-scale team dungeons that were level 25 or above. Some time was needed before the construction of the advanced guild hall could be completed. After Shi Feng completed all the necessary procedures, his remaining task was to head to the War God's temple and report the matter of the Endless Abyss. Just as Shi Feng was about to leave the Adventurers Association, the system notification sounded. Moreover, this wasn't just any normal notification. Instead, it was a notification sent to the entire Star Moon Kingdom. Star Moon Kingdom System announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first guild in Star Moon Kingdom to establish a guild residence, rewarding 10,000 guild reputation, 10,000 guild popularity, and 10 gold coins to the guild. I spent 3,000 gold, yet only got 10 gold in return. The system sure is tight-fisted. Shi Feng laughed. However, Shi Feng did not concern himself with such an amount of gold. The reason being, in these past few days, the Starstreak trading firm was already making a daily profit of over 1,700 gold. It was all thanks to the popularity it gained from selling the Arclight shield, as well as the basic mana armor kits. During this period of time, the forging genius, Cream Cocoa, had also been continuously producing gemstone buckles, advanced whetstones, and many more forging products. Moreover, the number of forging players Melancholic Smile recruited was also rising. Not only did the combination of these new forgers and the various forging designs provided by Zero Wing increase the number of products sold by the Starstreak trading firm, it also expanded the company's product selection. As a result, the daily profits of the Starstreak trading firm continuously rose. Currently, the Starstreak trading firm already controlled over half of the market for forging products in White River City. Moreover, such a situation wasn't limited to just White River City. It extended to the 7 surrounding cities. Hence, Shi Feng was not lacking in money at all. Compared to having spent 3,000 gold coins, Shi Feng was more interested in the 10,000 guild popularity points. This was a feature that would only become available to a guild after it established a guild residence. The higher the guild popularity, the more famous a guild would become among NPCs. With 10,000 guild popularity, Zero Wing could be considered relatively famous among the NPC populace. Compared to starting from scratch, having this 10,000 guild popularity made things much simpler for him. It should be known that when a guild member completed a quest commissioned by an NPC, the guild would normally receive only 1 to 3 guild popularity. Only quests with high difficulty would reward 5 to 10 points. In other words, a guild needed to complete thousands of guild quests in order to accumulate 10,000 guild popularity. These bonus guild popularity points had saved the guild plenty of development time. Meanwhile, inside the lounge of the Adventurers Association, the tan-shield warrior that had just recently left Zero Wing no longer felt joyful about joining Darkstar. On the contrary, his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Inside the Land of Death, one of the 3 great dungeons Darkstar's main team was currently battling against a white-boned giant elephant, which was over 20 meters in height. At this time, the MT of the team, Lone Tyrant, was enduring the attacks from this white-boned giant elephant. Every time he took an attack from the boss, he would receive over minus 2,000 damage. His HP constantly rose and fell, his life hanging by a thread. Just as the white-boned giant elephant in the distance was preparing to charge, Lone Tyrant suddenly received a system notification. Lone Tyrant was momentarily stunned by what he saw. How did Zero Wing obtain a guild residence so quickly? Lone Tyrant couldn't help but yell out when he saw the description of this system notification, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. He even forgot to use a skill to block the incoming attack from the white-boned giant elephant before him. As a result, he was turned into a pile of meat paste by the boss's foot, losing his life instantly. What followed was what would be expected, a team wipe